When Yuan spoke of them, it was naturally a reference to the 4 women who had stood by his side through thick and thin, his wives in this new universe. Alice already knew about them. She had long since accepted the emotional bonds Yuan had formed over the last 100,000 years. After all, they had been separated by time and fate. She wasn't the type to wallow in jealousy. How could she blame Yuan for finding companionship during an era where he never expected to see her again? Still, knowing something rationally didn't make the emotions any easier. "I'm still nervous," Alice admitted, offering Yuan a self-deprecating smile. "After all, I'm the outsider now." The others had children, share memories, years of a life she had missed. Yuan gently comforted her. "They'll accept you, and you're not from this universe, Alice. You're not a latecomer. There's no first or last in love across timelines." Alice rolled her eyes. "You sound like a fortune cookie. First come, first served. Is that how you pick your wives?" Yuan chuckled. "Well, you were always my first. In my heart, that hasn't changed." There was no denying that Yuan exuded a strong personal magnetism. Handsome, powerful, and seemingly invincible. In this universe, his power extended even to granting or denying eternal life. If he wished for someone to live, they would live forever. If not even a second would be guaranteed. After settling his army of 100,000 on New Krypton, leaving Joel and the elders to oversee the arrangements, Yuan brought Alice back with him to his home in the Divine Realm. Perhaps it was by design or fate, but none of the other women, Ancient One, Wanda, Natasha, or Ganata, were off busy creating universes. Instead, they were simply at home, spending time with their children. Gabriel, too, was there, serving more as a caretaker and advisor than anything else. Yuan had never crossed any boundaries with Gabriel. She was brought here for her knowledge and wisdom, not for companionship. As Alice walked hesitantly behind Yuan, her rare display of vulnerability did not go unnoticed. Wanda and Natasha exchanged knowing glances but said nothing. Ancient One offered a soft smile and a graceful nod. Ganata, ever the energetic one, was the first to act. She darted over, grabbing Alice by the hand with a cheerful grin. "You must be Alice, right? Come." Before Alice could even react, she was gently dragged toward the other women. Then, one by one, the others rose to greet her. Ancient One addressed her warmly. "We have no intention of making things difficult for you. We promised Yuan we'd welcome you, and we meant it. You're the one he has loved for 100,000 years. That alone earns our respect." Yuan stepped forward, adding, "We're a family. There's no need to walk on eggshells." Alice breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She had been prepared for resistance, maybe even rivalry. But instead, she found understanding and grace. In truth, there was never any real conflict. These women were wise and strong, not petty. If they had accepted their shared bond with Yuan, then they had already accepted Alice as well. Besides, from a cosmic standpoint, Alice could have been considered the original companion. If fate hadn't intervened, she would have been Yuan's first wife, and possibly the mother of his first child. It was a reconciliation that felt natural, not forced. As the conversation flowed, Alice quickly found common ground. Thanks to the mental link she shared with Yuan, she already understood much about the others. The ice melted fast. Later, Yuan infused Alice with a spark of cosmic energy, embedding a fragment of a single universe's power into one of her cells. But he was cautious. Alice, though a Kryptonian, was still biologically different from him. She wasn't Doomsday, and he had no intention of pushing her body into mutation. He wouldn't make her into a monster to grant her power. Unlike his own evolution, where death and rebirth forged him into Doomsday, Alice's strength had to be nurtured with care. He took inspiration from All-Star Superman, where too much solar energy had caused Superman's body to collapse from within. Power, if not controlled or digested properly, could destroy rather than uplift. But Alice's path would be different. With time, she would grow stronger. Her ceiling was limitless. "So what's the next step?" Alice asked, a flicker of intensity in her voice. "Do we go after Darkseid and settle the score?" Or do we focus on building new Krypton? The air grew heavier with the mention of Darkseid. The others exchanged quiet glances. While they were willing to help, Yuan had made it clear. This was a battle between Krypton and Apocalypse. And after what had happened last time, there was no rush. We were too hasty before, Yuan replied. We weren't at full strength. Now we take our time. He turned thoughtful. The code of life caused genetic degradation among Kryptonians. Our 100,000 warriors, untouched by the code, could be the key to reviving Kryptonian potential. If they intermarry with the survivors, our descendants might be truly perfect again. Alice raised a brow, smirking. You make it sound like you're turning them into breeding stock. What would your soldiers say if they heard that? Yuan coughed, clearly embarrassed. Poor phrasing. Let's just say it's a genetic restoration initiative. She chuckled. He quickly shifted topics. Anyway, before we talk about revenge, we let the new generation train. Let them soak in solar radiation. Let them become true supermen. Alice nodded, her tone softening. Today's youth are lazy. They have strength, but no discipline. Let's fix that. And so, the foundation for new Krypton and its future was laid with mutual respect, hard truths, and a growing family united across time, space, and universes. It was becoming increasingly clear that both Yuan and Alice were deeply dissatisfied with the current state of the Kryptonian warriors. After integrating the 100,000 elite Superman warriors into New Krypton, they immediately assumed leadership and began restructuring the military forces. The goal was simple: retrain and reshape the warriors of the surviving Kryptonians. Kandu City alone had a population in the millions, and with the surrounding areas and floating populations considered, tens of millions had survived. Among them, more than 500,000 were registered warriors. It was a staggering force on paper, yet Yuan and Alice could see that potential alone wasn't enough. This wasn't about defense. In Yuan's universe, there were few threats that could challenge them. But complacency was dangerous. Someday, the time for vengeance would come, and they would need an army of elites, not a generation of slackers. Alice even planned to personally train Darkseid. Unfortunately, the man had vanished, slipping away just before Yuan whisked Alice away for a private trip back to the DC universe. We haven't had time alone in ages, Yuan said, looking at her with hope in his eyes. Just the two of us, no responsibilities, no distractions. To Alice, it felt like they'd only just left the battlefield of 100,000 years ago. The time between had evaporated, yet seeing that Yuan now had 4 children was a reminder of just how much had changed. If she didn't seize this moment now, perhaps she never would. She agreed. The others, Ancient One, Wanda, Natasha, Gonada, had no objections. They understood. Yuan and Alice departed together, alone. When the dimensional portal opened, it led them, perhaps unsurprisingly, back to the Wall of Origin, the same place Yuan had visited 100,000 years earlier. But this was no coincidence. Yuan had chosen this destination deliberately. Alice, newly empowered by Yuan, could now withstand the pressure of the wall, something she couldn't have survived on her own before. Side by side, they floated along the seemingly endless surface, as if walking atop an ancient, divine structure. Eventually, they reached one of the key passages and looked down. Below them was a being of immense stature, titanic, horned, and seated upon the floor of the cosmos like a monument carved by the gods. Yuga, the true master of Apocalypse, the god of origin, known also by his real name, Zonas. Yuga once walked among mortals, just another inhabitant of a long-forgotten world. But through fate, or perhaps cosmic error, he acquired a fragment of the power of origin, a force so potent it elevated his entire race. He was the one who forged the new gods into what they are. Without him, the new gods might have remained ordinary beings. His influence was comparable to what Yuan could one day achieve for Krypton, had destiny played out differently. Under Yuga rule, the new gods once stood united. None dared defy him. But now, Here he was imprisoned at the Wall of Origin. He had come seeking more. The fragment of origin power he possessed was incomplete. Greedy for true divinity, he climbed the Wall of Origin in hopes of seizing the whole. Instead, it consumed him. He was trapped, suspended in eternal pursuit. His fall led to the rise of his son, Darkseid, who fractured the new gods into two factions: Apocalypse, a hellish world of ruin and fire, and New Genesis, a shining utopia led by Highfather. Yuga remained one of the most terrifying beings in the DC cosmos. Story said he could knock planets out of orbit by simply opening his eyes, his gaze capable of obliterating entire civilizations. On one occasion, it said he drained the life force of a planet upon landing, turning it into a husk in seconds. Even Darkseid, feared across the multiverse, once fled in terror upon his father's return. Against Yuga, he was powerless. On Apocalypse, Yuga could manipulate reality itself. He severed Darkseid's connection to the Omega effect, effectively stripping his son of his greatest power. As the god of origin, Yuga also severed the link between the source and the universe, disrupting technologies and forces tied to the divine. Even the Highfather lost access to source communication. He was that powerful. And now, Yuan and Alice descended toward him. Their flying posture wasn't the usual outstretched arm pose like Superman's. Yuan preferred flying upright, graceful, almost regal. Alice mirrored him, partly in practicality, partly out of spite. After all, Yuan had once compared traditional flying to lying on a surfboard, and joked about riding her like one. She had nearly punched him for that. At the time, they had been enemies, still locked in a competitive, combative relationship. Now, they floated as allies, more than that, as partners. Yuan looked down at the god beneath them. Yuga, the god king of the new gods. Without you, the new gods would have never rivaled the old. Yuga stirred. Unlike others imprisoned by the wall, he remained conscious. His eyes snapped open with devastating force, releasing a twin barrage of cosmic beams powerful enough to obliterate worlds. Yuan didn't flinch. He responded with a single snort, the shock wave of which neutralized the attack effortlessly. Yuga growled and shifted slightly, an act so violent it caused the Wall of Origin itself to quake. He had once escaped this place, but obsession drove him back, only to be trapped once more, a god brought low by his own ambition. Then, the god's voice echoed out, "Kryptonian child, is your god, Rao, still alive?" Surprised, Yuan raised an eyebrow. So Apocalypse had once known a Krypton, perhaps even interacted with them. But the question didn't rattle him. Yuan smiled. "Rao is dead, just like your time has passed. You relics of an old age should have stepped aside long ago." The Titan did not respond immediately. For once, even Yuga, the god of origin, was silent before Yuan. And so the next chapter began, not with vengeance, but with silent recognition between gods, old and new.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
With Yuga-Kan's qualifications, it is not surprising that he can recognize the character Rui-Ou, who was 250,000 years ago. Yuan didn't care about the relationship between Yuga-Kan and Rui-Ou, because with the grievances between Apocalypse and Krypton, it was impossible to be kind. So he said unceremoniously, "You old guys, it's long overdue to withdraw from the stage of history in peace." Yuga-Kan's expression turned cold all of a sudden, and he sneered, "Stinky boy, it seems that you are very arrogant? But you do have the qualification to be arrogant, because you can actually come to the Wall of Origin. But you can know who I am? I am the god of origin, and even the god king of the new god race. You are seeking your own death." Boozing, Yuga-Kan actually broke free from the shackles of the Wall of Origin. At least he raised huge amounts of his right arm, opened his terrifying sharp claws, and waved them towards Yuan and Alice. The impact of Yuga-Kan just opening his eyes is enough to knock a planet out of orbit, and now he is even more angry, and the momentum he carries is so huge that it destroys the world. Even Alice was stunned, even though she was forcibly packed into her body by Yuan with the force of a single universe. But even a single universe is not enough to see. Even Darkseid's body just shows up enough to make a single universe collapse, not to mention his father. Just when Alice was also shocked, Yuan snorted coldly and transformed into a huge amount of terrifying monster. He showed the true face of his Doomsday. Although he did not become 10 meters tall, he was only 5 meters tall and would surpass Yuan. Boom! Yuan raised his left hand and patted Yuan's big claws head-on. The collision of the two terrifying monsters even triggered the phenomenon of level single universe. Alice was not impacted because Yuan stood in front of her, but even the wall of origin trembled as they collided. What? Yuan was shocked that Yuan actually caught his attack. It made him unbelievable. Yuan didn't care at all. The reason why he deliberately became Doomsday is because he prefers this kind of violent aesthetics. Since you shot first, then it's my turn, Yuan shouted loudly, holding Yuan's right hand with his left hand, raising his right hand, and also slapped forward with his terrifying big claws. Yuan struggled, and in a hurry, he broke his left arm away from the wall of origin, and was about to raise his arm to block. But only after hearing a click, Yuan's arm drooped weakly, and it turned into a very strange posture. At first glance, the bones were broken by Yuan. The distance between the two is enough to see the difference. Yuan's strength was easily blocked by Yuan, but in turn he was unable to resist Yuan's attack. How big is the gap? Yuan was shocked. Who are you? I have seen Kryptonians, but no one is as powerful as you. Yuan didn't answer, grabbed Yuan's right arm with his left hand and yanked it violently. Crack. With a terrible sound, Yuan's right arm was torn off by Yuan. Even Yuan, who was suddenly injured so terribly, still couldn't help but let out a scream. Damn, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to devour you alive. Yuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, we Krypton and you Apocalypse have long been dead. Are you still lucky? I came to kill you. Yuan came to Yuan. From the very beginning, he came to kill Yuan. The strength of Yuan is also very strong, but Yuan himself is not afraid. After all, no matter how powerful Yuan is, it is impossible to offend his own universe. But what about Earth? There are infinite multi-universes, and there are also infinite Earths. Yuan didn't want Yuan to take out his anger on the Earth because of his own relationship. In the future, he must destroy the Apocalypse Star. If so, why not cut the grass and root it? Yuan has never been the type to leave any hidden dangers to himself. He will do it thoroughly. Therefore, Yuan must die. Not to mention that he would threaten himself. Even if he begged for mercy, Yuan would not let him go. Go die, 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 Yuan shouted loudly, and rushed over, slammed his head into Yuan, then stepped on the wall of origin. His hands flew up and down, with terrifying fists and sharp claws. He even pulled a large piece of terrifying bone armor from his body, launched a stormy attack, and vented all the violence on Yuan. Soon, Yuan lost the slightest sound, and even Roar's breathing finally subsided. His body was beaten by Yuan, his head was blown off countless times, and his heart was blown a few times. 100 times. In the end, even the godhead of Yuan came out and was rudely smashed by Yuan, which represented the complete annihilation of Yuan. In fact, there is a pantheon behind the wall of origin, which contains the gods who have died. They will wait here for the universe to restart, and some gods will return after the next restart of the universe. That is to say, a god with a divine personality is immortal, and even if he is considered dead in this world, he will eventually return here, and then wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. But now Yuan has even been blown up, and his soul has been dragged into his hell dimension by Yuan, and there will naturally be Yuan's horrific demons to punish. If Yuan is willing, the souls who were thrown into hell by him will endure the pain and torment for eternity and eternity. In the end, Yuan took Yuan's broken godhead and transformed back into the Superman attitude, while reshaping this powerful godhead, and came to the frightened Alice. Alice looked at Yuan and asked worriedly, "Will your bone armor grow by itself?" Was this what she was worried about? Your family, Yuan, beat Yuan until his soul collapsed, and even his godhead was destroyed, but you are worried that his bone armor will grow back? Is it a bone armor problem? Now that Alice has seen all Yuan's memories, she definitely knows that Yuan can become a Doomsday posture, and even reach a cosmic file size when it is the largest. She is not that kind of weak girl, she is also a general herself, so she was definitely not frightened by Yuan. Yuan was even more happy to embrace Alice and integrate the godhead into her. Although the power of belief is not very good, the godhead is originally good. And this is the origin of the power of Yuan. Then help you master more power of origin, and then you will be the real goddess of origin. Yuan's divine power and divine personality is not simple, it is directly linked to the power of origin, and it is good to give it to Alice. Yuan died, an existence that could have threatened the multi-universe, but the appearance of the godhead alone was enough to make a multi-universe face collapse, and died so easily. No way, he was facing Yuan. No matter how powerful Yuan is, in front of an almighty universe-level supreme being, it is really not enough to see. He only had time to make one attack, actually, twice. The first time he opened his eyes, and even the sound of light was enough to cause the wall of origin to vibrate, which is evident. Yuan is strong enough. But Lu Yuan was even stronger, not only tore off Yuka-Kan's arm, but also blew him up with a deadly attack, even shattering his godhead. But Lu Yuan's attack still caused some irreparable damage to the Wall of Origin. A huge black hole like a bottomless abyss appeared where Yuka-Kan was originally attached. Suddenly, a huge amount of eyes appeared from inside, and looked towards the outside world. A terrifying chi burst out. Lu Yuan felt it, turned around and looked into that eye, and instantly knew her origin and identity. Papichua, also called Papichua. If the United States and comics are divided into periods, then the Silver Period is undoubtedly the earliest and most glorious era. Superman is not only the first superhero, but also born in the Silver Age of American comics. Then the United States ushered in the most glorious Golden Age. But that has already been called the Ancient Period. Afterwards, with the further improvement of Momen, and the creation of more and more powerful characters, as well as the birth of more and more interesting stories, Momen entered the modern era step by step. What many people know is already a modern story. But only Popichua, she is a super god born in the modern era. She is both the goddess of creation in modern times, and the goddess of creation of the new 52 multi-universe, that is, the creator. At the same time, she is also the most terrifying existence in the world of modern DC comics. She is also called the goddess of darkness. She intends to use the entire multi-universe as a weapon, and even use humans and countless civilized races as experimental products. Including the modern metal event, it was finally confirmed that the last big boss was her, and even the Wall of Origin was built to seal the goddess of creation. Although she was born in the 6th dimension, she has surpassed the 6th dimension in the end. Papichua, once she is freed from the seal of the Wall of Origin, will definitely bring disaster and threat to the entire multi-universe. Lu Yuan came to her, looked inside through the hole, and looked into Papichua's eye. Suddenly, Lu Yuan spoke, "If you dare to come out, I will kill you. If you don't believe me, try it." Popichua may not have fully woken up yet, just looking at Lu Yuan like that. After a while, just when Lu Yuan was impatient, he was about to raise his hand. She slowly closed her eyes. Lu Yuan snorted softly, still raised his hand and wiped it across the Wall of Origin. The hole in the Wall of Origin was repaired by him in an instant. But Lu Yuan also knew that with Papichua awake, it was unrealistic to continue to seal her here firmly. Including the 7 mysterious powers may also have the effect of sealing, but now, all the 7 mysterious powers have been obtained by Lu Yuan. And almost all origin powers. Coupled with the destruction of Yuka-Kan, the god of origin, the Wall of Origin has reached its weakest period in history. Maybe Papichua could break free at any moment. But Lu Yuan is definitely not threatening. If Papichua really dares to come out, he will do what he says and completely destroy this goddess of creation. He didn't care whether Papichua was pitiful or not. Dare to threaten the entire multi-universe, and so many planets, be damned. What's more, even without Lu Yuan, she would not be able to succeed. Don't forget that there is also DC God. After repairing the Wall of Origin, Lu Yuan returned to Alice. Alice has integrated the godhead of the god of origin, because Lu Yuan has remodeled it, and there is no chi of Yujiakan on it, which is very smooth. Alice still looked at the Wall of Origin with some fear, and spit out, "Lu Yuan, why does the horror I feel get bigger and bigger as I get stronger and stronger?" She didn't feel anything before, and she was even a little complacent. She always felt that as long as the Kryptonians became Superman, it was not impossible for them to become gods. But after she became a god, why did she see the more and more terrifying truth? The one sealed at the back, shouldn't it be the goddess of creation? Alice has become a god, which is equivalent to a multi-universe existence, which allows her super-universe consciousness to begin to come into contact with some truth. For example, the real body of the dark goddess of creation. Lu Yuan didn't hide it, and nodded to confirm her guess. It's her, but it's impossible for her to figure it out in a short time. In fact, you don't have to worry, you're just a goddess of creation. Your sisters don't do it now. Are you overdoing it too? When you have time to participate in it later, you will also be the goddess of creation. Is the goddess of creation strange? Sorry, as long as Ancient One and the others complete the creation of the almighty universe, they will also become goddesses of creation. Then Alice can too. In the end, Papichua was only born in the 6th dimension. She just got a little power that allowed her to create a multi-universe. But what about other than that? The gap between Papichua and Lu Yuan, the supreme beings, is still too great. So Lu Yuan didn't take it to heart at all. Well, let me take you to Earth. I even opened a bar there, specializing in listening to other people's stories. Lu Yuan began to show off. When it came to the story bar, he hadn't been back for a long time recently. Oops, when I left, I told those agents to stay in the store and don't go out. If they haven't come back for so long, shouldn't they be stinky? Blank, 9550. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered, he forgot one thing. At that time he had to accept Constantine's help to solve the intrigue of the Devil's Son. However, in order to prevent the clerks from being targeted by demons, he told the clerks not to leave the store because he had set up many magic circles in the bar. But then various things happened one after another, and Lu Yuan never had time to go back, and he didn't know if those people starved to death. After all, it was a bar, and there were no snacks or fast food. It was just a place where Lu Yuan had nothing to do. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan quickly picked up Alice with the princess hug, and hurried to the direction of the Earth. As a result, in a hurry, he also ran into the wrong universe and entered a parallel universe. In that universe, for various reasons, it seems that Lu Yuan also discovered the existence of Rui Ou. I don't have time now, let's deal with it later. Come. Earth, Gotham City, a bar in the middle of nowhere. This is Lu Yuan's story bar. It's been a while since he left with Constantine. But when Lu Yuan showed up at the door with Alice in his arms, he found that not only did the bar not close, but the business was booming. How is this going? At Alice's gesture, Lu Yuan had to put her down, and the two walked in one after the other. It was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. Normally, it should be when the bar is busy, but Lu Yuan knew very well that he had neither a dance floor nor a DJ here, nor that kind of unique mood and theme. It stands to reason that there should not be too many guests. But as soon as he entered the door, he found that not only the tables on the left and right sides of the door were full of people, but even the bar was full of people. What happened? The bar was full of people, and the waiters and the 2 bartenders at the bar were too busy. It's really too busy, because there were only 4 waiters now, and now there are 6, and they are running back and forth all over the room. The reason is that in addition to the customers at the bar who can pay directly, the waiter not only needs to serve the wine to the customers, but also be responsible for collecting the bills. 610. 2 guests, there are no seats left now, can you wait for a while? At this time, a new waiter took the initiative to greet Lu Yuan and Alice. She obviously didn't know Lu Yuan, otherwise she wouldn't think they were guests. It was her voice that caught the attention of others. Susan came over and said to the newcomer, "That's not our guest, but the boss. Are you willing to come back?" Alice next to her immediately squinted at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly explained, "This is the waiter in the store, and it has nothing to do with me." Alice snorted with satisfaction, "I don't dare to forgive you." Lu Yuan wiped his forehead. Ancient One and the others didn't think they were so strict, but Alice was now acting like a wife. But actually Alice is the last person to come in now, right? I always think you're thinking of something very rude. Alice's intuition is very keen. After all, she and Lu Yuan are so familiar with each other. She is still a childhood sweetheart or a happy enemy. She fought fiercely back then, so she noticed something. Lu Yuan responded with a smile, "How come? By the way, I'm still very lively here, right?" Susan didn't know Alice, so she didn't speak for a while. At this time, she finally couldn't help it. "It has nothing to do with the boss, right? Since we stopped pursuing stories to drink, the number of customers naturally began to increase." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes angrily, "Don't always find fault with me, do you still want to be paid?" Susan turned her head and left, thinking that it wasn't you who paid us wages, otherwise everyone would have starved to death. Not only was Sushan full of resentment, but when the other people saw that Lu Yuan finally remembered coming back, they also showed their eyes full of resentment. The foreman even took out the phone in person. "Boss, he's finally back." "What? Report? Did he just come back? Let me find out where he went." At this time, Lu Yuan had already brought Alice over. The foreman was more straightforward, handed the phone directly to Lu Yuan, and said, "Our boss asked you where you went before. B+2+B. Lu Yuan was also very straightforward. He picked up the phone and said, "I went for a walk outside the Milky Way. Do you want to go? Shall I take you to Mars?" Ron Rongs hung up the phone directly. This bastard really knew his identity a long time ago. "Come on, hurt each other. Who is afraid of who?" Lu Yuan put on the posture that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. "No, you can't scold yourself." Taking Alice directly to the bar, Lu Yuan took a bottle of wine from the side, the degree was not very high, and then got some ice cubes and other bartending things, and simply made a cocktail for Alice. The 2 bartender agents were a little stunned. However, Lu Yuan disagreed, really thought that the super learning ability and super cosmic consciousness were given for nothing? Just watching them play a few hands will do it, it's just that there are no guests who need to be entertained by Lu Yuan himself. The 2 of them sat at the bar without anyone else, pulling the chairs and sitting there chatting. The guests in front of the bar were a little curious, and some familiar guests still sounded, "Who are these 2? It must be strange, usually you don't enter the bar, right?" The foreman said helplessly, "Our boss, he just left for a while." Only then did the other guests know that Lu Yuan was the boss here. Alice looked at everything around her with curious eyes, "So this is the Earth, right?" Alice already knew the true origin of Lu Yuan. Since Lu Yuan dared to let Ancient One and the others know, she was not afraid that Alice would also know. Alice didn't take a hit because she was a character in a story. After all, she already knew the existence of the Marvel Universe, and Lu Yuan's omnipotent universe even existed beyond the DC Universe and the Marvel Universe. If I had to say it, wouldn't it be even more shocking to Lu Yuan's current strength? Ah, is this a piano? Suddenly, Alice's eyes lit up at a piano on the side of the bar. The style of the bar is like this. The bar is facing the main entrance, with rows of tables and chairs on the left and right sides. Then, on the side of the bar, this side is the direction to the toilet at the back door, and there is an empty space on the other side. Zhang almost dusted the piano. Fortunately, the waiters were not particularly lazy, otherwise it would have been dusty. Alice rushed out of the bar excitedly, seeming to be very interested in Earth's musical instruments. By the way, in fact, Lu Yuan said it before, right? In addition to being a general, Alice has many talents and hobbies. Not only has she learned the languages and cultures of several planetary civilizations, but she is also an excellent musician and singer, as well as a scientist and historian on Krypton. And even materialists and geographers. To tell the truth, this girl has met Lu Yuan, otherwise it should have been her era. Lu Yuan is definitely not bad. Back then, he brought his original memory to get the second reincarnation on Krypton, and he has more than 10 or 20 years of experience than Alice since he was a child. It's just that Lu Yuan initially wanted to be a scientist and wanted to build his own artificial sun. So at first he was hit hard by Alice. But later Lu Yuan came from behind and overtook Alice, which also aroused Alice's competitiveness. Only then did the two of you begin to fight with each other, and in the process of fighting with each other, they finally came together from happy friends. Their story is actually very exciting. Maybe there is time to use it as a sideshow, or to restart it and write it. But now, Alice came to the piano with a hint of curiosity, raised her delicate hands and dropped it, immediately bringing a sound of nature. Some people say that music knows no borders. It is also said that music is partly racial. Indeed, music is good, and it must be good music too. Alice is really versatile. Even if she was just getting into the piano, she immediately grasped the uniqueness of this instrument, and then arranged a Kryptonian tune, which made the guests in the bar fascinated. Don't come for a song. Alice turned around after finishing the song, and invited Lu Yuan with a playful smile. Lu Yuan shrugged. Alice just continued to tilt her head to look at him. All right. Lu Yuan had no choice but to stand up, jumped lightly from the bar, and walked to Alice's side. When he came back, Lu Yuan had already put on ordinary clothes for the two of them, otherwise they would have become everyone's attention. Although now they are also the focus. Needless to say, Lu Yuan is still a classic dress in a white suit, mainly because it is so simple and convenient. Alice, on the other hand, was wearing a pure white dress, probably matching Lu Yuan's style on purpose. The two sat side by side on the bench specially used for the piano, and at first glance they looked like a golden boy and a beautiful girl. Play your favorite song, Lu Yuan asked Alice. The latter smiled and nodded. Then Lu Yuan started first, raising his left hand and pressing 3 keys first. Next to Alice, she also put her hands on the piano keys and jumped quickly. It turns out that the two of them want to collaborate on a song. Often, Lu Yuan's key presses are long and long notes, while Alice's side is a brisk tune. Originally because the two were playing together on the same piano, this mess would ruin the tune. What makes people strange is that the two cooperated tacitly, and a beautiful song was slowly passed to every corner of the bar. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, immersed in the wonderful world of music, unable to extricate themselves. Alice couldn't help but sing a few lyrics in Kryptonian language. It was a story about love. As they are now, two musicians met by chance, and then they got to know each other from a piece of music, and then fell in love. But later the male musicians knew that the woman came from a big family and was responsible for the mission of marriage. In order to be eligible to marry the girl he loves, the man had to give up his favorite music to go to the battlefield, and eventually became a great general of Krypton. But when the general came back, he learned that the girl had died, not because of some bloody plot, because the man quickly made his name in the army, and the family already wanted to betroth the girl to a man. But the girl died because of a virus. This piece was found by Lu Yuan and given to Alice, because this piece was the last piece that the man composed as a gift for the girl when she was buried. The girl is from the L family, and the man is a certain generation of Zid generals, rather he is the first generation of Zid generals. Well, in the end, it's still dog blood. In fact, the Zid family and the L family are hostile in many stories, but they are not the kind that have to separate the life and death. More often, there will be a very strange relationship between the descendants of the same generation. For example, the relationship between this generation's Darkseid and Joel is inextricably linked. They are both opponents and friends, and they have similar concepts. They both want to change the ending of Krypton's destruction, but in the end they still go to opposition. Path of Darkseid's son also replaced Clark as Superman at one point, and his daughter nearly married Clark. Especially in the latest TV series Krypton, Darkseid also became the child of Segel and Letazid. Letazord, needless to say, Segel is Joel's father and Clark's grandfather, so Darkseid became Joel's half-brother. These two families may be more complicated and bloody than many people imagine, but this song is really beautiful, and at the same time it is full of the love and sentimentality of the first-generation General Zid towards the girl of the L family, as well as boundless regrets. Alice fell in love after hearing it for the first time, because she was exactly the same as Lu Yuan. They had never been like this before, they loved each other but couldn't be together. But today, they finally broke all barriers. Suddenly, the two looked at each other tacitly, and couldn't help but lightly leaned on each other's foreheads and smiled with relief. After the song was finished, the room was silent for a long time. Then suddenly there was applause, and the whole room exploded. One more song, the guests shouted. Even a few waiters also roared. Lu Yuan stood up, coughed lightly and said, "You have to pay." Everyone was stunned. If such a beautiful tune encounters such cliché money, it is too vulgar, right? He heard Lu Yuan continue, "I only accept stories." "It's here again," the waiters said sadly. They managed to manage the business with great difficulty, and they were afraid that the boss would do this again. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Are you really addicted to opening a store? Don't think about what you are here for." Besides, he opened the store just to hear stories. Some customers don't know what it means. After hearing that the purpose of Lu Yuan's store is to collect some interesting stories, they can't help but feel curious and interesting. Any story is okay. Suddenly, a beautiful and outrageous woman sat at the bar and looked sideways at Lu Yuan. She is wearing a decent dress, with a beautiful figure and perfect facial features. To be honest, she is more like a female star walking on the red carpet, and should not be sitting here. Susan then approached Lu Yuan and Alice and whispered, "Actually, our store's business has only recently started to boom, and a large part of the reason is because of her. Most people come because of her." Oh. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, indicating that he knew. Then he stood up and walked over, putting one hand on the bar next to him, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, and said with a playful expression, "As long as it's not your love story, it's fine." When there was a tune that didn't fit the piano's style somehow from the piano behind. The woman in front of her covered her mouth and snickered. "Someone is jealous." Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and looked back at Alice. Alice snorted lightly, raised her delicate hands and started to quickly jump on the piano keys, and a wild bee danced directly at her fingertips. Lu Yuan couldn't help digging his ears. She was definitely doing it on purpose, warning herself. With a sigh, Lu Yuan had no choice but to go around the bar, pour a glass of wine for the beautiful woman in front of him, and signal to the guests around him, "Please let me go. Hey, do you do this business?" A few guys who finally got a chance to get close to the beautiful woman stand up and have a seizure. Lu Yuan directly took out a large piece of gold brick and slapped it on the bar. "Get out." Lu Yuan didn't open this bar to make money from the beginning, and he was not short of money. It goes without saying how Lu Yuan's strength is, just the ability he got from number 2, a treasure called King's Treasure, a noble phantasm belonging to Gilgamesh, has all the treasures known as pan-human history. In short, as long as it is the property and treasure that has existed in human history, the prototype can be found in the treasure of the king. Lu Yuan is definitely not Gilgamesh, but this is what number 2 got from his system, there is no doubt in terms of function. So Lu Yuan started to bombard people directly. "Okay everyone, the store is going to close, what should I do?" The guests were amazed that no one would do this kind of business. The people who were still immersed in the cooperation between Lu Yuan and Alice the next second complained one after another. 627. But most of the guests left obediently, and a small number of people who didn't cooperate were also taken out by Lu Yuan with the hypnotic ability. The bar was cleared in an instant. Lu Yuan looked at the helpless agents and reminded angrily, "What? Are you short of money? Forgot the purpose of our bar? What I want here is stories, not money. If I want to make money, I will rob a bank." "Okay. Hey," the foreman shouted, "they are official agents after all. This boss, could you please respect me?" He actually said in front of them that he was going to rob? Also too arrogant. But it's the truth. If Lu Yuan wants money, he can do anything more than open a bar to make money. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman facing each other again. "Okay, please start your story." Lu Yuan made a gesture of please, and said, "For your story, I cleared everyone out, don't let me down." The beautiful woman in front of her just pursed her lips and looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. After thinking about it, she said, "Let me tell you a story about Olympus. Myth? It's better if I haven't heard of it before." Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation. But the premise is that he has not heard of it. The beauty smiled again, and began to talk indifferently. In fact, Lu Yuan already knew her origin and true identity when he saw the beauty at first glance, and knew who she was even more. She is the princess of the Amazons, from Paradise Island. Her name is Diana Prince. She is the daughter of the Amazon queen Hippolyta and Zeus, and she is also a hybrid descendant of the Greek gods of Olympus. She is Wonder Woman. That's right, it was WW who was sitting in front of Lu Yuan. Is Wonder Woman after Joker and Batman? In fact, Diana has been here a lot recently. She should have talked to Lu Yuan long ago. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan followed Constantine and left for other reasons after solving the Son of Devil incident, and didn't come back until today. It can also be seen how persistent Diana is. She has been coming to the bar to guard these days, and because of this, she has brought many guests to the bar. Almost most of the guests came to her. Lu Yuan was distracted, but it didn't prevent him from listening to Diana's story. Diana at the moment is telling the origin story of the Amazons. Ares, the god of war, as one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, is also the son of Zeus, although it is also said to be the brother of Zeus, but most of them are mainly children of Zeus and Hera, with a powerful the power of. But many people have misunderstood one thing. In fact, Ares is the god of war rather than the god of war. The difference in name also leads to a huge difference in understanding. That is to say, Ares draws powerful strength from the war. As long as the human beings who believe in them have a large-scale war, Ares can constantly strengthen. On the contrary, once the war has subsided, Ares will be extremely weak. Therefore, Ares was active in almost all the major war events in the history of the Earth. Unless it's a war with aliens, such as the invasion from Apocalypse and Steppenwolf in ancient times on Earth. In order to stop Ares, the Greek gods of Olympus created the Amazons, and the task of the Amazons is to bring peace and truth to the world and to mankind, and to stop Ares's ambitions and conspiracies, Diana said. At the end, grab a glass of wine in front of the bar and drink it down. Finished. Lu Yuan spread his hands, saying that's it? Diana asked back, isn't my story okay? I didn't tell the story that must have happened to me. You just said you wanted to hear the story, didn't you? Very cunning, Wonder Woman 0. Lu Yuan smiled, okay. Give her a free bill. Lu Yuan waved his hand, happily freeing Diana's consumption, and said, today she can drink as much as she wants. But next time I don't want to hear this kind of story again. Already. After listening for a long time, only knowing the origin of the Amazons, Lu Yuan felt that he had been deceived. Wait a minute, Diana hurriedly stopped Lu Yuan, who was about to leave, and said, since I told my story, shouldn't you also tell a story about you? For example, the story of your Krypton, and the General Zid's place. I am General Zid. Alice heard this and came over, but she clearly misunderstood. When Druzid and his party came to Earth for the first time, there was a great sensation, and it was the first time that Earthlings knew about the existence of aliens. So Diana definitely already knew the name of Krypton, and also knew that Lu Yuan was one of the aliens. It's just that Diana didn't know that General Zid was a surname, which was more similar to an inheritance. There was a General Zid in the Zid family in all dynasties. This was their family's tradition. So Alice is also General Zid. I knew you were plotting something wrong, and it really showed you. You want to tell me? Your story is not enough. Lu Yuan was not surprised at all. He knew that Wonder Woman Diana suddenly came to him. There must be something special purpose. In the setting of the 2.0 movie universe, Diana came to the human world with Steve during World War I. This Steve is not Captain America, but an ordinary soldier fighter. Since then, Diana has remained in human society. It seems that she cannot return to Paradise Island at will. It seems that it is protected by Zeus' divine power, but she can only go out and cannot enter. I don't know how Steve got in by chance. As a demigod, Diana has lived for many years, but she has always been young. At the same time, while Diana is hiding in human society and playing an ordinary person, she is also acting as a Wonder Woman, but few people know it. And the purpose of her coming to Lu Yuan today is very simple. To put it bluntly, she wants to test whether Lu Yuan is an enemy or a friend. Tell me where you stand. Diana was obviously prepared. She heard about the theme of this bar, so she told a painless story first, and used this as an opportunity to test Lu Yuan's position. Lu Yuan said, want to know my position? Then you have to say yours first, and then I will tell you mine. Except for Diana, who was a little surprised, others were fainted by Lu Yuan. Her other identity is very secret, almost no one knows. But Lu Yuan acted as if he knew something, and was even very proud. Lu Yuanxin said that he wanted to fool the past so easily? How is this possible? Lu Yuan supported the bar with his chin in his left hand, and beckoned Roar Alice to come over with his right. Alice rolled her eyes angrily, but did not withdraw her hand, and asked Diana next to Lu Yuan what was going on with her eyes. Lu Yuan said slowly again, why don't you tell me a story from 1984, and I'll tell you my position. What? Diana stood up in shock and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. How do you know what happened in 1984? I don't know. 06, Lu Yuan denied immediately. It's precisely because I don't know, that's why I have to ask you. Wonder Woman 1984 was released recently, and even Lu Yuan hadn't seen it before. It was already a story, movie, after his time traveled. So Lu Yuan showed great interest and asked Diana, what happened in 1984? Diana looked around and found that all the clerks looked over and were full of curiosity. Even the foreman is ready to record the conversation between the two below. 1984? The background of the current era is 2013, after all, it is the timeline of Man of Steel, and Louise Lois's camera once revealed the time. According to the setting that Clark came to Earth for 33 years, if Clark was 33 years old, he came to Earth in 1980. Clark in 1984 was a 4-year-old, including Batman Bruce. Bruce's parents were killed in the second year of Clark's arrival on Earth, when Bruce was about 8 years old, and in 1984 Bruce was at most about 12 years old. What happened that year? Diana in front of her looked like a girl in her 20s. She might not have been born in 1984. But Lu Yuan kept asking about 1984? What happened again? The bar seemed a little quiet for a while, and they all looked at Diana silently to see how she would answer. Alice imitated Lu Yuan's appearance, propped her chin on the bar with her other hand, and the two of them looked at Diana sideways in the same posture. It really deserves to be a happy enemy. With this level of tacit understanding, is it not good to get married soon? By the way, they are already together. As for marriage, it is just a process. It took a long time for Diana's shock to come down. She glanced at Lu Yuan in disbelief, thought about it and asked, you know who I am? Diana, the princess of the Amazons, is from Paradise Island. In fact, the stories you told before were all closely related to you, right? Lu Yuan said Diana's identity as if he was familiar with it. Is the Amazons real? The agents were surprised. They had been listening to fairy tales before, and only then did they know that it was real? Diana shrugged, without denying it. She definitely didn't know the true identities of these shop assistants, otherwise she wouldn't be so calm. As a superhero, Diana is generally not an enemy of any official power, but she also does not want to reveal her identity. But how could she know that the shop assistants in front of her were all agents? It's not that Diana was careless, but in terms of normal people's thinking, do you think that as an alien like Lu Yuan, would he take the initiative to bring the official agent with him? How could she know how strange Lu Yuan's brain circuit was? This is not the place to talk. After thinking about it, Diana was still wary and suggested, if you absolutely want to hear the story of 1984, I can tell you it again. But you promise me, 2. That after listening to my story, you will tell me the story I want to hear. Deal. Lu Yuan agreed happily, let go of Alice's hand, and shook hands with Diana. Alice hummed softly. As a general, Alice is usually informal, but it is precisely because as a general that she is as strong as she is, and she will inevitably like to be jealous. Rather, it is precisely because as generals Alice's desire for monopoly may be even stronger. Lu Yuan was very helpless, so after coming out of the bar, he held her hand again. Alice just gave up and did not continue to attack. But others were stuffed with dog food by their show of affection. Diana even showed a sentimental expression of envy and loneliness. Speaking of 1984, Diana's heart moved, thinking of someone who could never be forgotten in this life. Maybe someone can narrate the memories of that year. It's not bad. Just like that, Lu Yuan, Alice and Diana bid farewell to the bar staff, opened the store door and walked out. Although the agents are unwilling, they want to continue to explore those secrets. But they also knew that the reason why Diana said to change place was to avoid them. They also don't make fun of themselves. No choice but to close the store. If I had known this, it would be better not to drive all the guests out. We also have something to do, Susan complained. The other 627 people looked at each other, as if that was the case. I really don't know what the boss is doing here. The other side. Lu Yuan and the others were walking on the street. In fact, the environment here is very remote. At night, there are basically no pedestrians on the street. It's not very peaceful here. If people see you two beauties beside me, they will definitely come to trouble. Lu Yuan laughed and joked, which attracted the eyes of the two beauties. But at this moment, a few people suddenly came out from the street in front. They walked towards them, and quickly surrounded the three of Lu Yuan. Hey, I finally blocked you, little beauty, a man grinned, looking at Diana with that expression on his face. Others stared at Alice closely and said, our target was originally this little beauty, but I didn't expect to find another unexpected joy today. It turned out that these few people had been eyeing Diana for a long time. They were different from others. At most, the guests in the bar only dared to take a close look at Diana's beauty. But these people are actually hiding here and planning to do something wrong? Even now staring at Alice? Lu Yuan looked down at the exquisite watch he had just conjured on his left wrist, and said without raising his head, is 5 seconds enough? Alice moved her wrist and said, 3 seconds will do. It turned out that it was not Lu Yuan who shot himself, but Alice who was going to shoot. These little gangsters are also really blind, and have absolutely no idea who they are staring at. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, Alice kicked all the gangsters down with one kick. Diana looked at Alice in surprise. She thought that the other party was just an ordinary beautiful girl, but she did not expect to have such strength. After all, she and I come from the same place. In short, they are aliens. Lu Yuan did not conceal Alice's identity, and told Diana that Alice was also a Kryptonian. Diana was even more shocked, and at the same time asked worriedly, how many Kryptonians are there on Earth? At present, there should be only 3, Lu Yuan said vaguely. Himself, Alice, and Clark. It should have been confirmed, but why is it so vague? The reason is that I don't know where the real female Superman Kayla is now, and I don't know if Clark will have children in the future. At the moment, there should only be 3 of them. Diana can only trust Lu Yuan. Next, the 3 of them continued to walk forward without paying attention to those little gangsters. It's just that Diana didn't know that when they were far away, there would naturally be a blue energy to deal with those guys. How dare you attack Alice's idea? It's no wonder that Lu Yuan would let them go. Finally, they came to a shore near the sea or an inland river. As mentioned earlier, Gotham City is closely connected to the metropolis, only separated by a sea or a river, and connected by a bridge. Those who have watched the Batman trilogy should also remember that in the last The Dark Knight Rises, there was a comprehensive description of the environment of Gotham City. At the moment they sat down on a bench by the shore, facing the sea, and fell silent for a while. It's very late now, and since this is Gotham City, I can't see many people at night with Ben. This is such a remote place. Diana chose this kind of place on purpose, since she has decided to make an exchange with Lu Yuan, to exchange her own story for the information she wants to know. She definitely wants to say in a quieter environment that she doesn't want to be caught by too many people the past that I know. Why are you interested in the story of 1984? Diana had to wonder, not to mention what Lu Yuan knew. She was even more curious why Lu Yuan mentioned 1984. Lu Yuan shrugged. He definitely wouldn't say that he was just regretting that he hadn't seen the movie and that he was interested in something called a wishing stone. The wishing stone is a kind of magical stone that claims that as long as you hold it in your hand and then make a wish to it, you can achieve what you want. But there is one thing that few people know, that is, the source of the wishing stone is not simple, but deliberately placed in the world by a guy called the God of Lies. The God of Lies, it's not a good thing to hear. So it is conceivable that the wishing stone will also take the reward accordingly when the wish is fulfilled. That is to say, although the wish can be realized, it needs to pay a price, and generally the most important thing or thing will be paid as the price, and each person can only realize the wish once. The only convenient place to say is that once you understand that this is the conspiracy of the God of Lies, and you have seen through the lies of the other party, you can voluntarily give up your wishes. But it's too hard. Lu Yuan definitely didn't have any unfulfilled wishes. He was interested in the ability to make wishes come true. He is omnipotent, but sometimes he wants to help others but fails to get the hang of it. At this time, he may be able to help people realize their wishes. What's more, this kind of ability can still deceive people, so why not do it? It's the same sentence, you tell me what I want to know, and I'll tell you what you want to know. It's a fair deal, isn't it? Lu Yuan crossed his legs and separated Alice, who was sitting between the two, showing a smug look to Diana on the other side. Now it is Diana who is begging him, not he who is begging for Diana. Alice looked at Diana and then at Lu Yuan. Anyway, she sat between the two to separate them, and she was not interested in the conversation between the two, so she simply looked at the sea in the distance, or looked into the sea with supervision of spectacles. Then she also discovered Atlantis in the underwater world, and some strange murlocs. Alice is surprised, what is that? At this time, after some hesitation, Diana finally said, then let's start with a stone. In the end, she still said it, and began to tell Lu Yuan about one thing she had experienced in 1984. The reason why I started with a stone is because Diana did come into contact with the wishing stone at one point in 1984, and she also made a wish on the wishing stone. Diana once brought Steve back to life by making a wish on the wishing stone, but she also paid the price for her power as a mixed-blood god. Diana was the daughter of Zeus and the queen of the Amazons, and a hybrid offspring of the Olympian gods. So she definitely has divine power, and even Diana once defeated the god of war Ares and became the new god of war. And she has also become the god of truth in some works, including Diana's equipment familiar to the audience. It was also created by the 12 main gods of Olympus for her. You can see how much Diana was loved. But she gradually lost her powers while resurrecting Steve. This is why Diana's performance in the movie is so weak. In fact, since Steve's resurrection, her divine power has been continuously weakened, and finally she is almost equivalent to ordinary people. Then, there was an ambitious man who got the wishing stone and made a wish to make himself the wishing stone. Everyone has only one chance to wish, and there is a price to pay. But no one thought that if you make yourself a wishing stone, you can achieve your wish at a price when you let others make a wish. Only this person, blank, 9550 thought of it. I have to say that he is very smart. He turned himself into a wishing stone, and then went to achieve his ambitions and plans one after another. In the end, the careerist also used a certain means to connect with people all over the world at the same time, so that people all over the world could make a wish together. And what careerists want is the longevity and health of all people. He almost destroyed the world and almost killed everyone. At the critical moment, it was definitely Diana, who had already understood and voluntarily gave up her wish, and regained her divine power, stood up, not only defeated her old enemy leopard girl, but also awakened the whole world. They were deceived by the god of lies, a heavy price will be paid, and the earth will perish. In the end, the 1984 incident ended smoothly. Hearing the end, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and said to Diana, You are really not suitable for storytelling. Forget it, I'll go and see it myself. In fact, Diana wasn't very good at telling stories, or she was picky. In short, Lu Yuan didn't want to hear much, and he said it roughly. Anyway, the experience is bad. Forget it, I'll go there in person. Lu Yuan made a decision. Since Diana is not suitable for storytelling, he will simply experience it himself. Go in person? Where to go? Diana looked at Lu Yuan in surprise and asked hurriedly. Lu Yuan shrugged, it's definitely going to 1984. Lu Yuan could travel freely even 100,000 years ago, and he didn't even care about changing history, let alone 30 years ago. So he opened his hand to let Alice hold his own, and then raised his hand in front of him to summon the long river of time, targeting at 1984, ready to enter at any time. But just before they were about to cross time, Diana shouted, wait a minute. She subconsciously grabbed Alice's other hand, and then only felt as if her whole body was caught in a whirlpool, and she was in a trance. When Diana opened her eyes again, she found herself in a strange place. This was Gotham City 30 years ago, and this is 1984. No. Diana was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Looking at Lu Yuan and Alice again, they have already begun to look at the surrounding scenery. The times have changed a lot, especially in recent decades. The gap between the 1980s and 2013 in the 21st century has turned upside down. Even in the 1980s in a certain country, the clothes were very retro and conservative, so soon, Lu Yuan and the others' maverick and weird dress attracted the attention of others. Lu Yuan is okay, the suits have been the same for many years. There are definitely suits now, but Alice and Diana are not only beautiful, but now they are wearing beautiful dresses, which have become the focus of people. Especially since this is Gotham City, which, even in the 1980s, is still as chaotic as the future. Otherwise, who killed Batman's parents? It really came to 1984. Diana was still in a state of shock. She had experienced this era firsthand and was definitely familiar with the style of this era. Just by looking at her surroundings, she confirmed that this was indeed the style of the 80s. But is this really possible? Traveling through time or something sounds illusory. She is a demigod from the mythical and legendary Olympian gods, especially the god King Zeus, who is her father. As a result, she thought it was illusory. In fact, it is because even the gods cannot easily reverse time, otherwise it will cause irreversible and unpredictable situations, and even threats. But this was not a problem for Lu Yuan at all. Lu Yuan, what is this? Alice's side is also full of curiosity about the surroundings. Many things are not as advanced as the future. Even TVs are picture tube TVs that have long been eliminated. Maybe even at that time, many of them were still black and white TVs, right? Actually, as early as 1954, there were already regular color TVs, but the price. Lu Yuan felt a headache. Diana was still there for a long time and couldn't recover, and Alice was like a curious baby. In order not to continue to attract the attention of the people around, Lu Yuan had to pull the two of them away one by one. There was an alley nearby, but when Lu Yuan brought them in, he teleported to another city. A few guys with ulterior motives followed, but as a result, there were still two little girls. In another city, Lu Yuan and the others came to an apartment that looked extremely luxurious. Diana showed a complicated expression, because this is where she lives now. No matter how Lu Yuan knew about it, Diana led the two of them in. Even if she met the administrator, she didn't feel guilty at all. It's just that the administrator wondered if Diana had already gone to work. It's still daytime here. After all, it has spent 30 years, and it's impossible to be the same as before. Diana had lived here before, and now she has returned from the future. She is definitely more familiar with everything here, but she was dumbfounded when she returned to the door. Where does she have the door key from 30 years ago? Let me do it, Lu Yuan volunteered, first creating a mass of metal in the palm of his hand, then mimicking it into a liquid mass, and when it fits into the keyhole, a key is matched. Crack, Lu Yuan easily opened the door. Diana glanced at Lu Yuan's means and muttered, if you become a thief, there should be no door in the world that can block you. Alice also glanced at Lu Yuan and asked strangely, this is not your character, why don't you kick it away? Stop talking nonsense, go in quickly. Lu Yuan was helpless, he would neither be a thief nor be so violent. Okay. In this way, the three came to the house where Diana lived. Diana can also be more sure that this is the place she rented in this era, and the furnishings in the home are exactly what she remembers. How did you do it? Diana had to question again, looking at Lu Yuan in disbelief. He actually took them to reverse time and travel from the future to the past? Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. Is it difficult? I don't think so. Diana doesn't know what to say anymore. This is time travel. At this time, Alice also asked Lu Yuan, what purpose do you have to come here for? Even Alice didn't know that this was Lu Yuan's temporary intention. Diana became a little worried again and warned Lu Yuan, no matter what your purpose is, you can't change history. You have to know that once you change too much history in this era, it will also cause huge amounts of change. Many things will exceed our expectations. Diana was right. Rewriting history is always serious business. It's just that Diana doesn't understand yet. For a supreme being of Lu Yuan's level, even changing history will not affect him, because every supreme being has his own history protected. The second thing is about parallel universes. Even if Lu Yuan and the others change the current history, they will only create a parallel universe with their participation and rewrite history, but the history that Diana has experienced without Lu Yuan's influence will still be preserved. Down. So Lu Yuan didn't take Diana's warning seriously at all, but told Alice his purpose. Actually, I'm very interested in the wishing stone of this era. Now, before the villain gets it, why not let's go take a look first? Before waiting for Diana's warning again, Lu Yuan continued, by the way, Diana, if I have the power to fulfill my wishes, I can help you resurrect Steve without paying any price. Facing Lu Yuan's promise, Diana immediately thought of disbelief, because she already knew that the wishing stone was the conspiracy of the god of lies, and anyone who made a wish had to pay a price. But she remained silent. What if the desire doesn't cost anything? Even Diana, when it comes to Steve's matter, will be indecisive. Or, for many readers, Diana is beautiful, why wouldn't the protagonist want to pursue Dash? In fact, the reason is very simple, it is not necessary. Lu Yuan already has his own wife, not to mention that he is still with Alice in front of him. Besides, Diana already had her heart, so Lu Yuan wouldn't do that. It seems that Natasha Romanoff and Wanda should have their own favorite people, but at least when Lu Yuan met them, they didn't have famous flowers yet. Diana is different, unless Lu Yuan went back to World War I, then he met Diana, and then personally guided Diana to human society and so on. Otherwise, Lu Yuan would not do what he thought. So Lu Yuan took the initiative to promise, Diana, as long as you help me get the wishing stone, even if you just let me hold it for a while, and let me know how the wishing stone and the principle of wish fulfillment are, I will help you truly resurrect Steve. It's not that Lu Yuan doesn't know that the wishing stone is now in a museum, but he doesn't want to get it too easily and directly, otherwise wouldn't it be too boring to come here? Now that you've come, it's okay to stay and participate in it, right? Diana was hesitation for a long time, and finally she raised her head and made the final confirmation to Lu Yuan. Are you sure it won't cause too much negative impact? Lu Yuan firmly promised, there will be no price. Alice on the side also showed a thoughtful expression. But Lu Yuan said to her, don't even think about it. I didn't say anything. Alice said she hadn't said anything yet. But Lu Yuan knew her too well, so he spoke directly about Alice's thoughts. You want to revive Krypton, right? With my current strength, I can do it easily, but it's not necessary. Kandu City and New Krypton are not good, right? It's not that I can't go a few steps forward and go back to 4 years ago, which should have happened to be the time when Krypton died. Lu Yuan can save Krypton. But is that really necessary? The survivors of Kandu City have been transferred to New Krypton, and there are still 100,000 subordinates from 100,000 years ago. Lu Yuan is already satisfied with this. There's no need to do anything else, the Kryptonian thing can stop there. Alice pouted, obviously dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's attitude. But she didn't say anything in the end, respecting and willing to support Lu Yuan's choice and decision. This is Alice. She and Lu Yuan were tit-for-tat opponents at first, and later became childhood sweethearts who grew up together, and then she became Lu Yuan's most handy and most trusted assistant and adjutant, and even now a lover. Their trust and tacit understanding goes without saying. How about Diana? What's your decision? Lu Yuan asked Diana's thoughts and decisions again. Diana thought, and in the end she gritted her teeth and decided to be selfish once. If you want to deceive me or threaten the Earth, I will never let you go, and I will stop you. Lu Yuan spread his hands. You can use the mantra lasso to see if I'm telling the truth. Diana looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Does he even know the mantra? Even know the ability of the lasso of mantra? But it is a pity that Diana not only did not bring her own equipment when she came out, she was even brought by Lu Yuan in 1984. Don't forget that this is your home. Your equipment is definitely in your home, isn't it? Lu Yuan reminded Diana. Wasn't this her home in 1984? Diana's eyes lit up, hurriedly walked to the familiar room, and really found her own equipment at this time. A pair of metal wrist guards, which are her guardian silver bracelets. On Paradise Island, the Amazons wear silver bracelets to remember the shame of their ancestors being enslaved by Hercules. However, only Diana's silver bracelet has divine power. Her guardian silver bracelet was made by Hephaestus, the skilled craftsman among the gods. It can protect Diana from being approached by bows, arrows, and bullets, and when the silver bracelets on the two wrists collide, it can release the patroness. In addition to this, Diana also held a round shield and a long sword. This equipment was used in the BVS Armageddon and in the Doomsday War. Her round shield is made of the mysterious metal of Paradise Island. The edge of the shield is extremely sharp, which is often used by Diana to cut and chop, and she has also been blessed by the gods of the Greek gods. That sword was simply called the Sword of Vulcan. It was also made by Hephaestus, the god of fire. It was a sharp sword capable of slashing at the subatomic level. It even claimed that Superman's steel body could hurt. Finally, there is a golden rope hanging from Diana's waist loop, where the belt is used. That was the lasso of mantra, one of Diana's most important artifacts. The lasso of mantra is naturally made by Hephaestus, the god of fire, rather than almost all equipment made by him. Hephaesto, the god of fire, is the master craftsman of Olympus. The noose of mantra is considered unbreakable, and those trapped by the noose can only tell the truth. At the same time, this lasso is also Diana's weakness. Once trapped by the lasso, even Diana will be weak and lose her power. Moreover, in order to keep her mind clear, Diana kept the mantra lasso at her side at all times, so that she could face the objective and real rational world. Now, she took out the mantra lasso and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan decisively wrapped one end around his left wrist, then nodded to Diana. You can ask. Diana took a deep breath, and the first question she asked was, your Kryptonian attitude toward the Earth is friend or foe? Will you threaten the Earth? I didn't expect that this was the first thing she asked. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said without hesitation, the Kryptonians have found a new Kryptonian, and the number and strength of the Kryptonians far exceed your imagination. If the Kryptonians want to conquer the Earth, one day, no, 10 minutes. Inside is enough to wipe out everyone on Earth, including you Amazons and Atlanteans, as well as the so-called Greek gods, Norse gods, and other ancient gods. But there's no need for that. Because I can build what we need, and the galaxy that fits us. Diana was shocked. She may have been uneasy about the Kryptonians from the beginning, and she came to test Lu Yuan directly. But she never thought that the situation might be far beyond her imagination. The only thing that is gratifying is that Lu Yuan did not intend to let the Kryptonians and the Earthlings go to war. At the moment, Lu Yuan took the initiative to put a noose of truth on himself. He took the initiative to be honest with Diana, because they didn't make sense, and there was no need to be hostile. It is well known that Wonder Woman is a superhero. Even if Lu Yuan does not plan to join the Justice League, there is no need to conflict with her. So Lu Yuan began to face Diana's inquiry. Who are you? Why do you stay on Earth all the time? What is your purpose? Diana was not polite, and continued to throw a series of questions. Lu Yuan said, really, don't always ask people who are such general questions, okay? In fact, Lu Yuan can ignore the role of the mantra lasso. After all, this is just an artifact created by the so-called Greek gods, but in the eyes of the Supreme Being, these so-called gods are just as ordinary as mortals. But Lu Yuan didn't do that 6-2-7, but deliberately cooperated with the truth of the mantra lasso, and said truthfully, okay, I am a Kryptonian, my name is Lu Yuaner, and I used to be a Krypton star 100,000 years ago, the Supreme Commander of. The curious baby behind you, Alice said, who is curious about everything, is my deputy and my girlfriend, and we will get married and have several children. Alice blushed and spat, how many more do you want? 100,000 years ago. Diana couldn't help but let out roar. She had never heard of this alien from 100,000 years ago. Lu Yuan shrugged and continued, as for why I stay on Earth, the first reason is that there is nothing to do right now. We Krypton have a vengeance to avenge, but it is not practical yet. Please rest assured that Krypton will not attack Earth. In fact, we are going to attack the new gods. Plus my descendant Carol also lives on Earth, so I will find entertainment on Earth. As for my purpose, isn't it obvious? It's just to open a bar and listen to stories. In terms of my strength, apart from some stories I like, there's really nothing worth caring about on Earth. Lu Yuanzi answered all of them, and he was finally willing to respond directly to Diana's questions. It's just that the more he said, the more frightened Diana became. Especially when Diana learned that the number of real Kryptonians far exceeded her imagination, and that Lu Yuan had at least 100,000 elite soldiers and about 500,000 ordinary soldiers. Especially when Kryptonians can be transformed into Superman, every professional fighter has the strength close to Diana. Diana finally believed that the Kryptonians were not hostile to Earth. Otherwise, this force can really push the Earth flat. In fact, if you don't consider the divine weapon in Diana's hand, each of the 100,000 warriors 100,000 years ago had more power than Diana. The Kryptonians 100,000 years ago did not even have an upper limit on their abilities. Later, Kryptonians killed themselves, leaving a fatal loophole in the genes of Kryptonians. Then what you said was true. You said that Steve could be resurrected without any side effects and costs. Diana finally asked the question she was most concerned about. The front is the responsibility of being a superhero, but now is her personal concern. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, finally here. He immediately agreed. Actually for me, resurrecting Steve couldn't be easier. As far as the resurrection of life is concerned, it is not too simple for Lu Yuan. For example, the power of the white lamp representing the emotional spectrum of life can resurrect Steve. Even the power of the Omega effect can also be used. For example, the Omega rays released by Darkseid are not pure high-temperature or destructive rays, but contain the power of the Omega effect, which can completely obliterate the existence of the opponent. It can be resurrected. As Lu Yuan also got the power of the Omega effect, including Lu Yuan's heat ray also added the power of the Omega effect. In other words, Lu Yuan can now not only change the direction of his heat ray at will, but also penetrate the distance of the multi-universe, and even send the target to a different space and so on. He still has too many ways, such as creating life, and even finding Steve's soul to create a new body for him himself. Regardless of whether Steve has entered the heaven dimension or fallen into the hell dimension, as long as Lu Yuan is willing, whether it is Lucifer or Michael or which version of God, he has to give him face. The premise is that Lu Yuan is willing. So definitely no problem. But the premise is that in addition to the wishing stone, I also want a good story. I am not here just for the wishing stone. Since it is rare to come to this era, let's enjoy this era. Lu Yuan looked towards Alice Zero. They definitely didn't just come for the wishing stone, otherwise Lu Yuan would have gotten the wishing stone. In fact, Lu Yuan owed Alice, and wanted to make up for the 100,000-year vacancy that the two had missed. At least for Lu Yuan, he lost the 100,000 years, and he really hoped that he could find a chance to make up for the vacancy between him and Alice. Alice was also moved, and smiled at Lu Yuan. The tacit understanding between the two was silent. This is not just for the wishing stone, they also seem to be traveling. This will be their date trip. It would be even more perfect if there was another guide who could also participate in a story. Diana raised her hand and patted her forehead, looking like she had a headache. Was her original experience, and what happened to her, taken as a story by others? But in the end, when she retracted the mantra news, she said, deal. She still chose to compromise and submit. There's no way to refuse, right? Even now she was brought back to 1984 by Lu Yuan, and in the end, Lu Yuan could only take her back to modern times. And Steve. On the premise that Lu Yuan will not threaten the Earth, Diana obviously has no reason to be hostile to Lu Yuan. But just the moment they negotiated a cooperation agreement, an uninvited guest broke in. Rather, 2.0 is actually the owner of this room. Diana in 1984, at the moment just returned from get off work, she opened the door as usual. She was about to bow her head to change her slippers, she suddenly froze, and then slowly raised her head. Suddenly, there were 3 strangers in the house. No, a beautiful woman standing opposite, not only wearing her equipment, but even having the exact same appearance as her. Who are you? Diana asked immediately. Lu Yuan spread his hands and looked at Diana in front of him. In order to distinguish the two, the future Diana is called Diana's future, and the Diana of this era is called Diana's past. Or maybe the future Diana is called Diana, and the Diana of 1984 is called Wonder Woman? Anyway, she has to stop her from calling someone. Suddenly, Diana from 2 eras met, which even Lu Yuan didn't expect, maybe. Anyway, when the 2 Dianas faced off, he was there to watch with relish. You did it on purpose. Alice came to Lu Yuan and sat down, also looking at such a surprising picture. She suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan had a face-to-face with herself 100,000 years ago, and couldn't help but feel amused. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's will, no one could escape his super-cosmic consciousness, and no one could get close to him easily, let alone at such a close distance. Who are you? Wonder Woman. Diana in 1984, looked at herself, Lu Yuan and Alice in shock. Diana, 2013, had to reassure herself. I know you're feeling confused right now, but trust us with no ill will. #LL#equals. Wonder Woman glanced at Diana's equipment and gestured, do you think I would believe it? Diana was embarrassed. They are one person after all, so Diana definitely has the same outfit. But because she came too quickly, Diana had no chance to wear the equipment at all. 06, so this is indeed the equipment of the Wonder Woman of this world. Diana had to take it off and return it to herself in front of her, still explaining, maybe you don't believe it. In fact, we came from 30 years in the future. I am the future you. Diana, please believe me. It felt weird for Roar to call his name, but Diana had no choice. After Wonder Woman took over her equipment, she slowly let down her guard, because the person in front of her gave her the equipment back so easily, and she was still saying what she said while holding the noose of mantra. Reliability is high. Diana was the real Diana after all, and she definitely knew how to gain her trust. There's nothing more convenient than the mantra lasso, right? But this incident was still too unbelievable. Wonder Woman continued to look at the three of them, watching their outfits, noting the changes in their attitudes and expressions, and hesitantly asked, "What evidence do you have?" Diana thought for a while and said, "Okay. If I remember correctly, you should have come into contact with an orange-yellow gemstone recently, right? And it claims to be able to grant any wish." "That's right, that's it." Lu Yuan couldn't help interrupting the two Dianas. That was his purpose this time, and that was the wishing stone. Wonder Woman was a little surprised. She was smart enough to guess what, if the three people in front of her really came from the future, and the purpose was the wishing stone. Could that be true? Wonder Woman felt unbelievable. Could it be that the wishing stone was real? Otherwise, they don't have to fight so much, right? Diana sighed, although it's true, but Diana, that's a trick of the god of lies. When the wish is fulfilled, it will also lose our most important things, such as our divine power. And once it is taken by someone with ulterior motives, it will even threaten the whole world. Wonder Woman opened her mouth wide and said, "But I've made a wish." It turns out that Lu Yuan and the others came just right. The Wonder Woman of this era has already made a wish today, and her wish is exactly the hope that Steve will be resurrected. Could it be that Steve will really be resurrected today? Wonder Woman's eyes lit up. It seems that she doesn't care about her divine power. If she can exchange so-called divine power for Steve, she will never hesitation. However, the wishing stone will bring the threat of destruction to the world. Diana, you must give up your wish. Diana, who had already experienced it once, had to remind herself of the world. Wonder Woman lowered her head with a thoughtful expression on her face, wondering what she was thinking. "By the way, Maxwell Lauder invited me to the dance tonight. I came back to change my clothes, and then I'm leaving." Wonder Woman suddenly walked to the inner room with a guilty conscience, avoiding Lu Yuan in the living room outside them, especially herself. Diana looked at her back, knowing that she didn't take it to heart at all, and ignored her warning. Think about it too, from the World War I era, when Diana lost Steve, and now in 1984, how long has it been? Diana had been living alone. How could she not feel lonely? When she suddenly learned that Steve could be resurrected, she would never give up easily. Even Wonder Woman, before she truly sees the threat of the so-called wishing stone to the world, will she be lucky? After a while, Wonder Woman put on a white dress and reappeared in front of everyone. "I have to say that Diana is really beautiful and has prepared a lot of dresses, and she will never be rude. I think you can be trusted," Wonder Woman said. After all, Diana had spoken to her with the lasso of mantra, and she believed that the lasso of mantra would not deceive herself. So Wonder Woman didn't expel them, but said, "I'm going to the dance. As for this matter, I'll discuss it together when I get back." Then she walked away without looking back. Diana wanted to stop herself. She knew very well what Wonder Woman, that is, what she was looking forward to in this era, but in the end she was unable to speak. What do I do now? Diana could only look at Lu Yuan, and now even she was a little undecided about his hesitation. "Ask me? Then go find the wishing stone. You should remember where the 627 wishing stones are now, right? Don't worry, I'm not cruel enough to force you to give up that wish now, so I'm not in a hurry anyway, right?" Lu Yuan seems very relaxed, as if the Earth is facing a huge crisis and it has nothing to do with him. Or is it just irrelevant? Anyway, Lu Yuan wanted to get the wishing stone with his own hands now to see what magic it had. And what is the principle of granting wishes to others? "I can play Dragon Ball and Shenlong in the future," Lu Yuan said to himself in his heart, and even thought, if it's really not fun, should I get a big teapot and hide it? After all, Aladdin's lamp is not a teapot. They came from oil lamps. Otherwise, why is it called Aladdin's lamp? Does it sound good to be called the Aladdin teapot? Lu Yuan started to get excited because he thought of a lot of interesting plots, such as pretending to make a wish and teasing some little guys. If he is kind-hearted, he will make his wish come true. On the contrary, if he encounters a bad boy, then just a little punishment. But what if it's the big bad guy? Then wait and pay a heavy price. Lu Yuan, you have to show what you think." Alice quickly reminded Lu Yuan that he had to show the most evil thoughts in his heart on his face. Well, that's the kind of evil. Although there was no way to immediately convince the Wonder Woman of this world to give up the wish she had made, it didn't matter. Lu Yuan's goal was the wishing stone. So after Wonder Woman dressed up and left, Lu Yuan also acted immediately. It's just that when he left the apartment, the administrator looked at Diana with a bewildered expression. How could he think she had gone out once? A museum where Diana worked during this era. As the Princess of Amazon, how could she be reduced to this level? It's so pitiful, Lu Yuan complained. Diana didn't care either, and while leading the two of them in smoothly, she said, "After all, I also need to find a pastime, don't I? As a demigod, Diana has a very long lifespan. It seems that the Amazons originally had a longer lifespan than humans, and she has hardly changed since the First World War. Diana can even live for thousands of years without a problem. So among the three giants of the movie universe, she can be said to be the eldest sister in age. Definitely can't say that. It's already night, and almost all of the museum's staff are off work. In modern times, even the real Diana would need an access card to get in. But after all, it was 1984, not to mention that she was still Diana, so she went all the way smoothly and came to an office. There are many cultural relics placed here, which should be the place to identify the authenticity, or perhaps the place to study the age and background of those cultural relics. In short, on a messy desk, Lu Yuan immediately discovered the target's location. A crystal-clear orange-yellow crystal-like gem was placed there. Hey, true or false? Lu Yuan felt speechless. Putting such a dangerous thing on the bright side? Yes, it is dangerous. This is the real wishing stone. No matter how much it costs, or whether it is the conspiracy of the god of lies or not, it does have the ability to make wishes come true. If someone picks up a rock, they say, jokingly, "I want to destroy the world." What to do then? Is it possible to make such a dangerous wish just because you think it is fake? Let the world usher in the end with a casual sentence. As a result, the world is really destroyed like this, and Earthkhan will be very troubled, right? While thinking about the mess, Lu Yuan came closer and raised his hand to pick up the crystal. Diana had already experienced it once, and naturally knew that the crystal did have divine power. But Alice was amazed. Can such a small stone really make a wish come true? It is a pity and sadness that the Kryptonians did not become gods. So Alice doesn't understand that when divine power reaches a certain level, even the universe can create or even destroy a universe. Definitely, Alice has obtained the godhead of the god of origin, and she will know more about the power of God in the future. Including making her a creator goddess of creation is not a problem. Lu Yuan is also looking at the wishing stone in his hand. He is observing the divine power in the wishing stone and the principle of the wishing stone. After a while, Lu Yuan seemed to have a clear understanding. His eyes turned pure gold for a while, exuding a mysterious sacred brilliance, and then turned purple again, as if everything in the world could see through. Those are the eyes of the ancients, just look at it. Can control everything. In the end, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. In his super-cosmic consciousness, he has completed the analysis and understanding of the wishing stone. Now, he already knows what the power of wishing for people is. It turned out to be so. It turned out to be so simple. Lu Yuan showed a smug expression. In fact, the principle is not difficult. Do you already know what's going on? Then destroy it. Diana showed an eager expression. She knew that someone would conspire against this stone next, and even cause a series of crises, and she wanted to chop it up immediately. But Lu Yuan shook his head. Don't forget what I said before, since it's already here, it's better to stay and watch a good show. By the way, that ambition has already come. Let's see how ugly his ambition is. Bar. Lu Yuan suddenly became interested in how much one person's greed was and how much everyone's greed could reach. So he rejected Diana's suggestion to destroy the wishing stone, and instead opened the mirror world and locked Diana and Alice, including himself. 3 people hiding in the mirror world can observe the world without being noticed by anyone. It can be said to be the best way to peep. Diana was secretly worried that if Lu Yuan did something bad in this way, almost no one would be able to guard against it. Lu Yuan suddenly said without turning his head, "I'm not that bad yet, don't worry." Alice also assured Diana, "Don't worry, I will watch him. If he dares to watch other people take a bath or something, I will stab him in the eye." So cruel. Diana was a little embarrassed, and caused a dispute between the two. At this moment, the door of the museum suddenly opened, and 2 footsteps came from far and near. It's so late, why is anyone here? The next moment, the door of this room was pushed open, and a well-dressed woman and a man in a suit broke in. It's Barbara, why is she with Maxwell Lauder? Diana looked at the man and woman in surprise. Barbara Minerva, who is now an employee of the museum, is better known as one of Wonder Woman's main opponents, as the villain of the Leopard Girl. As for Maxwell Lauder, Lu Yuan was thinking of a careerist. He originally held a party this evening. Didn't Wonder Woman also say that he would participate in this party before? Blank, 9550 and now, Maxwell Lauder somehow got together with Barbara and came to the museum that was empty at night. After that, Maxwell Lauder was still entangled with Barbara, and while Barbara didn't notice, he secretly put the wishing stone that was still on the bright side by Lu Yuan in his pocket. Shun away. Why don't you stop it? Diana, who saw this scene, asked Lu Yuan, why didn't she stop Maxwell Lauder? They just hid here and watched Maxwell Lauder fool Barbara, and then put the wishing stone to take away, but do nothing? Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, because I want to see how far his ambitions can go. Besides, it's not a big deal at first, don't worry, as long as I'm with me, no matter what happens, I can solve it. Now let's follow quickly and see how people make wishes. Now, Lu Yuan suddenly became interested in this Maxwell Lauder, because he was ambitious to seek the wishing stone, which made Lu Yuan want to know how he made the wish. Diana had no choice because she couldn't dispel Lu Yuan's interest at all. Originally, Alice was one of the few people who could make Lu Yuan obedient, but now she is as enthusiastic as Lu Yuan, and the two of them got together and discussed this while the world followed Maxwell Lauder. What do people wish for? Money? It must be money, Alice guessed. After all, Maxwell Lauder's identity is a businessman. It seems that there is no problem in pursuing money as a businessman, but Lu Yuan shook his head. That's too simple. Is this still simple? That's the commodity. For example, the business he does, in that respect it can produce commodities without limit. Alice continued to make her own guess. Lu Yuan still shook his head and asked with guidance, if it were you, what wish would you make? Unexpectedly, Alice blurted out, resurrect Krypton. Lu Yuan sighed, how cunning, did she do it on purpose? Alice stuck her tongue out and made a face, okay, I won't embarrass you. And Kandu City and so many survivors have developed on new 627 Krypton, so let's stop there. But I guess there should be a wish for a wish that will bring a lifetime of good. After all, he has that ambition. Lu Yuan also nodded this time. As an excellent careerist who had been eyeing the wishing stone from the very beginning, if Maxwell Lauder couldn't think of a perfect wish, it would really disappoint Lu Yuan. And a person can only make a wish once. In this way, it is worth considering what to wish for in the end. This is also where Lu Yuan is interested. Only Diana was extremely worried. We'd better stop him now, or he'll be a danger to the world and huge amounts of trouble for everyone. Lu Yuan sighed, don't be so disappointing. And what you should be thinking about now is how to go back to face yourself and the resurrected Steve, right? Diana stopped talking. Because she may have wished, and she wished to resurrect Steve. Therefore, the Wonder Woman of this world will eventually pay a price, such as being a demigod. But it might really be worth it for Diana, if Steve can really be resurrected. Then they followed Maxwell Lauder all the way to Maxwell Lauder's company. It was a large-scale building, but after entering the door, especially after reaching the corresponding floor, I realized that, unlike the splendor outside, in fact, Maxwell Lauder's company has been lost. In fact, Maxwell Lauder has been playing the role of an excellent businessman on the surface, and even always goes on TV, bragging about the benefits of the so-called black gold. The so-called black gold refers to the meaning of black gold, and it was used to describe black pepper in the Middle Ages or earlier, and now it is described as oil. Yes, Maxwell Lauder is ostensibly an oil tycoon. But in fact, Maxwell Lauder fooled that there was no oil in other people's oil fields. His company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and even his partners had to withdraw their capital. There are various indications that once Maxwell Lauder's lies are exposed, his behavior will be like a Ponzi scheme, and he will eventually be tried. He absolutely cannot afford to lose. Fortunately, Maxwell Lauder got a piece of news. He didn't know where to collect the news about the wishing stone, and it really allowed him to find the whereabouts of the wishing stone. And after going through some twists and turns, Maxwell Lauder finally got his wish and got the wishing stone. At the moment, he returned to the almost empty office. On the desk in front of him were only a few data drawings about the wishing stone, and some of the materials about the wishing stone were recorded. Maxwell Lauder held the wishing stone in both hands and said the wish he had long thought of. Maxwell Lauder didn't make a wish, it was too easy. He wouldn't even wish to fill his oil field with oil, that would be too simple. Money runs out one day, and oil runs dry. So Maxwell Lauder had a bigger ambition. Just listen to him slowly say to the wishing stone in his hand, I have been waiting for a great wish. I hope to be you. I will become the dream stone. Wish stone? Originally. That's right. Maxwell Lauder's wish is not that simple or pure. This is his ambition. He should not make a wish anymore, but become a wishing stone originally. He even already knew that while making a wish to the wishing stone would also take some kind of reward and price. In this case, why not make yourself a wishing stone, and take away what you want when you give others a wish? Isn't that also an alternative way of fulfilling wishes? It's very simple. If he needs money, he can go to realize the wish for the rich man, and then take the rich man's money. He can give the oil tycoon a wish, and then the price is to take the oil tycoon's oil. Wouldn't this be better than asking for money or oil outright? And most importantly, now that Maxwell Lauder himself has become a wishing stone, there is no restriction that he can only wish once. Now he can use the wishing stone to get everything he wants without restraint. This is his true purpose and ultimate desire. Lu Yuan couldn't help but high-five him. Such a greedy ambition and desire is really great. S.I. Bala. S.I. Bala. Excited, like a character in a second-generation Japanese manga, he shouted loudly in Japanese. It was great. Diana didn't understand. Where was Bala? Alice pondered. If it's me, the next step is my real plan. If you need money, go to the richest man. If you need oil, go to the place with the most oil in the world, and you can even deprive you of it. The life and health of others to sustain one's own immortal lifespan. Lu Yuan applauded Alice, and the two of them thought of going together. Diana doesn't know what to say anymore. If she knows, then stop it. But if Lu Yuan didn't open the mirror world, she couldn't rush out. She could only watch Maxwell Lauder's wish come true. With the wishing stone turned into fly ash in Maxwell Lauder's hands and disappeared, Maxwell Lauder has become the existence to replace the wishing stone, and now he himself has become the wishing stone. Although Maxwell Lauder has fulfilled his ambitions and wishes, it is clear that he is not yet able to take the next step. Lu Yuan didn't just jump out and kill him, that would be too rude. As a villain, you always have to let people take action and perform, right? It's like a character that has just appeared on the scene and was solved, which is too shameless. So Lu Yuan chose to leave and let Maxwell Lauder continue to do what he wanted to do. Anyway, Lu Yuan has decided to stay in this world with Alice. Since they're going to stay here for a while, why not get themselves something to do? Or have some fun? F88F. Well, Maxwell Lauder doesn't know yet that he has become a fun role in the eyes of others. We can't just leave like this, but Diana was extremely worried, and kept saying to Lu Yuan and Alice on the way back, we have to stop him, you won't know how much trouble he will bring to the world next. Only Diana had experienced the events of 1984, and this time was just right. In 1984, Batman Bruce was a kid, let alone Superman Clark Dash. In the DCEU, DC Cinematic Universe, timeline, in 1981, Batman Bruce's parents died, in the second year of Clark's arrival on Earth, and Bruce was a little kid until about 1995. He has a new identity called Batman. As mentioned earlier, it was mentioned in the BVS plot that Bruce had been Batman for about 20 years at that time. The time of BVS is about 18 months away from 2013 of Man of Steel, which is about 2015. It is speculated that Batman has been secretly active since 1995. Little Clark had to wait until after elementary school to master the super ability for the first time, not to mention other superheroes. So the timing is really right because only Wonder Woman can save the world. It's a pity that she has now met Lu Yuan and Alice. The two of them didn't take Diana's worries to heart at all, and they were still discussing Maxwell Lauder's next actions with interest. Diana was anxious and angry, but they were aliens, so what could she do? Just when Diana had no choice but to say that they didn't take the safety of the Earth to heart, they had unknowingly returned to Diana's apartment. This is the apartment of Wonder Woman in this world, because they came from the future, and it seems that there is no good place to go, so they came here. Coupled with the previous communication with Wonder Woman, they knew that Wonder Woman had completed her wish, and even met the resurrected Steve at the banquet tonight. So they came back here again. It was only after arriving at Wonder Woman's house that Lu Yuan opened the door to the mirror world and finally let Diana out. When the three suddenly appeared in the living room, Wonder Woman and Steve, who were already huddled together, quickly separated. Lu Yuan pretended to raise his hand to cover his eyes, but his fingers showed his eyes perfectly. It was Alice who raised her hand to help him completely block his sight, and said with a smile, actually, I have a better way. Like poking your eyes out? Lu Yuan coughed dryly, don't be so stingy, didn't they do nothing, just hug. Wonder Woman knew that they would come back and would definitely not do anything too much, but she was just a little happy not seeing each other for many years, so they hugged each other. Clothes are well worn. By the way, who is this? Lu Yuan turned around Steve and found that it was a guy with a pot belly, and the name obtained by the super universe consciousness was not Steve at all, but someone else. He's Steve. Diana put her hand on her forehead, and she remembered that, although her wish had come true, it seemed that Steve had indeed come back to life. But in fact, Steve is not really resurrected, but resurrected. To put it bluntly, it's like Steve's soul is forcibly attached to someone else's body. It stands to reason that the body is still someone else's, but the soul and mind are Steve's. So the person they saw wasn't Steve's face either, but a stranger. Lu Yuan looked at Diana in astonishment, then at Wonder Woman, and asked, so, do you consider Steve green? How does this count? Even though he knew that it was Steve's soul inside, the person he was hugging was someone else's body. Can you really do it? Both Dianas rolled their eyes. Why are they so ugly? The resurrected Steve was even more at a loss. Why are there two Dianas? Not to mention Steve. In fact, even Wonder Woman hadn't gotten used to it yet. She walked too fast before. As soon as she heard that Steve could really be resurrected, she hurried to the dance. But Wonder Woman believes that the three people in front of her, especially the one who claims to have traveled from the future, will not deceive herself. The reason is that the lasso of truth does not lie. The problem now is, Diana, you have to give up your wish. Diana repeated the old saying again, hoping that the self in this world could give up her wish. Wonder Woman wondered, don't you already know? He's Steve. He looks like someone else, but he's Steve, and in my eyes he's Steve. You know it's him. Since you're the future me, can you still say that you want me to give up on him? She'd rather pay that price, lose her power, and never let Steve die again. Never. Diana was already starting to have a stomachache. She definitely didn't want to, but they had to. If you want others to give up their wishes and let others not pin their hopes on the conspiracy of a god of lies, then they themselves must see the reality clearly. Diana, remember, there are no shortcuts in the world, even if the truth and reality are painful. Don't try to escape. Diana wanted to use their shared experience to convince herself. But Diana apparently forgot one thing, that she came from the future and lived through the whole event more completely than Wonder Woman. She'd given up on Steve once, and she'd endured pain and growth. However, Wonder Woman has not yet, and they are even more than 30 years behind. Impossible. Wonder Woman rejected Diana. And Steve was completely speechless, watching the two girlfriends arguing there stupidly, and finally he could only ask Lu Yuan for help. What's the situation now? Lu Yuan was even more heartless. Now the Earth is over. What? Does Lu Yuan know how dangerous the current situation is? He definitely knows. No one knows better than him how much harm it will cause once Maxwell Lauder is unscrupulous, once the power of him and the wishing stone is uncontrollable. If you knew it, why didn't you stop it? Diana asked, almost shouting out. At that time, she was extremely hopeful that she could rush out and punch Maxwell Lauder in the face. But with Lu Yuan's mirror world blocking her, she couldn't go out. Lu Yuan spread out his hands and reminded him for the first time, "Don't forget that we are here on vacation." He brought Alice on vacation, and they had been to the world of two. "Don't you just look at the destruction of the world and be indifferent?" Diana looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Even if he was a 627 alien, was he so cold-blooded? "The world is ruined, you say? Diana, what the hell is going on?" Steve couldn't just sit back and watch. I have to say that Steve is still a very upright person. He is worthy of the man called Steve, and he can sacrifice his life at a critical moment. Although Lu Yuan wanted to complain, should everyone called Steve fly a plane and sacrifice himself? Now even Wonder Woman can't help but look at her future self. Is it really that serious? Diana forced her long hair to the back of her head and said what she had experienced and seen. Maxwell Lauder doesn't know what abstinence is. He will only acquire it without limit, and will not hesitate to tempt countless people. Make a wish to him. It's the dream stone of the god of lies, not a wish stone at all. In the end, he will even bring the whole world to its knees, even triggering a third world war, including a nuclear war. Everyone will be unable to withstand the temptation, including the rich businessmen and leaders of various countries. It's going to get out of hand, and that's what worries me. We have to stop him, never let him get to that point, or it's too late. Diana speaks the truth, so she does not hesitate to find the lasso of truth, even connecting with herself in this world and sharing each other's memories. Only then did Wonder Woman realize the seriousness of the situation. But she looked at Steve with such reluctance in her eyes. But when Steve knew how serious the problem was, even he said to Wonder Woman, "Diana, you should let me go." "No, I can't," Wonder Woman almost cried. 70 years have passed since the beginning of World War I in 1914 and now in 1984. Even if Wonder Woman came to the world at the end of World War I, at least she lived alone for more than 60 years. How could she have the heart to let Steve die again? She herself is not willing to lose him again. But Steve said firmly, "I save today, you save the world, Diana, I love you." Before Steve's words were finished, Wonder Woman burst into tears, including Diana looking at Steve affectionately. In fact, Steve is really good, not only has the values of integrity, but also is not afraid of life and death, and has the spirit of sacrifice at the critical moment. The most important thing is that his boyfriend is so powerful that even in the face of a powerful woman like Wonder Woman, it can be seen in every small detail that he has been subconsciously protecting Diana. Especially the phrase, "I save today, you save the world." That was their last conversation when Diana came to the world for the first time to defeat Ares, the god of war. That's when Steve sacrificed himself, but also gave Diana a chance to beat Ares. But today, I didn't expect that he still intends to sacrifice his chance of resurrection. F88F. Wonder Woman can't cry herself. Diana was also very moved, and even wanted to go back on it, and didn't want to let Steve leave again, and didn't want to let herself give up her wish. Just when the three were feeling sad, Alice finally couldn't stand it anymore, kicked Lu Yuan and said, "Okay, don't watch the show, didn't you promise to help her revive Steve? Is this a nice guy?" Diana's eyes lit up, and she finally remembered that Lu Yuan had indeed promised her. From the very beginning, Lu Yuan promised Diana that he could resurrect Steve, and it was a real wish that had no cost or side effects. But since Diana returned to 1984 and saw that Maxwell Lauder had successfully obtained the Wishing Stone, and even wished to become the Wishing Stone, she had neglected herself because she was worried about the world. If Alice hadn't reminded her, she'd be in tears for Steve's departure again. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he was enjoying it with relish, as if he was watching a play, as if he was nothing, and he was even more angry. "This bastard is really bad." Lu Yuan shrugged and said hurriedly, "This has nothing to do with me. Diana, think about it. The reason why I didn't speak on purpose is because if Steve was really resurrected in this era, then the world would be different. The ending. To put it bluntly, if Steve resurrected this world, back to our era, what about your Steve?" Note that Lu Yuan deliberately ignores the parallel universe here. In fact, if Steve in this era is resurrected, causing changes in history and the future, it will make this place a parallel universe. There will be a universe in which Steve is resurrected. But it does not. There could also be a Steve in the world that influences them. Diana didn't know that, looked at herself and Steve in this world stupidly, and fell silent for a long time. Wonder Woman stopped talking. Even if she was facing herself, she didn't want to be so selfish. Steve was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Can he really be resurrected? If there is no negative impact, if there is no cost, he definitely wants to resurrect and return. Such a beautiful girlfriend. 2.0 He definitely doesn't want to give up. But now the situation is that there are currently two Dianas, but Steve only one. To whom? Please resurrect the current Steve," Diana sighed, making the first choice. "But what do you do?" Wonder Woman began to worry about Diana. Diana shook her head with a wry smile. "I've lived 30 years longer than you, so even the grief of losing a loved one is almost healed. It's you. We can't force you to give up on Steve. One is that it has been eased for 30 years, and even the sentimentality is gone. The other is in the present, which is equivalent to just opening the wound. The feeling of pain is naturally not a level. So the two Dianas had to make a wish to Lu Yuan, to make the real Steve come back to life, instead of reviving the corpse. This is the first time that Lu Yuan has fulfilled his wishes for others. Now, he has the ability to fulfill his wishes. And this was done with Lu Yuan's own strength, so he could decide for himself whether he needed the so-called price. He can make people pay what they want when they want to, or they can take nothing. Now he doesn't need anything. When the two Dianas sincerely wished him, Lu Yuan released the corresponding divine power. In an instant, the whole apartment was illuminated by the golden light, and finally condensed together and slowly transformed into a humanoid. It was the real Steve, who no longer came back from the dead, but was truly resurrected. Wait a minute, just before Steve was about to be truly resurrected, Lu Yuan did not forget to remind the Wonder Woman of this era, you have to give up your wish first. It turned out that Steve's soul was still on the person before, not that Lu Yuan couldn't strip it out, but that Wonder Woman was already losing her divine power rapidly in order to resurrect Steve. Now that Steve is going to be resurrected, why not let her take back her previous wish, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste? Wonder Woman hurriedly complied, closed her eyes, and said, I give up my wish. 06. Originally, when a wish is fulfilled, there is a price to be paid. If it is a report of the present, for example, if you die immediately after fulfilling your wish, you will definitely not be able to take back your wish. But Wonder Woman is different. After all, she is also a demigod herself, so the loss of divine power is much slower. It gave her a chance to go back. As Wonder Woman withdrew her wish, her powers began to recover, and the man Steve had brought back to life also woke up. Where is this? The man looked around blankly. You're dreaming, Lu Yuan said involuntarily. A super hypnotic ability was thrown over, making him mistakenly think that he was dreaming, and then teleported him home. Then, Lu Yuan's ability to fulfill his wish continued to function. Before Steve's soul was taken away by Hades, he immediately submerged into his body and was completely resurrected. It was successful, and Lu Yuan fulfilled his wish for others for the first time. So that's what happened. Lu Yuan looked thoughtful, as if he had a deep understanding. To put it bluntly, the ability to fulfill a wish has many similarities with the power of faith. The so-called wish is like prayer, and the fulfillment of a wish is a response to the power of faith. In fact, after becoming the god of the new Krypton, Lu Yuan has been blessing the Kryptonians to complete the revival of Krypton more smoothly. That can be considered an ability to fulfill a wish, but Lu Yuan didn't notice it at the time. In fact, he has long been able to fulfill anyone's wishes at will, provided that he is willing to listen to the prayers of others. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to become a god. It is very troublesome to listen to prayers, refer to the fake gods. In other words, Kryptonians are special. Steve, Wonder Woman let out a roar, letting go of body and mind into Steve's arms. This Steve is the real resurrected Steve, and the Steve who revived from the body before is still wearing someone else's appearance. Lu Yuan had sent out a soul torture question before, asking Diana how she could keep her mouth shut. Regardless of the Wonder Woman and Steve of this world, at the moment, Diana, modern, came to Lu Yuan and Alice and said with a serious face, Lu Yuan, we have to stop him, Maxville Lauder, otherwise the world would be in chaos. Lu Yuan spread his hands, Alice and I are going to go outside. After all, this is the 1980s, so it should be interesting. Diana only felt powerless for a while, and couldn't help asking, do you really care? Isn't there still you? Lu Yuan asked back, you know what will happen next, and now there are two of you, two Wonder Woman, what else can't you do? Diana thought about it, it seems right. In fact, didn't she save the world by herself before? Why did she start to rely on Lu Yuan unconsciously and subconsciously? Diana was lost in thought, wondering why she had to pull Lu Yuan, or ask him to help her. Didn't they officially meet today? Just not long ago, Diana met and communicated with Lu Yuan in the bar, and so far it hasn't even been a day. Weird. When Lu Yuan was dealing with these matters, Alice was very well behaved and did not interfere. She was just like that, very sensible. She never interrupted when Lu Yuan was doing business, and she would never go against any of Lu Yuan's decisions and choices. Because they have too much tacit understanding and trust each other too much, even if Lu Yuan wants to start the Star Wars, she will definitely support him without hesitation. Definitely, if she switches to the private state, she will not be polite. Alice was definitely overjoyed when she heard that Lu Yuan wanted to take her out to play, and they seem to have just caught up with a certain festival, which is said to be very lively. Plus Steve just came back to life, and Wonder Woman and he should have a lot to say. Lu Yuan was very sensible, and immediately took Alice to leave. It's just that when they just walked out of the door, they found that Diana came out with them. That's your common Steve, Lu Yuan comforted. But Diana didn't find 627 relieved at all, just shook her head with a wry smile. Can't they reconnect with Steve from the two eras together? Unless it's crazy. Even Diana felt out of place and felt uncomfortable just looking at her old self with Steve. However, I still want to thank you, you will let me live a different life in this era, Diana sincerely thanked Lu Yuan. Indeed, the world will move to a different future, and the Wonder Woman and Steve of this era will have a happy future, they will marry, and even have children of their own. For example, Furious Donna, the child of Diana and Steve. Definitely, Donna still has a lot of origin stories, and her appearance was even an oolong at first, because Wonder Woman had a story about her going on adventures with her childhood self. As a result, other writers mistakenly thought it was Wonder Woman's assistant, so they created a new story for her, which was Donna's original story. Later, Donna even became a clone of Wonder Woman, and once became Wonder Woman's replacement, successor, and even her father had many, including a misunderstanding that made Donna be Wonder Woman and Steppenwolf's daughter. Because it happened to be a festival recently, when Yuan and the others walked out on the street, they could see people singing and dancing in celebration. Even the sky was filled with bright fireworks. Alice looked at the sky in shock. She didn't understand the situation. As an alien, she even thought that a war had broken out. Yuan smiled and looked at Alice and stretched out his hand. Alice also stretched out her hand, and the two slowly flew up holding hands, and finally flew into the sky above the clouds. Looking down, the sky is full of brilliant firework, very beautiful. On the street, Diana looked up at the direction where Yuan and Alice had disappeared, and then looked back at her apartment in this era, where Wonder Woman and Steve were chatting with each other, only she was still alone. With a bitter smile, Diana tightened her clothes and could only walk on the street alone. In the sky, Alice couldn't help but ask Yuan, "Why don't you go down and comfort the beauty?" Yuan glanced at the joke at the corner of Alice's mouth and shook his head. This was a trap. He wouldn't be fooled, and said decisively, "I've said it before, I'm already satisfied with you. Besides, people like Steve, others have my sweetheart. I won't do that kind of incomprehensible thing. Diana likes Steve, and stalking is not what a gentleman does." Alice pouted, "You are acquainted." Then she flew forward first, cruising back and forth in the dazzling firework, as if dancing to the fullest. Yuan said this was also angry. He knew that Alice wanted to take the opportunity to play, but he wouldn't give it a chance, even if he wanted to act coquettishly. Yuan shook his head, quickly chased after him, and came to Alice's side to issue an invitation. "Dear, do you want to dance?" Alice's pretty face was a little red, but she was not hypocritical and agreed, "Okay." So the two Superman danced together again. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine that someone is in the sky at the moment and dancing in firework. I have to say that this is very romantic, but it is not easy to complete this romance, that is, as Superman, they can easily do it. It was not until late at night, or even in the second half of the night, that the lively celebration atmosphere slowly calmed down. Yuan and Alice didn't know where to go. Diana walked alone, and she was a little overwhelmed when she was alone. Unconsciously, she came to the museum, where she used to work, and now it seems that this is the only place where she can stay for a while. However, just after she entered the museum, she met Barbara. "Diana. Barbara. Why are you here?" Both of them were a little surprised. Today is a grand festival, but the other party came to work at the same place to stay. "You don't have anyone to be with you." Barbara was a little bit incredulous, because she always thought Diana was beautiful and could be said to be a perfect woman, and she also wanted to be like Diana. So Barbara once made a wish that she could become a strong woman like Diana. I don't know if Barbara has her own destiny. In short, she has begun to gradually gain the same power as Diana without her even realizing it. Even in a way, the leopard girl's power comes from divine power. It's just that Barbara doesn't know that although the Diana in front of her is indeed Diana, this Diana does not belong to this era of this world, but comes from the future 30 years later. So Diana also knew what Barbara had made a wish, and couldn't help but said to Barbara, "Barbara, I know you made a wish to that citron, and I also know what your wish is. But I want to tell you that the wishing stone is the thing of the god of lies. It will take your most important things while fulfilling your wishes. Barbara, I hope you can wake up and give up the unreasonable things as soon as possible." Practical desire. At first, Barbara pretended to say, "What are you talking about, Diana? Do you believe in that unrealistic legend?" But she was very guilty, because in fact, she herself had begun to notice that some kind of special change was taking place in herself. But she didn't plan to admit it, let alone give up. Diana is also not a character that gives up easily, and continues to persuade Barbara, "Barbara, stop here. If you continue, you will gradually lose your humanity, even your ego. Do you want to become a cruel monster?" Barbara was shocked, but her anger was greater than her shock. Looking at Diana in disbelief, Barbara asked, "Do you think I will never be as good as you? Do you think that there is such a big gap between me and you?" "Yes, I wish to be like you, strong, confident and even strong, but do you think I can't handle it? Am I that much worse than you?" Barbara became angry and even felt betrayed. She had regarded Diana as a friend, but in the eyes of the other party, was she really that bad? "Barbara, you misunderstood." Diana was eager to explain. Barbara had no idea of her true identity and the power she possessed. It's not the beauty on the surface, or the so-called strength and self-confidence, but the strength. Barbara unknowingly wished to be as strong as Diana. But Barbara is just an ordinary person, and Diana is a half-blood demigod of the Amazons and the Olympian King Zeus. What Diana was saying was that Barbara could not bear the power of the demigod, and it was bound to pay a great price. But Barbara misunderstood and interrupted unceremoniously, "Enough, this is my office, please come out." "Diana, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, blank, 9550, I misread you already." Diana could only walk out of Barbara's office in disappointment. The wishing stone must be broken, and Maxwell Lauder must be made to give up the power of the wishing stone, otherwise it will only get worse, Diana muttered. But she ignored that Barbara's senses had also become stronger now, and vaguely heard her muttering. "Maxwell Lauder? Diana, do you have to get in my way?" Barbara's eyes began to become hideous and cold, just as Diana said. While Barbara gained Diana's strength, what she paid for was her humanity. At least Barbara in the movie was initially sympathetic, bringing food to a homeless person almost every day. But as she grew stronger, her humanity was rapidly losing tons. In the end, she will be completely lost in this powerful force and cannot extricate herself. At noon the next day, Yuan and Alice reunited with Diana and prepared for lunch with Wonder Woman and Steve in a restaurant. When he heard about Diana's silly behavior last night, Yuan felt speechless and funny at the same time. Yuan really felt that Diana's actions were suspicious. Barbara appears to have low self-esteem for various reasons. In fact, she was not bad at first, but she was sloppy, so she always felt that she was not popular because she was not good looking. In fact, Barbara's personality is more introverted. What she lacks is confidence. Now that she finally gained the same confidence as Diana because of her wish, especially her strong strength, how could she give up so easily? What's more, when Diana said something like that, she thought she was mocking herself. If it were me, I would definitely break off with you, even Alice thought. It's a woman's nature to love beauty, but Barbara is very attractive from the beginning, and she doesn't need that. This is what Diana said in her heart. She really thinks that Barbara is very attractive. But she's made the wish the last straw she can't give up, Wonder Woman said, looking at Steve next to her. Wasn't she also unable to give up her wish easily before? As the saying goes, do not do to others what she wants to do. How can Barbara give up what she can't do? The main thing is that wishing with a wishing stone takes away the most important thing. Barbara will lose her humanity, and the longer it drags on, the more irreparable it gets. Steve also weighed in, posting his view. So the most important thing now is to stop Maxwell Lauder's ambition as soon as possible, and find a way to make him give up his wish, Diana said as she looked at Yuan and Alice. Maxwell Lauder's wish is to become a wishing stone. So once Maxwell Lauder gave up his wish, because of the relationship that the wishing stone had originally disappeared, there would never be such a threat from now on. And with the disappearance of the wishing stone, it should also make the previous wish lose its effect, right? Perhaps. Why are you looking at us? Yuan rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously, don't make up our minds, I'll take Alice around to see and buy some of this era souvenirs. By the way, you two Wonder Women can't solve it? It's too bad. These are two Wonder Women whose powers have not been weakened. If they can't solve it together, they are too weak. If nothing else, Wonder Woman claims to have the power to fight Superman. If this can't beat her opponent, what should Yuan say? Some people may mistakenly think that Yuan is sticking to the original plot of the story, but it is not. He is just too lazy to participate. Maxwell Lauder is just an ordinary person no matter what, and the power of Barbara, the leopard girl, comes from Diana. Faced with such two opponents, two Wonder Women can't beat them? Are you kidding me? If this also requires Yuan's action, then he doesn't need to do anything else, just be a firefighter every day. Diana also rolled her eyes. She just subconsciously wanted to know if Yuan had any good ideas. Why so much talk? Wonder Woman also said angrily, no one wants to ask you for help, but I think you are also a superhero, so I want to know what you think. I didn't expect you to have no responsibility at all. Yuan spread his hands and said that he was not attacked at all. What would you say? A Wonder Woman who is about to become a wife, but what Diana said, you can take it to heart. Perhaps unacceptable to many people, Wonder Woman actually has someone they like? Are there any living objects? Yuan also found it difficult to accept at first, especially that Steve still revived his soul. He even wondered if the audience saw Diana hugging Steve, who was revived, in the movie theater, who was the person she was hugging. Even if that's what it is, does it count as Steve greening himself? From the perspective of biology and genetics, if there is a child, whose child is this child? Is it Steve's? Or that body? It always feels confusing. Definitely, it has nothing to do with him. Yuan already has his own female Superman Alice, isn't that enough? Anyway, you may have to do it as soon as possible. That guy, Maxwell Lauder, has already started to act, and to be honest, I'm still looking forward to the extent of his ambition and greed. Yuan was still looking forward to it. Now, I want to know how much surprise Maxwell Lauder can bring to himself. Aren't you afraid that the world will be destroyed because of this? Diana was angry, because she knew that the world would really be chaotic because of this. Think about it, what would the world be like if one day people all over the world could make wishes and realize their wishes, but they didn't know what the price would be? The prescient will definitely worry about the chaos of wishful wishing without restraint. But some people will worry that if they don't make a wish, others make a wish. Isn't it a loss? Sooner or later, the world will be a mess. Next to Alice was holding a piece of bread in her hand, then smeared it with caviar, then put a cheesecake, a piece of steak, a piece of lettuce, made a hamburger and sent it to Yuan's mouth. Yuan took a big bite unceremoniously, and while eating, he said vaguely, woo woo woo. You swallow things before you speak, Diana scolded with a black line. Who can hear clearly? On the other hand, Alice took a small bite of a hamburger and said, he said that he seemed to have promised you before that as long as he was there, no matter what happened, there would be no problem. I remember he did say it. Yuan did say it. Say important things 3 times. In fact, the reason why Yuan has been acting disapprovingly is that he has the power to absolutely turn the tide. Even if the world is destroyed, he can go back in time and save the world. Woo 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 woo. Alice translates again. He said that even if everyone made a wish to make the world a mess, he could make you make a wish to make the world go back to the way it was before. That's it. Diana and the others looked at Alice in surprise. How did she understand? Alice shrugged and said it was their tacit understanding. Childhood sweethearts are not for nothing. Well, in fact, when they were still in a state of hostility before, because the Kryptonian troops couldn't scold the streets, the two mastered a unique way of communicating. That's how it came up now that they knew the seriousness of the situation. Diana and the others set off soon. The two Wonder Women brought almost all the equipment, and Steve who was traveling with them, and the three of them set off. Do you think they will succeed? Alice asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's attitude was indifferent. It's optional. Where are we going next? Go to the mall. In the end, the two of them didn't get involved, but stayed. And they also put on clothes bought in the nearby shopping malls. Although the style of the 1980s is more earthy, it is also different. Especially now that the hip-hop style has become popular, the two are wearing a large loose t-shirt, one loose jeans, and canvas shoes, as well as wearing a peaked cap. When I was walking down the street, I was almost pulled over by a few young people who were dancing. Not to mention that Alice has never seen it before, even Lu Yuan is full of novelty about this era. They are enjoying this journey to the fullest. This is also what Lu Yuan did on purpose. They once missed each other, and in Lu Yuan's concept, they missed 100,000 years. Lu Yuan is not compensating Alice. Many people may have misunderstood. In fact, he is compensating himself. Because in Alice's conception, they were not staggered for that long. Lu Yuan is compensating himself. Alice also knew that, so she played with Lu Yuan as much as possible. They even went to the amusement park, where they could fly themselves, but they happily went on a roller coaster. They hadn't seen anything, but ended up yelling at Roar because of the roller coaster, and all kinds of toy equipment. When Lu Yuan caught the doll for Alice, she happily hugged Lu Yuan's face and kissed it. At the moment they are no different from ordinary couples. It's just that Alice is still a little worried. Is this really good? What? Lu Yuan was buying movie tickets, and they were going to watch a movie next. Alice looked at Lu Yuan amusingly. I already know that you were actually an Earthman before Krypton was born, so you have the same affection for Earth as Krypton. So can you really just sit back and ignore it? It turns out that Alice has also seen it. Lu Yuan is actually more concerned about it, right? After all, Diana asked if you were superhero. Alice recalled when Wonder Woman ran against Lu Yuan in the name of superhero before. Lu Yuan said he didn't care, but he still thought he was a superhero. Why don't we go and help them? It just so happens that the movie here will take a while to start, and it won't be too late to come back when the battle is resolved. Alice showed the movie tickets. There's still half an hour before the next game starts. Lu Yuan sighed. This is what you asked for. Yes, I know. Alice agreed in a funny and helpless manner, and pushed Lu Yuan to go outside. The two found an unoccupied corner nearby and completed the transformation in an instant. Lu Yuan was wearing a platinum shirt, and Alice was also replaced by him in the same style, with a white corset, a short skirt and long boots of solid gold, and a white cape with a golden edge. The most important thing is that on Alice's clothes, the emblem of the Zid family no longer appears, but a big golden S. Alice looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, knew what he meant, and didn't say anything. As is the family emblem of the L family, which already means that Alice will belong to the L family in the future. After all, marry a husband. Especially in Western countries, they will really change their surnames to their husband's surnames. Okay, since you said so, let's go and have a look. In fact, they seem to be in a bit of trouble, Lu Yuan said, not without Sundara. Alice just covered her mouth and snickered, and it was rare that she didn't break him, which means that they became lovers. Otherwise, they would definitely squirt each other mercilessly. They specifically pick each other's pain points and hurt each other to death. Otherwise how can they be called happy enemies? Whizzing. Two platinum light and shadows flew into the sky. It was the two Superman. After Lu Yuan identified the direction, he quickly flew somewhere with Alice. At their speed, they crossed more than half of the Earth in an instant. Not to mention Lu Yuan's strength, Alice was also given the power of a single universe by Lu Yuan. Not to mention that she was originally a female Superman with unlimited potential. It's just that Lu Yuan is reluctant to let her become a monster of Doomsday like himself, otherwise it will be even stronger. After slowly getting used to it, Lu Yuan will still let Alice be the same as himself, injecting many fixed stars into the cells. At the moment they came to an area full of yellow sand. Because it can't involve anything about the real world, including the name of the region and the city, I won't mention where it is, and just skip a story that happened here. Maybe Lu Yuan also refused to help in order to avoid this trouble? In short, when they came here, they found that there was a great battle going on below. I have to say that Maxwell Lauder's ambition did not disappoint Lu Yuan. He came here today to meet a super oil tycoon, or even a royal family. Even the king? In short, he tricked the other party into making a wish, intending to take all the other party's oil. But because the other party had already sold the oil first, Maxwell Lauder took the other party's guards away and became his subordinate. At this time, Wonder Woman, Diana, and Steve finally arrived, and they were about to launch an operation in order to stop Maxwell Lauder. But at a critical moment, Barbara jumped out as a leopard girl, causing great trouble to the two Dianas who were caught off guard. In addition, Maxwell Lauder recruited an entire convoy, even having armored vehicles, which also caused trouble for the two Dianas. The most important thing is that the two of them actually have only one person's equipment, and Diana from modern times has no time to bring the equipment. Moreover, Steve's safety has to be taken into account. He is an ordinary person. If he dies again, I don't know if Lu Yuan can be saved. That's how they fought, to protect Steve, but also to face the threat of a leopard girl who was as powerful as them. Don't underestimate the threat of the leopard girl Barbara. Her greatest achievement even bit Superman's steel body, and once infected Superman into her kind. Even Leopard Woman almost killed Wonder Woman. So they ran into trouble and had to keep chasing Maxwell Lauder's team, but couldn't stop it. Until then, Lu Yuan and Alice finally came to the rescue. You left me right. The two tacitly assigned their respective directions, and then flew to the rear of the convoy. One person easily controlled an armored vehicle, looked at each other, and suddenly pushed the armored vehicle with force at the same time. Rush forward. At the moment on a desert road, a very exaggerated picture is being staged. I saw Lu Yuan and Alice turned left and right, turning the two armored vehicles across, and then Jin abruptly pushed the armored vehicles that had already crossed over and rushed forward. With their power, they can even lift up a building at will, which is nothing at all. But as they rampaged all the way, the convoy in front suffered. The troop that Maxwell Lauder finally exchanged was so smashed by the two of them. Some cars temporarily changed lanes and rushed into the desert next to them, and they were able to escape. But most of the cars were wrecked by them. Lu Yuan, Alice, you are here. Diana looked at them in surprise. Lu Yuan clapped his hands as if to knock off the dust on his hands, but in fact they were not serious at all. Alice turned around and waved at 627, the two Wonder Woman and Steve, with a smile. But suddenly, a figure rushed out from one side and threw himself on Alice's body. Be careful, Barbara's gone mad, Wonder Woman shouted. It was Barbara, who had become a leopard girl. She was still lost in the uncontrollable power, and even her clothes were specially changed into leopard prints. But before Barbara jumped on Alice and raised her paw, Alice snorted coldly, grabbed Barbara by the neck and lifted her up. Alice is a female Superman, but she is far from being as simple as a female Superman. She has the power of a single universe in her body, and even a female Superman 100,000 years ago, there is no upper limit at all. I haven't looked for you yet, but I came to the door myself. Alice is not some weak girl, but a dignified General Zed. Maybe it should be called General L now. Her left hand caught Barbara's neck, her right hand was raised into a fist, and she slammed it from top to bottom. Boom. Barbara was punched down by Alice, and when she fell to the ground, a huge pit was left on the ground. Lu Yuan didn't worry about Alice at all, but looked at a few armored vehicles hiding in the desert next to them. The people above even dared to raise their guns at Lu Yuan. It was a heavy machine gun on an armored vehicle, and even Diana dared not take it lightly. In fact, Diana's physique can also be called a body of steel, but she is more accustomed to using shields or guardian silver bracelets for defense. But Lu Yuan was different. With his hands behind his back, he just floated in the air, letting the bullets from the surrounding armored vehicles vent to him. But it was useless, even the most powerful heavy machine gun couldn't hurt him, not even his clothes. It's my turn. Lu Yuan's eyes began to light up with golden light, and then he sent out a heat ray, just turning his eyes around. Those armored vehicles and the personnel above were all vaporized. With Lu Yuan and Alice rushing to support, in a blink of an eye, the incident was almost resolved easily. This is also why the story in the DC world is that Superman is always the last shot. Unless Superman is the villain in the first place, once Superman or female Superman is shot, the battle is almost instantly resolved. What a story then. There are definitely surprises, like the Flashpoint paradox, where Superman first appeared and shot. But later, didn't Superman weaken into a dog first? Otherwise it's completely unplayable. Lu Yuan and Alice were the more terrifying Superman and female Superman. As soon as they shot, only Maxwell Lauder's car was left running wild there. B+2+B. Come on, damn it, where did this monster come from? Maxwell Lauder shouted. Lu Yuan looked back and found that Alice had suppressed Barbara, and the two Dianas and Steve also rushed over and were restraining Barbara with a mantra lasso. Seeing this, Lu Yuan knew there was no need to worry, and flew forward decisively to catch up with Maxwell Lauder's car. Lu Yuan also deliberately sat on the hood of the car in front, looked sideways at the co-pilot Maxwell Lauder, and said, "Aren't you going to stop here? Or do you want me to really destroy you?" Maxwell Lauder looked at Lu Yuan foolishly. It was already up to this point, and he definitely had a vision for current affairs. I surrender. Maxwell Lauder had to surrender. Lu Yuan just flew to the front of the car, and suddenly stopped the car with one touch. This is really hardcore handbrake. Next, let Maxwell Lauder and Barbara give up their wishes. Originally, Barbara didn't want to, and would rather die than give in. However, as Maxwell Lauder gave up his wish, because his original wish was to replace the wishing stone originally, the wishing stone has disappeared. Now with Maxwell Lauder giving up his wish, the wishing stone can no longer come back. This makes all wishes fulfilled by the wishing stone automatically lifted. Barbara also gradually regained her humanity, and when she realized what she had done, she only felt ashamed. It was Diana who reassured her that Barbara was relieved. I believe they will become good sisters in the future. What's more, Barbara is actually very attractive, and even has the potential of a scumbag. Wonder Woman may promise to help her dress up in the future. This is the end of the matter. The conspiracy of the God of Lies has been broken. Maybe you will be very angry? But would Lu Yuan be afraid of him? If this guy hadn't died, Lu Yuan would have pinched him to death. But I learned later that the God of Lies is also an ancient god, who returned to the pantheon for something many years ago. That means he is dead. That can only be done. If Lu Yuan broke into the pantheon to make a fuss, it wouldn't be too good. After that, Lu Yuan and Alice handed over the decision of how to deal with Maxwell Lauder and the scene to the two Dianas. They still had a movie to go to, so they went back in time. It is said that they released Maxwell Lauder later, but Maxwell Lauder's retribution still came. As mentioned earlier, Maxwell Lauder's company is suspected of a Ponzi scheme, which is simply a financial fraud. 2.0 He obviously did not have the so-called black gold, which is oil, but he used a piece of land to deceive many people. In the end, in addition to the bankruptcy of the company, there were countless compensations and years of imprisonment. Although Barbara lost the power of the leopard girl, she gained the real friendship of Wonder Woman, and she should become Wonder Woman's help in the future, right? Only those troops that were captured by Maxwell Lauder were miserable. In order not to cause trouble, Lu Yuan was very generous and quietly resurrected them all. All in all, it's over. Lu Yuan was also quite satisfied with the result. They knew what happened in 1984, and they went around in 1984, and finally had Wonder Woman personally accompany them to have a good time. Definitely she's teaching Steve about this day and age too. After a short stay in 1984, Lu Yuan and the others naturally wanted to return to the modern age. After this journey, Diana already knew that Lu Yuan and Alice were her own, so she left with peace of mind. But before leaving, they exchanged phone numbers. Maybe they can meet again later, or help each other or something. What about now? After sending Diana away, Alice asked Lu Yuan, "What should I do next?" She was obviously already having fun, and wanted to know what Lu Yuan had planned next. Lu Yuan thought for a while. Sorry, he doesn't seem to have prepared a house yet, because it was late at night when he came back when he left. You can't take Alice to sleep on the street, can you? Although they don't care. Or spend the night at Bruce's. Forget it, now the last thing Batman wants to see is him, right? It is because of the arrival of the Kryptonians that Batman has now changed his way of doing things, which is simply degenerate for Afu. Batman began to become a hunter in the Dark Knight. Anyone who was branded by him as a bat would end up badly when sent to prison, and some would even die there. But it also brings peace to Gotham City, if the peace brought by Terror 06 is peace. I think about it, yes, there is a reserved program that can be used to support the scene, Lu Yuan thought, as if he already had some ideas. Alice didn't ask. Anyway, with Lu Yuan there, she didn't worry about anything. So the two immediately flew into the sky, crossed a sea or an inland river from Gotham City, and came to the next metropolis. Different from Lu Yuan's miserable situation, Clark had a place to live after he found a job, and he didn't care at all, and moved into Louise Lois's house. When Lu Yuan knocked on the window, he also startled the young couple who had just finished some exercise before going to bed and were already planning to sleep. Who? Louise was quite frightened. After all, her family lived in a high-rise building, and it was so late. Clark put on his pajamas helplessly and came to the window. When he saw Alice beside Lu Yuan, he was also a little surprised. Lu Yuan introduced, "She is Alice Sid, but she should be called Alice L in the future, you know. Even if she is as sturdy as Alice, she can't help but feel a little shy." Clark definitely understands what Lu Yuan means. It seems that this will be his grandmother. It's just that this generation is too scary, and Clark didn't know how to call Roar, so he asked Lu Yuan strangely, "So it's so late, what's the matter?" Lu Yuan jumped over Clark and said to Louise in the house, "Zio, grandson-in-law, are you asleep? Come on, put on your clothes and cooperate, I'm going to hijack it." Louise came out of the back room with a black line, showing off her anger that she was wearing only pajamas, and asked, "Can I go to work tomorrow? I have to go to work." "What time is it?" "Don't sleep." Louise was told by Lu Yuan last time that she did this to train Clark. If it was normal, it wouldn't hurt to cooperate. Anyway, she knew that Lu Yuan would not hurt herself. But what time is it? Does it have to be now? What's more, if you want to train him, take him to a place where no one is around, Louise wondered. Since she was training Clark, why did she have to bring herself? Lu Yuan definitely thought of an excuse a long time ago. No, it was an excuse. Because he is too lazy and has no sense of danger. Only by hijacking you can he feel dangerous and serious. Lu Yuan glared at Clark with some hatred of iron. The latter has not shrugged consciously. "I think it's fine today. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, just in time to do an investigation in Gotham City." Clark is now a reporter for the Daily Planet, but he hasn't revealed his true identities, including him and Louis Silk's relationship is also a secret. Because of Lu Yuan's previous behavior and previous revelations, the relationship between Louise and Superman is already well known. Once people know about her relationship with Clark, isn't it equivalent to telling the world that Clark is the alien, the Superman? So Clark is also very busy now, and today he has received a task to go to Gotham City for investigation tomorrow. So, can the ancestors stop making trouble? But once Lu Yuan decided, how could the young couple influence it? In the end, Louise had no choice but to change into her outing clothes and put on an extra coat under Clark's reminder. Lu Yuan deliberately asked Alice to pinch Louise's waist. After all, men and women are different. Where can I find you? Clark asked the ancestor while changing into the Superman battlesuit of the Al family. Lu Yuan said without thinking, I heard that the balls of Planet Daily have been repaired? Let's go to the old place. Clark and Louise looked at each other and couldn't help but want to laugh. Last time, Lu Yuan took down the logo of the Planet Daily, that is, the planet on the roof. Later, it was repaired with great difficulty, and it cost a lot of money. The editor-in-chief also complained. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was staring at him again today. Gone. Lu Yuan and Alice took Louise and flew straight to the building of the Daily Planet. Clark sighed in distress, there's going to be big news again. As predicted. It turned out that after Lu Yuan and the others hijacked Louise to the Daily Planet, he deliberately made a loud noise and declared war on Superman with a voice that could be heard in almost the whole metropolis. Superman, son of Krypton, Carol, your female 627 friend was kidnapped by me again. If you want to rescue her, come and fight with me. Suddenly, the whole city was boiling, and the people who were already going to sleep also turned on the TV. They are in the building of the Daily Planet. Although this is a well-known newspaper, it can be regarded as a news media, and it definitely has its own news channel. Well, it's going to be live again. Ron Rons was also woken up in the middle of the night, because he was the one who was originally in charge of handling the alien incident, and now he has decisively left this trouble to him. Ron and Rongs was angry and rushed to the scene by plane at the fastest speed. He was almost crazy, and shouted to Lu Yuan from the air, what the hell are you doing? In fact, countless people are also curious about this. Lu Yuan doesn't look like he wants to be the villain, but why does he always have trouble with Superman? Lu Yuan finally explained, actually, I am the ancestor of Superman. I am training Superman's combat effectiveness. The purpose is to hope that no matter what kind of enemy the Earth encounters in the future, even aliens, it will have enough strength to protect it. So don't worry, I promise that I won't hurt anyone or damage the building. Let's just treat it as a reality show, Lu Yuan confessed directly. This is a reality show. Only the editor-in-chief of Planet Daily saw that Lu Yuan took off their logo, the iron ball, and was about to cry. Lu Yuan confessed that he definitely didn't really hijack, or wanted to hurt Louise, and even bluntly said that the people in the Met would treat this as a reality show. General, what shall we do? Asked the pilot of the plane. Ron Rong said angrily, be a spectator with peace of mind. Otherwise, what else can we do? He is well aware of the power of Kryptonians, because he is also an alien, he is one of the few survivors of Mars, and originally has a power that is very close to Superman. But he is only one person, and he never wants to reveal his identity until the critical moment. Because once he exposes his true identity, with his current status, a certain country will definitely want him because of the many secrets he holds. So Ron Rongs had nothing to do with Lu Yuan. Not to mention that the entire metropolis would only be an audience for this reality show. Clark quickly put on the battlesuit and rushed over. It's time to stop here, Clark sighed, hoping to dissuade the old ancestor from this willful way. We are wasting everyone's time. If you insist on training me, I can follow all your arrangements. We can find an uninhabited island, or go to the bottom of the sea. Don't affect everyone anymore, Clark softened. If Lu Yuan insists on training him, he can complete Lu Yuan's training plan first. But Lu Yuan doesn't think so. Under the sea? There is also life under the sea, such as the Atlanteans. Wouldn't that affect the Atlanteans? And I don't have that much free time either. I just took the time to think about it. I'll come and train you. Don't be self-righteous, brat. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, thinking so beautifully, Clark wouldn't think he would turn around him bar? Besides, why do I think everyone likes our show so much? Lu Yuan flew up, opened his hands to face a certain camera, and asked, how about this after-dinner show? Someone nearby actually shouted, fantastic. Superman, defeat your evil grandfather. Superman, save your girlfriend. Superman will win and defeat your evil ancestors. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, I'm not evil, okay. The metropolis immediately burst into laughter. This is really going to be a hilarious reality show. Clark was helpless, and Ron Ronza sighed with his hands on his forehead. Okay, let's get started. Lu Yuan beckoned to Clark, his other hand pulled down the iconic building of Planet Daily at some point, and smashed it at Clark. Lu Yuan has paid attention to strength, such an attack will definitely not hurt Clark. But when Clark reached out to pick it up, he was still knocked hundreds of kilometers away. Clark is powerful and lifts a car with ease. But even he was knocked flying by Lu Yuan's power. The metropolitan people who saw this scene had to admit that Lu Yuan, the old ancestor, was very powerful, far from being able to fight against Clark. Is that all you can do? Just want to rescue your girlfriend? Lu Yuan deliberately provoked loudly. But Louise said, don't worry, just take it slow. She didn't dare to call Clark's name, but she didn't look worried at all, because she was talking to Alice and seemed very happy. Lu Yuan glanced at Alice. Alice spread her hands, you asked me to take care of her. Besides, you asked me to watch your sideshow. Lu Yuan had to let Louise and Alice continue to talk about the topic between their little girls. Louise seemed to be very interested in Alice and asked, are you really from the same period as that weird old ancestor? Lu Yungzin said, who do you call weird? Alice said with a smile, really, he and I were born at the same time, and we could be considered childhood sweethearts. Don't look at him like this, but he's just not good at expressing his feelings. He cares about Karel very much. Just as she cares about Druzard very much, she even wants to urge Druzard and Fiora to marry. As an elder, she will definitely care about future generations. And unlike Lu Yuan, the El family of this generation consists of brothers Joel and Zoel, as well as siblings Kayla and Kayla Zoel. Druzard is not only himself, he has no siblings, not even children. How could Alice not be in a hurry? And don't look at him like this. In fact, as long as you juniors act like a spoiled child with him, you can get almost everything you want. I remember that several juniors in his family always used their cute big eyes to achieve their wishes. Alice began to give Lu Yi came up with a bad idea and taught them how to deal with Lu Yuan correctly. Lu Yungzin said, "Who are you from?" Just when Lu Yuan's attention was attracted by the two women behind him, Clark flew back holding the big iron ball. "Give it back to you." Clark threw the iron ball hard, and threw it back like Lu Yuan had done before. But how could Clark's attack be taken seriously by Lu Yuan? He just caught the iron ball with one finger, and turned it quickly at his fingertips like a basketball. Some basketball stars began to worry, if this alien came to grab business, who would be his opponent? Wouldn't he want to contract the champion? Although some people have always claimed that basketball is not a one-person game, but a five-person sport. But what if someone overdoes it? If it was Lu Yuan, he didn't even need to go out, just stand on his own blue background and keep throwing 3 points. It doesn't matter if you make a 2 or a 3, I'm a 100 3-pointer anyway, so it's not fun at all. Fortunately, Lu Yuan doesn't have that plan yet, at least not yet. In such a short time, Lu Yuan and Clark were already fighting together. Because the colors of the two battlesuits are different, they can still tell who is who. If they wear the same clothes, it is really impossible to tell them apart. I saw Clark, blank, mainly blue, and wearing a red cape, 9550 around the landing. From the initial test to the present, he has launched a stormy attack. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was wearing a platinum shirt and stood there leisurely. He even put his right hand behind his back and used only one left hand to quickly block Clark's attack. The speed of punching can be faster, and are your legs crippled? Stupid, even for ordinary people, the strength of the legs is far more than that of the hands, and the strength of the feet is twice that of the fist. More, use it for me. And your heat ray, don't use it as a single attack method, but use it for me during the battle. Do you know that many enemies can't withstand heat ray, so aim at my eyes and count the tons. Also, why do I deliberately stand still, but you don't know how to go around behind me? Lu Yuan is indeed training Clark carefully, but he always feels that what he teaches is a bit unexpected. What's wrong with it? From Lu Yuan's point of view, Clark is almost full of problems, and there is no one stupider than him. Why do you have to shout before attacking? This is a battle, not a duel. A lot of times, the battle is not fair. Also, Clark's fight was too monotonous. He would only go straight, and he would only wave a pair of fists. Combat skills are too clumsy. Lu Yuan shook his head. In fact, Lu Yuan was originally of this type, but he could take away the enemy with faster speed and stronger strength. And Clark is obviously not enough to do it, so why not learn some fighting skills? Do you want me to send the fighting technique I know directly into your brain? Lu Yuan is also a fighting expert now, and he can indeed do so. Clark was angry and helpless. He could only grit his teeth and listen to Lu Yuan's ridicule, incompetent and furious. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was not his real enemy. However, Lu Yuan's attitude still caused unanimous confrontation in the metropolis. Everyone was fighting against the enemy and cheering for Superman. It's not that he pity the weak, but Clark has not been idle during this time. He has begun to act as a Superman in the metropolis, and he does not bother to help even if the kitten is trapped in the tree. Not to mention that if there is a fire somewhere, if it is difficult for the fire brigade to get in and save people, he will arrive in time, and will help put out the fire with the frozen gas sucked by super roar from inside the building. 627 Unknowingly, the Superman has become the Mets icon and exclusive superhero. Just as Gotham City has their legendary Batman, the metropolis has its own Superman. Of course everyone doesn't want to see Superman slumped all the time. But the problem now is that Clark is indeed not Lu Yuan's opponent. The two fought for another 10 minutes in a blink of an eye, but Clark not only couldn't touch Lu Yuan at all, but Lu Yuan easily blocked each attack with the back of his hand. Is this already an encounter? Even under Clark's stormy attack, Lu Yuan didn't move at all. The difference between the two is so great. The furious Clark finally raised the sign of Planet Daily again, the big iron ball, and smashed it hard at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was also straightforward. With a wave of his hand, not only did Clark and the iron ball fly away together, but even the solid iron ball shriveled more than half. The editor-in-chief of Planet Daily couldn't help but send out a sad roar in front of his TV. No. If the iron ball was originally inlaid with a lot of money, then it may be necessary to reforge an identical iron ball. I also have to say that the iron ball of Planet Daily is a real tragedy. Every time a big event happens in the metropolis, they can't escape the disaster. In the end, Lu Yuan also knew that if he didn't end, Clark would never be able to win himself. Isn't that for sure? So after another lesson from Clark, Lu Yuan satisfied Alice to bring Louise back to Clark. Are you okay? Louise was so distressed that she carefully checked whether Clark was injured. Clark smiled bitterly. Although Lu Yuan was not injured, Lu Yuan noticed the extent of his efforts, but he was very shocked. The gap is too big. Do you know the gap between you and me? You will have to train well in the future, so you can't ignore it. Lu Yuan began to assume the attitude of an elder. After teaching Clark a lesson, he had to reprimand him before he was willing to give up. Clark sighed in his heart, knowing that there was nothing wrong. In the middle of the night, he not only prevented others from sleeping, but also cleaned up others. There is really no place to reason. But he also has to admit that Lu Yuan's training is very useful, and only Lu Yuan can withstand his strength, and even make him frustrated one after another. Lu Yuan is also well aware that only by letting Clark constantly block himself and let out all the power that he dared not burst out with all his strength can he let him know his limit and exceed the current limit. In fact, Lu Yuan also has a training plan. In the decades before that, Clark had been learning how to restrain his power, but never dared to unleash his true full power. Even flight has only recently been mastered. He still has a lot to learn and try. For example, the first flight to reach the speed of light, or even the first time to break through the atmosphere and enter space, or even approach the surface of the sun in person sooner or later, or even enter the core of the sun, etc. Lu Yuan will guide him slowly. Lu Yuan's own daughter doesn't need to worry, but instead wants to raise Clark as a son. After that, Lu Yuan and Alice said goodbye to Clark and Louise, and were preparing to find a place to spend the night, and then find an apartment for rent tomorrow or the day after, or even buy a house. But suddenly, Lu Yuan felt it, as if he felt a spatial fluctuation somewhere. Alice also looked at Lu Yuan with emotion. It seems they all felt it. There was a spatial fluctuation that affected this place, and there was a different aura, a unknown aura. Lu Yuan frowned and turned around immediately. Alice also immediately followed behind Lu Yuan in tacit understanding. The two white figures and two Superman wearing platinum shirts, quickly flew to the origin of the fluctuation. However, when they came here, the force that caused the spatial fluctuations, a cloud of blue energy, was already disappearing. But who is Lu Yuan? With a wave of his hand, he forcibly tore open a spacetime crack, and opened a spacetime tunnel along the direction in which the energy disappeared. Time and space not only means time, but also represents space, which is the combination of time and space. Many people think that they can travel through time and space, but in fact, it is relatively simple to travel through time. The real rare thing is to travel through time and space, because traveling through time and space is equivalent to traveling through the universe. The simplest manifestation of traveling through time is that you can see the future or see the past. Only traveling through time and space can truly achieve the effect of traveling. And now, what Lu Yuan has opened is a time-space gate leading to other universes. When he walked in without hesitation, the super cosmic consciousness immediately helped him complete the analysis, and he already knew where it was. Unrighteous universe. Lu Yuan was surprised. Injustice. Alice followed behind. She didn't care where it was or whether it was dangerous or not. Anyway, as long as Lu Yuan went, she would dare to follow. There are two concepts in the Injustice League. The first one is the most familiar to DC fans. It was originally formed by Lex Luthor and was specifically aimed at the villain team of the Justice League. Later, after the Flashpoint incident, when the Evil Eternal event happened, as the crime syndicate of Earth 3 broke into the main world and attacked the Justice League, it was formed by Luthor and Batman and others, and finally defeated the crime syndicate. In addition, it should be noted that what Lu Yuan mentioned is not the Injustice Alliance, but the Injustice Universe, which is the second concept. This is a game world, here is a game universe called the God of Injustice. Injustice. Superman. The first time Lu Yuan came to this world, his super cosmic consciousness already knew where it was. The Injustice Universe is not the Injustice Alliance, but the universe of the gods of the Injustice Alliance. Here, in fact, is a game universe. After all, there is an infinite multi-universe in DC, including the comic universe, the movie universe, even the novel universe and the animation universe, and even the real universe exists. For example, the origin of Superman. In his world, all superhero are characters in the comics, and even the stories that Superman participated in afterward are all published. It is called the Origin Earth, and it corresponds to the real world, and even the DC editorial office exists. And here is the Unjust Universe. You seem very dignified. Alice noticed at the first time that Lu Yuan's expression was a little dignified, even a little scary. What's the matter? Alice was very concerned about and attached great importance to Lu Yuan's affairs, especially his expression, which made her feel terrified. Are you planning to destroy everything here? Alice grabbed Lu Yuan's hand, widened her eyes, and felt incredible about her thoughts. But she just felt that Lu Yuan could at any time, or in the next second, he could destroy everything in front of him. Lu Yuan's expression was like this. He frowned tightly, his eyes were cold, and he stared at the earth in front of him condescendingly. Although the passage from where they came has been closed, they can go back at any time, such as throwing down a world-annihilating fire first. What's the matter? Alice was very anxious. She forcibly moved Lu Yuan's eyes to herself, and carefully observed the changes in the expression on his face, hoping to see something. Unexpectedly, she actually saw a clue. Child? Alice asked. Lu Yuan finally spoke slowly. He has been suppressing the anger in his heart, but this anger will never be vented to Alice, but aimed at the world. He said slowly, it's Clark's child. The time in this world is a few years faster than the universe we are in. Clark and Louise already have children. Alice continued to ask, what happened to that child? Lu Yuan nodded, yes. No wonder he was so angry. It turned out that Lu Yuan's super cosmic consciousness already knew what happened. In order to let Alice understand the situation, Lu Yuan shared his cosmic consciousness with her, and Alice saw what was going on. It turns out that as early as 5 years ago, Louise was pregnant, and Clark and her had their first child. If nothing else, it would be a boy, and his name should be Jonathan Kent Jr., after his adoptive father Jonathan Kent for a few years. And Clark was excited and happy to share the good news with his best friend, Batman. Even Clark intends to make Batman the godfather of his own children. This surprised Batman, because Batman didn't expect him to occupy such an important place in Superman's heart and in his family. It is not an ordinary relationship to make a child recognize the godfather. Even once the child's immediate family members, that is, the guardian, are gone, the godfather is the legal guardian, and may even be closer than the grandparents. Look at Harry Potter, for example. Even Harry can change his guardian if both Harry and Sirius want to. It was for a special reason that Harry didn't change. Harry's aunt is still a real aunt. But that night, everything changed. Joker stopped playing games with Batman because he was tired of losing games, so Joker took Harley Quinn to Superman. Then Joker won, and this time, took away Clark's two most important people. Joker used Scarecrow gas to convince Clark that Louise was Doomsday, and Superman had to send Doomsday to the depths of space, but it was actually Lois. Even Joker tied Louise's heartbeat to a bomb switch, and when Louise dies, so does the Metropolis. A terrifying nuclear bomb sent more than half of Metropolis into the sky. Clark, who was already in outer space at the time, couldn't stop it at all. This is the trigger for everything. After that, Clark, who lost his lover, lost his child, and even the Metropolis, had nothing to protect. When Batman asked Joker why he was Superman and why he stopped hurting himself, Clark found Joker and killed Joker himself in Batman's face. Since then, everything has gotten out of control. Clark tasted the sweetness when he knew that killing these vicious villains was so simple, and even so easy to avoid more and greater damage. After all, the dead villains could no longer do any bad things. After that, Clark became further radical. With the Metropolis and his own experiences and encounters, he made almost all superhero and everyone in the world stand by his side. Only Batman and a limited few are still holding on to what they believe and what they believe. And just like that, a few years later, Clark assembled a large army of his own, and formulated their laws, and as long as the bad guys had to obey their judgment. That's what the universe is facing right now, with Superman being the ruler. He is the author of all truth and justice. But his anger and aggressiveness have not subsided. One is that Batman and others are still fighting behind their backs, and the other is that there will never be a shortage of bad guys in the world, especially those super bad guys. Evil can never be killed, especially since there are many things that cannot be easily determined. For example, the question of position. When two countries go to war, who is evil? Who is right? And Superman's approach is to force a ceasefire between the two countries, otherwise he will defeat the two countries. And what about the unavoidable bad ones? Is it really fair that people who are already starving to death have to suffer huge amounts of punishment for stealing a piece of bread? Some people have to be thieves, Catwoman, in order to support some orphans, but face the punishment of being killed. Is it really feasible? When things started to spiral out of control, Superman, who was initially supported by people, now began to threaten the world. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered a sentence, pointing a gun at the world is not peace, let alone freedom. But now he doesn't want to do anything, and instead shouts angrily, damn, that's the descendant of the L family. He only knew that the descendants of their L family were killed by Joker. What was Batman doing at that time? Why didn't he take good care of his dog and instead bit his neighbor? Lu Yuan was originally a short-handed and unreasonable person. At the moment, he rushed towards Gotham City aggressively. Gotham City, the city scene at the moment is different from the original impression. Although it is dark now, the original Gotham City has few people walking around. After all, it is well known that Gotham City is more simple, and ordinary people stay at home at night. However, the current situation is that there is not even a single person on the streets of Gotham City at night, which is too weird. Even the gangsters who would have been active in the alley were gone. The entire Gotham City seemed to be in a dead silence, like a pool of stagnant water. In fact, the same is true, Gotham City is almost empty. The reason is precisely from the influence of injustice. Clark has become more and more radical in recent years, and he knows that there are many bad guys in Gotham City, plus Batman has been secretly fighting, and the private behavior of his subordinates, such as maliciously misinterpreting Clark's attitude, becoming tougher and so on. As a result, ordinary people in Gotham City were also affected by 627, and even intimidated. This is the 5th year of injustice. Do you know what happened in those 5 years? Green Arrow is dead, killed by Superman himself, because Clark once discovered a medicine that can give ordinary people super ability, although it seems to have a time limit. But in order to get it, Batman once designed and finally let Green Arrow sneak into Clark's base, which is his indestructible fortress. Later, because of an accident, when Green Arrow clashed with Superman who was led away and returned, his arrow was deflected by Superman, but accidentally injured his adoptive father who Superman brought there. As a result, an angry Superman kills Green Arrow, his former sidekick. Superman has started to spiral out of control. After that, even the Green Lantern Corps clashed with Superman, because Superman even accepted Sinisto as a Yellow Lantern fighter and leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. This is absolutely unforgivable and ignorant for the Green Lantern Corps and OU Axing. As a result, in the battle of the second year, OU Axing sent almost all the Green Lanterns, and also lost almost all of them. Even the strongest Green Lantern Mago in the Green Lantern Corps, a planet with self-awareness, was pushed into the sun by Superman himself, and died as a result. The Marvel Universe has Egg, which is the ego, and DC Universe has Mago too. However, these two characters do not involve plagiarism from each other, because their prototype has another person, which is an alien god in the Thulhu mythology. In short, in the past 5 years, a lot has happened. Even Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, has now been stripped of the Green Lantern ring and has become a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps. The reason is that Hal Jordan was on the side of the unjust Superman at the time. But that doesn't matter anymore. Liu Yuan came to Gotham City and then to the Batcave. It's also broken down. It used to be Batman's Batcave, but at one point, Batman and Superman had a conflict, and injustice broke Bruce's spine. From then on, Batman knew that they couldn't go back, and Superman was no longer the Superman he was familiar with. Batman then began to hide in more secrecy, preferring to secretly use the Hall of Justice, the original headquarters of the Justice League, which had not been used since the Watchtower was erected. But Liu Yuan still came to the Batcave. Maybe even Injustice Superman can't find Batman's whereabouts now, because Batman knows how to deal with Superman too well. As a super strategist, Batman has only the extreme physique of ordinary people, but no matter how sacred his teammates are, he can formulate strategies for those god-level teammates. For example, kryptonite for Superman, god-killing weapon for Diana, and even the virus for Cyborg, and various traps for the Flash. So it's easy to avoid Unjust Chow's lock, for example, to avoid his supervision with lead, to cover up his heartbeat with low-frequency sounds, and even to cover with kryptonite to avoid Unjust Chow's personal search. He thought of many ways, but he couldn't escape Liu Yuan. With a wave of Liu Yuan's hand, those kryptonite elements were changed into a harmless substance. Alice then fluttered down. "What are you doing here? Aren't you looking for Batman?" Because Alice was just an ordinary Superman, she still couldn't penetrate the lead barrier. And Liu Yuan directly raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction, behind a concealed iron wall without flaws. He knew that Batman Bruce was there. "Come out, Bruce, I'm not Unjust Superman, you should see that we are different from him." Liu Yuan directly called out Batman's location. Batman had to turn on the switch and walked out. There were sophisticated instruments in the room behind him. He usually hid here to observe the situation outside, and to figure out how to fight injustice with his allies who had to hide in the Dark Alliance. Since the Justice League has been ruled by injustice, it is natural to call it the Injustice League. Although you are not him, Injustice Chow, but you are wearing the same battlesuit as him, and you are also Kryptonians. Bruce is very smart, he is a professional strategist after all. If he does not have this vision, too much fishing zero. Liu Yuan didn't deny it, and directly admitted, "Yes, we are also Kryptonians, and we came for one thing." When Kal-El's child and wife Louise were framed by Joker, what were you doing? When Joker, where were you when you were going to kill his wife and children? =Ike=#. Batman was stunned. 5 years later, these two Kryptonians suddenly came, just to ask about this? But he immediately said, "At that time, I contacted all the partners of the Justice League and caught Joker in the shortest time. But I made a mistake. Joker not only found the Scarecrow and got a poisonous mist, which can make people produce the most fearful illusion, and even added the kryptonite element, so that he, Injustice Chow, was also recruited." That's right, since Joker wants to target Superman, he definitely has to investigate in advance, and he knows that kryptonite's weakness is kryptonite. Otherwise, the toxins of ordinary people will not be able to help Superman. Only with the addition of kryptonite did Superman's organs become affected by toxins, and he thought Louise was Doomsday. Doomsday is the first character to kill Superman in DC history. One can imagine Doom's place in Superman's heart. Then it all started. Bruce didn't lie. At that time, even the Justice League didn't know each other's true identities, but in order to help Superman find Louise, he did not hesitate to let everyone put down their jobs, and then went to 2.0 to find a woman. No one knew how important this woman was, but they all left everything in their hands from their respective places and came to find Louise. But in the end, they still made a mistake and caused the biggest tragedy. Liu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked a new question. "I will decide whether to help you stop him or help him completely rule the world based on your answer. Bruce, if Damian died, what would you become if you were Robin, Batman's son, Damian Wayne, or Dick Grayson's third-generation Nightwing, who was also the first Robin, so he was called the eldest son?" "I'm going to be more aggressive than him," Batman responded without hesitation, but added, "But he's different, and I hope he can do better." Liu Yuan was silent for a long time, thinking, why don't you get married? In fact, many people who have come into contact with injustice, many of them will think that Batman is a bit too virgin in some ways. The reason is that Superman's radical is to take those who have committed crimes, and most of them are heinous, to be solved in a way that will never cause trouble. Injustice has accused Batman that he loves Joker because Batman likes to have Joker around him all the time. To put it bluntly, Injustice believes that Batman knows that no matter it is Arkham Asylum or anywhere, Joker can't be kept, but Batman has been indulging Joker. And every time Joker is caught and escaped, it will cause more casualties. However, Batman never considered taking out the Joker. In Injustice Chow's view, just solving one person can save countless people. For example, the Metropolis killed millions of people because of Joker's nuclear bomb. Just one person. There are indeed a lot of people who support Injustice and feel that Batman is really doing something wrong. But Batman is not so naive. When Lu Yuan questioned him, what would he do if he was the one who lost the important person instead of Unjust Chow? Batman knew very well that he would do more than Injustice. In fact, it is true that regardless of how the Laughing Bat came to be, it is far more terrifying than Injustice. If Injustice is only a threat to the world, it is only a threat to the Earth. So Laughing Bat has almost destroyed the entire multi-universe. Once Batman blacken, it is simply the most terrifying existence. Especially when Batman says he wishes Injustice could do better. After all, that's Superman. Lu Yuan was relieved a lot. I came with anger at first, because the dead Louise and her and Clark's children are descendants of the L family. That is, my descendants. But your answer makes me quite satisfied. I will reconsider my position, whether to help you control that child, or to help him rule the Earth completely, or to go back in time to everything, Lu Yuan said. Batman was stunned. Looking back in time? Lu Yuan can definitely do it. He can turn back the time to the beginning of it all, go back to the beginning of Joker's plan, and stop him. Please do this, Batman pleaded immediately. Even if he has made up his mind, if everything can be done all over again, he will definitely not let Superman disappoint himself again. It is time to end it. If Joker was just fighting his wits all the time, Batman wouldn't care. But Joker has threatened the lives of countless people, and even killed countless people. This is something Batman can't allow either. But Lu Yuan shook his head. I want to see him first. Lu Yuan had to see the Injustice first before he could make a final decision. But when it comes to Injustice, his headquarters is in the Hall of Justice, and he has attracted almost all of our former companions. It's too dangerous to have only your words. It's like a moth to a flame. Batman wanted to dissuade Lu Yuan. The concept of injustice has been recognized by almost all the original Justice League, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, even the Flash, which is known as the conscience of the Justice League, and even Thunder Shazam. Everyone is supporting Injustice, and he has also built a huge army, even some former supervillains and so on. It is said that even the bald Luthor has become an unjust dog-headed military strategist. When the world is at peace, Luthor is Superman's worst enemy. But at this juncture, Luthor became Superman's most trusted friend and companion. Even in this world, Luthor has long known the true identity of every superhero, and even he is still secretly protecting the secrets of these superhero, and even their important people. It can be said that Luthor's nature is not bad, at least the Luthor's nature here is not bad. Especially when the Metropolis fell 5 years ago, Luthor and Injustice reached a consensus. The Met tragedy must not be allowed to happen again. But what they did was so extreme that it even threatened the whole world. I have a few words to ask him face to face. Lu Yuan insisted on going, and slowly flew up, trying to fly out of the previous gap. Alice naturally would not fall. Batman thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help shouting, "Then take me with you." In fact, he has his own worries. He is afraid. What he is worried about is that the two Kryptonian Superman who suddenly appeared in front of him will finally join the Injustice League of Injustice. One Superman is enough to threaten the whole world. If there are two more Superman, how desperate will it become? Lu Yuan looked at Batman deeply. He knew what Batman was thinking, but he didn't say anything. He raised his hand to Batman and wrapped him with psychokinesis. "No, I can fly," Batman was about to refuse. But it was too slow. Lu Yuan took Batman directly in this way, and after calling Roar to Alice, he flew straight in a certain direction. The Justice League's Hall of Justice is somewhere between Gotham City and the Metropolis. This is a remote place where no one is usually approached, and it is the most suitable place. But now it has become the most eye-catching place in the world, because it has become the headquarters of the Injustice League of Injustice and has been made public. When Louise died, when Injustice took his adoptive parents to the indestructible fortress, he had nothing to worry about, and he had already announced his identity. 627. So the world knows that Superman is the former reporter Clark. Including the existence of the Injustice Alliance, it has become news that everyone knows, and they will even take the initiative to attack. Once there is a conflict in the world, they will arrive at the first time and forcibly intervene. The reason is that Injustice has promulgated a world ceasefire agreement, which unilaterally prevents everyone from firing and starting wars. This is definitely a good thing for ordinary people, but it also deters politicians around the world. Is this already interfering in the politics of other countries? But the Injustice League disagreed, because they have enough strength. Under the guidance of Batman, a group of 3 quickly flew over from the direction of Gotham City, and saw a splendid castle in a forest outside the city. It was originally just an abandoned church-like building, which was later bought by Batman and renovated into the Hall of Justice. But now it has changed beyond recognition. After 5 years of when Lu Yuan and the others came here, everyone in the Injustice Alliance also felt it, and greeted them in advance, and set up a battle. Batman, Have you finally come to your senses? Wonder Woman stood in the middle of the crowd with a C-position attitude, although she was indeed one of the founders of the Justice League restarts several times, also known as the 7-1 of the Giants. But I always thought she was a little subtle. Is it a good attitude? Or because of something else? And Wonder Woman's equipment is also different from the Wonder Woman Lu Yuan knew. The equipment she wears has evolved, and it is beautiful and gorgeous anyway. Even the shield in his hand turned into gold. Lu Yuan was the first to slowly fall to the ground. Looking around, the rest of the Justice League in the impression were here, except Green Arrow. By the way, Green Arrow is dead. Except for Green Arrow, and 1 or 2 people who weren't part of the Justice League, almost everyone was there. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, or now the Yellow Lantern, the Flash, Shazam, Cyborg, and the Injustice in the building behind Wonder Woman. But they were all hostile at the moment. Your relationship is really bad, Lu Yuan complained to Batman who landed behind him. Afterwards, Alice also landed and looked around with a strange face. Are they the superhero of the Earth? Who are you? Wonder Woman saw that Batman didn't speak, then looked at Lu Yuan and Alice, and said righteously, although you brought Batman personally, we still have to interrogate you. If you shut up, it's so annoying. Lu Yuan interrupted Wonder Woman's seemingly endless words, looked at the building behind her, and said, let Superman come out to see me, and let Carol come out to see me. He also specifically mentioned Superman's Kryptonian name. Wonder Woman frowned deeply and shouted, you can call Superman's name too? It seems that they are Batman's comrades, take it down for me. What a great prestige. Wonder Woman's tone was mixed with undisguised disgust and anger, which seemed to be angered by Lu Yuan's interruption. But why get so angry and go to war just because of this? Hey, Alice sneered before Lu Yuan could speak, and Wonder Woman's attitude towards Lu Yuan had already annoyed her. Just because you guys dare to hurt my Lu Yuan. Alice stood up forcefully, her eyes lit up, and the next moment, she directly released a powerful red heat ray and went straight to Wonder Woman. But she still showed mercy, because she had met 2 Dianas before, at the moment was not going straight to Wonder Woman's face, but the shield in her hand. Wonder Woman subconsciously blocked, but was knocked back by a powerful force. The others reacted one after another, and the first one was a red figure that turned into lightning and headed straight for Alice. Lu Yuan didn't take action, but was happy to see Alice defend herself. And he doesn't even need his help. Alice put away the heat ray, turned her head and opened her mouth to spray. The frozen air sucked by the super roar froze all the air in front of Alice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the space seemed to be frozen. It was the Flash who got the red lightning. He didn't expect Alice's super roar to be so terrible. It was too late to dodge, and he was instantly frozen into an iceman. There is no doubt about the speed of the Flash, the speed force can surpass the speed of light. But so what? Alice not only has the power of a single universe entity, but even has the godhead of the originating god of Yuga-Khan. Once she exerts her full strength, she can surpass the multiverse. Thinking that even Darkseid had to run away when he saw Yuga-Khan, and didn't dare to look back. And Darkseid has single-handedly ravaged the Justice League, even the Flash is no match. As long as you convert it, it doesn't feel exaggerated. Even at the speed of the Flash, it was frozen by Alice's super roar. Whizzing. 2 energy cannons suddenly shot from one side, it was Cyborg. The Cyborg of Injustice universe has also changed. There are 2 red transmission belts on the back or on the shoulder blades, or is it a data cable? In short, he is now very hostile to Alice, and directly attacked by fire. But it was still useless. Alice snorted coldly, blocked Lu Yuan directly with super speed, just raised one hand to choose hard connection. Boom. 2 energy cannons exploded in Alice's palm one after another. But it didn't work for her. Alice continued to snort coldly, that's it. Saying that, her eyes lit up again, and she released Heat Ray again to counter Cyborg. The terrifying Heat Ray was like a laser cutter, cutting Cyborg's waist in 2 in an instant as it swept across his waist. Cyborg's body is made of solid steel, but it is as vulnerable as butter to Heat Ray. Others are also attacking one after another, such as Shazam, who is obviously a magician, but now he chooses to go straight to Alice, and he must fight in close combat. Instead, Hal Jordan, who had already transformed into the lineup of the Yellow Lantern Corps, transformed into a cage with the ability similar to the Green Lantern Ring and wanted to lock Lu Yuan and Batman first. The power of the Yellow Light Ring comes from fear, while the power of the Green Light Ring is will. There is an inextricable relationship between the 2 colors, and at the same time, the yellow light is still the restraint of the green light. But they have a lot of similarities in terms of ability. This also makes Hal Jordan handy to use. But before his power approached Lu Yuan just glanced at him, and the yellow power collapsed immediately. Who doesn't have the power of the emotional spectrum anymore? Lu Yuan possesses the power of 9 emotional spectrums at the same time, and even the most primitive power has already touched the source. The mere yellow light ring can't hinder. Ling Long, 5078 hinder Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at Shazam again. This guy is obviously a magician, but his fighting style is like that of a boxer, and because the Kryptonians have hardly mastered the power of magic, even Alice was a bit tough for a while. Most importantly, Shazam's attack would touch Alice's body, which Lu Yuan didn't want to see. So Lu Yuan took action. At a speed that no one could see clearly, he grabbed Shazam's neck, looked him in the eyes, and said, Shazam. Shazam was confused by Lu Yuan's sight. As a magician, he at the moment was given the hypnotic ability by Lu Yuan, and unknowingly followed the spell, Shazam Roar. A thunderbolt fell, and Shazam immediately changed back to Billy Batson's childlike appearance, in fact, should be 17 or 18 years old, or a file-size guy in his 20s. Moreover, Lu Yuan released ice in his hands in a split second, freezing Billy's mouth, lest he transform again. In fact, Shazam's strength is still remarkable. If you let him go all out, he can even compete with Superman. It's a real 5-5, because at Shazam's home court, he has beaten Superman, although the two will never know each other later. But Lu Yuan knew Shazam's weakness and used it unceremoniously. He could be easily defeated, but he deliberately used the hypnotic ability to let Shazam recite the spell with him, and the moment he turned back into an ordinary person, he could no longer speak. Shazam's spell is Shazam, or Shazam to be precise, and each letter in the name represents the power of a god. S stands for the wisdom of Solomon, H for the strength of Hercules, A for the stamina of Atlas, Z for the power of Zeus, A for the courage of Achilles, and M for the speed of Mercury. But it's almost always the strength of the Wonder Woman family. But before the transformation, Shazam was just an ordinary person, almost no threat. So Lu Yuan casually left him aside. Accompanied by Lu Yuan and Alice's shot, although not full firepower, it still disintegrated the Injustice Alliance almost instantly. The worst 640 was Cyborg, which was cut in the middle and was busy welding the cut places for himself. Lu Yuan and Alice didn't plan to stop either, but raised their heads together. A man wearing a red cloak and mainly dark blue flew out. It is Injustice Superman. In his hands, he also hugged the Wonder Woman who was initially knocked away, and the two returned together. He finally showed up in person. Superman, Hal Jordan was about to meet him. Suddenly, two red heat rays went straight to Injustice's face, and it was Alice who shot in anger. Injustice was caught off guard, and before he could block, he was sent flying, and even flew out with Wonder Woman before landing. Everyone looked at Alice in surprise. In fact, from the battle just now, they were already suspicious. Because Lu Yuan and Alice's battle suits are platinum shirts, but from the overall style and the S on their chests, it can still be vaguely guessed that they are related to the Superman family. It's just that the colors are different. Coupled with the various abilities shown by Alice, it is even more suspicious. But they were still surprised that Alice could really hurt Superman. Injustice quickly flew back, covering his hot face with one hand, and looked at Alice in disbelief. You can actually hurt me. Injured. Alice sneered, if it wasn't for Lu Yuan's face, I would have killed you just for your arrogance and offense. You all deserve to die. Do you know who you are offending? Since you are the subordinates of the Air family, how dare you be rough with this grown-up in front of you? How dare you commit a crime? You should all be damned. Alice is counting the Injustice League under the command of Injustice Chow, and Injustice Chow is also Carol, that is, Clark, who is also a descendant of Lu Yuan. In Alice's eyes, this kind of diabolical behavior is absolutely unforgivable. Don't forget that she is not only Lu Yuan's lover and childhood sweetheart, but also Lu Yuan's adjutant. She will not allow anyone to offend Lu Yuan. Injustice frowned and snorted coldly, no matter who you are, please pay attention to your attitude. We have issued a ceasefire ban around the world. If you want to violate it, we will arrest you. Lu Yuan took out his ears, and deliberately complained in a voice that everyone could hear, am I being so confused? Co-authoring just now didn't mean that you were doing something or trying to arrest us. All the members of the Injustice League blushed. I started it just now, but I didn't fight it, otherwise they would have arrested Lu Yuan and the others. Injustice was also stunned for a moment. Then I heard Lu Yuan say, also, if I heard it correctly, or if I didn't understand it correctly, you mean that you don't allow others to make big moves, so you will make big moves for this. That is to say, if someone else does it, it will be a violation of the heavenly rules, but if you do it, it is the law and justice. It means that only the state officials are allowed to set fires and the people are not allowed to light the lights. Is that what you mean? Then you are old double-standard dogs. Lu Yuan spread his hands, as if he had just come to understand, and looked at Injustice with a look of approval. Why don't I know that the descendants of my Air family are such bastards? Your shameless appearance has already amazed me. As long as Lao Tzu was a little more cheeky back then, I could be the emperor. Lu Yuan's sarcasm and merciless abuse made the faces of the Injustice Alliance even more flushed. One by one, they were gnashing their teeth in anger, or some were embarrassed. For example, the Flash and Shazam, they were still struggling before, but now they silently exchanged glances with each other and stopped moving. In fact, Shazam and the Flash have been slowly waking up in the past few years, because even they have begun to feel that the means of injustice are too extreme. They are completely out of control. If it was just for world peace at the beginning, but I don't know when it started, all they brought to the world was panic, or even, they were about to become the opposite of the world. Is this really justice? Lu Yuan sighed even more, and said earnestly, threatening people all over the world with a gun is not peace, nor freedom. Do you call threatening the world with a gun peace? That is intimidation. Is it freedom again? Injustice lowered his head, the hideous expression on his face had been brewing to the limit, and he had had enough of freedom and justice. As long as people can live, it is inevitable to sacrifice a little freedom. It's better than dying for various reasons, right? Injustice raised his head violently and scolded Lu Yuan angrily. Lu Yuan asked back, so, what role do you play in this? Or how many people did you kill? They are all bad people, and they all deserve to die. Wonder Woman walked out of the direction where she was shot, and stood firmly by Injustice Chow's side. This time Batman finally spoke up, so Nightwing, Dick, is dead too? Is Oliver, Green Arrow, dead too? And Dinah, Black Canary, and her daughter? Injustice was speechless. Except for Nightwing, the deaths of Green Arrow and Black Canary can be said to be related to him, and even Green Arrow was killed by him. There are even many former old friends, because they rebelled against him, he once killed the killer. Injustice has indeed changed. He has become a dictator and a ruthless person. He will not hesitate to kill everyone who dares to resist him. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said, I'm finally sure that before solving the root cause, I will teach you a good lesson. Construction, it has now become a military fortress. Especially in the most important and highest room, there is a throne and a conference table for decoration. Injustice is there, and his followers, former Justice League superheroes. Lu Yuan finally made up his mind that he wanted to teach this descendant a lesson, not because of anything else, but because he had been twisted. Has even become a double standard dog? How does this work? If this is spread, it will embarrass the L family. You can even be a little selfish, but you are shouting righteousness and doing injustice at the same time. Lu Yuan's expression seemed a little cold. Before starting, he asked Wu Yucheo, are you ready? You want to teach me a lesson? It's still 100 years early, Injustice shouted frantically. He may have guessed that Lu Yuan might be a Kryptonian, but it is not that he has not met other Kryptonians. Since I mentioned earlier that Injustice Chow once regarded Louise as the day of destruction, it means that he has experienced destruction. Big event of the day. Even now, deep in the headquarters of the Injustice League, he has also controlled Doomsday, and after years of training, he can basically control Doomsday's actions. Because after several restarts of the plot, almost any version of Doomsday has a close connection with General Zod, Druzid. So this Doomsday is almost transformed after Druzid's death. Therefore, it can be considered that in the world of injustice, he has already encountered the experience of encountering other survivors of Kryptonians. Because of this, Injustice Chow began to become arrogant. Did he think Lu Yuan was also those things? You said 100 years. Lu Yuan laughed, but this time it was an angry laugh. 100 years? Is he an ancestor from 100,000 years ago? Unfilial son, it seems that I really taught you well. Lu Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, and in an instant, at a speed that surpassed the speed of light, and even surpassed time, at the moment of absolute concept, he appeared in the unjust super. Before, Injustice was startled, but before the shockwave in his heart was finished, Lu Yuan grabbed his collar and turned around and threw him over his shoulder. Boom. The whole earth was shaken, showing how powerful Lu Yuan was. The others, especially Wonder Woman, were rushing to get their hands on it. But there was another person in front of her, and it was Alice. Don't disturb them, Alice said, holding Wonder Woman's right shoulder and pressing her down to her knees with a single tap. Wonder Woman's eyes widened. How could she have been so humiliated? Subconsciously, she drew out the divine sword with her left hand, and was about to cut off Alice's arm. As a result, Alice directly raised her foot and kicked her, and the kick just hit Wonder Woman's heart, kicking her out again. I'm going to kill you, Wonder Woman shouted like a madman, and flew back as a blurred figure. In fact, Wonder Woman's setting has always been able to fly, although I don't know why she didn't show it in the previous movies. In the face of Wonder Woman, who was almost mad, Alice's expression began to become unhappy. In fact, she had always been merciful. After all, she had just met two Dianas. However, the Wonder Woman in front of her was different from the Diana she met, and she was even a little ignorant. Then I won't be merciful anymore, Alice snorted coldly and greeted her with her fists. 1 second she was still in place, and the next second she was halfway in front of Wonder Woman. I saw her neatly raised her hand and grabbed Wonder Woman's chopped wrist, then turned. Crack it. With a terrifying crisp sound, Wonder Woman's wrist was forcibly twisted by Alice, and then she held her severed hand and sent it forward. Pissed. Blood splattered. Wonder Woman's eyes widened. Alice just twitched, turned, and sent, holding her hand, and using the long sword in her hand, stabbed her through. Wonder Woman didn't know that Alice in front of her was a ruthless character who could beat the Steppenwolf. Many people have misunderstood one thing. Steppenwolf's body is not as weak as in the movie. Steppenwolf's body has the ability to smash the planet with an axe, and even break the barriers of the universe. Even in a long time, Steppenwolf helped Darkseid conquer countless planets and parallel universes. And Steppenwolf once arrested Superman and brainwashed him into a loyal subordinate of Darkseid. The real Steppenwolf body, even if it does not have the terrifying strength of Darkseid's body, or even the realm of Godhead, is by no means as weak as it appears in the movie. To put it simply, the Steppenwolf itself is also a multi-universe level, even the younger brother of Yuga-Khan, and one of the oldest gods of the apocalypse New Protoss. As early as the era of Yuga-Khan, Steppenwolf was already a general of the new gods, including the battle with the ancient gods. It is such a Steppenwolf body, which was beaten by Alice as early as 100,000 years ago. Alice's strength is evident. If Lu Yuan hadn't died, even he would have been a little weak. After all, Lu Yuan has always claimed to be a wise general and a Confucian general. So in that battle, it was a mistake for Lu Yuan to take the initiative to confront Darkseid. He should have let Alice on, but he must be reluctant. Back to the front. When Wonder Woman was instantly killed by Alice when she was finally impatient. On the other side, Lu Yuan also grabbed Unjust Chao again, and this time by his feet. I saw Lu Yuan violently hit the ground on one side, and then hit the other side, as if he was carrying a sandbag instead of a person. 0. By the way, have you seen Avengers Hulk dump Loki? Now Lu Yuan throws the Injustice is the same picture. He grabs the leg of the Injustice. Every time he hits the ground, he will easily smash a deep hole in the ground, and even the whole earth is shaking. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's mercy, not only would Injustice become a puddle of flesh long ago, but even the earth would have collapsed. Even so, people all over the world are in shock and fear. What happened? Could it be that Superman is really out of control and intends to push the Earth to the sun? Because Injustice had done similar acts before, he pushed the planet Mago in Green Lantern to the sun to kill, and once dug out Atlantis and threw it into the desert because Aquaman Arthur wants for some reason, he wants to fight the ground people. Definitely he just wants to scare. But who would have thought that Superman was even more extreme, and dug out Atlantis directly, almost exterminating all the Atlanteans who were accustomed to living under the sea. It can be seen how strong Injustice is now, but today, all his power has vanished. Lu Yuan just carried him there and smashed it, as if he was whacking a gopher. But everyone was dumbfounded. Is that Superman? In everyone's mind, Superman is invincible. But today in Lu Yuan's hands, he was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back? Who are the two Superman wearing platinum shirts? In the courtyard of the Injustice League headquarters, there was only a sound of earth-shattering sounds. Boom, boom, boom. This is the headquarters of the Injustice Alliance. The tough soldiers formed by the Injustice Chao came spontaneously one after another, but they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Because they saw that their most powerful Injustice, at the moment, was like a sandbag being held by a stranger's ankle and smashed to the ground one by one. The compound of the Injustice Alliance is no longer available, and countless deep pits are smashed like a meteorite from the sky. They also saw that their female general, Wonder Woman, at the moment was also kneeling on the ground, her chest pierced by her own sword, or her own hand. It was a divine sword, and it was said that even Superman's body of steel could be cut open. But now it was her who was pierced. The rest of the Injustice League also stood silently in that 640 at the moment. In fact, they have all been defeated, from the current Yellow Lantern, to Shazam, to Cyborg, etc., and even the Flash has been completely frozen. Alice stood there with her arms folded, just silently watching Lu Yuan teach the descendants there. Only when someone wants to hinder Lu Yuan, she will take action again, because the people present are not worth mentioning to her. Batman was also completely dumbfounded. He knew that Lu Yuan and Alice were the same family of Superman, and they were also from Kryptonians. He also guessed that Lu Yuan and Alice would be very powerful. But is it too strong? The same Kryptonian, the same Superman, but Unjust Chao is so vulnerable in front of them? If they are hostile to the Earth, how will the Earth face it? Until then, a man in a black tights with a blue circle around his shoulders walked out of the Injustice headquarters. He's Nightwing, but he's not Dick, it's Damian. There are actually two Robins and two Nightwings at the same time in Injustice. One is naturally big and young, and the other is Damian. It's just that the big boy is no longer Robin, but debuted as Nightwing. But he was accidentally killed by Damian in an operation, and Damian later acted as Nightwing in memory of the young master. But later, Dick seemed to have been resurrected, so two Nightwings appeared at the same time. When Batman sees Damian, the expression under the mask is complicated. It was his own son who killed his godson, and Batman had many years of friendship with the young master. It was not his own son, but he was better than his own son. It was his own son who killed Dick. This was also unacceptable to Batman, who once said things like "my son is dead." This caused an irreparable rift between him and Damian, and it was the first time they had seen each other in a few years. But Damian didn't even look at Batman, but looked at Injustice Chao, who was severely taught by Lu Yuan, raised his hand to his mouth and blew a whistle. Hearing this whistle, the expressions of everyone in the Injustice Alliance changed. The next moment, the entire Injustice Alliance base was shaken. Only with a boom, the building exploded from the inside, a huge amount of, and terrifying monsters jumped out of it. Doomsday? Oops, I've heard that Superman arrested Doomsday for training, but I didn't expect it to be true. Did he really train his old enemy Doomsday to be an obedient, loyal dog? Batman exclaimed in shock, feeling incredible. Doomsday can be said to be the first feat of killing Superman in the history of DC Comics. One Superman is also a symbol of invincibility. As the first superhero, Superman is invincible without any opponent. But with the appearance of Doomsday, Superman is also broken, because Doomsday once created a feat, that is, he brought the death of Superman. And now, this terrifying monster made with Kryptonian technology is also the most powerful biological weapon in the universe. Doomsday, at the moment, is standing there. Doomsday also wears some sort of controller on his head, and that's what Injustice uses to control Doomsday. Only Injustice can really control him. Lu Yuan sneered in his heart, this is just an Injustice universe, a certain parallel or multi-universe Doomsday. It is not the oldest, but is made from the corpse of Darkseid. And what about him? He is the first day of destruction in the main universe. In fact, it should be said that it is the universe where Darkseid exists, but it is not certain that it is the main universe, the first day of destruction, which is the so-called oldest day of destruction. Doomsday vs Doomsday? I want to see what you are capable of. Lu Yuan threw his last blow and smashed Injustice into a deep pit. He was deliberately giving Injustice a chance to issue orders to Doomsday. Injustice Chow did not disappoint Liu Yuan, and seized this opportunity to make Doomsday move. Roar. Doomsday roared, opened a pair of huge amounts of claws, took big strides, and rushed towards Liu Yuan with a bang. Alice was about to shoot, but was stopped by Liu Yuan. I'm coming. Kill him for me, give him a relief, Alice said, looking away. She had recognized that the Doomsday's true identity was the descendant of their Zed family, and it was also Drizzt, the Zed general of this generation. She didn't want to see her descendants being so mistreated, and would rather let Liu Yuan help her clean up the door and give Drizzt a relief. Liu Yuan replied, don't worry. With that said, Liu Yuan walked towards the Doomsday step by step, and while walking, he also revealed his true body. Originally, it didn't need to be so troublesome, but Liu Yuan still did it. The first step, he first soared to 5 meters in height. This is already an abbreviated version, otherwise Liu Yuan could easily become 10 meters tall, or even the file size of a universe. But even the height of 5 meters is far beyond the Doomsday, which is less than 3 meters at most. In the second step, Liu Yuan turned into a real Doomsday, with an ugly and incomparably terrifying appearance, covered with terrifying muscles like big rocks, and covered with bone armor that shone with cold light. At the third step, Liu Yuan was already face to face with Doomsday. Ow! 2.0 Doomsday roared again, but the tone of the roar changed. If it was ferocious before, with boundless anger and killing intent, then at the moment, it seems to have a guilty conscience. Liu Yuan, on the other hand, was too lazy to shock him with his momentum, just looked at him coldly, then raised his right hand into a fist and smashed it. Boom. Half of Doomsday's body was blasted away, and not even a single bit of scum was left. Originally, Doomsday can be resurrected infinitely, and even has the setting of immunity to previous damage, and can continue to adapt to the surrounding environment. But Liu Yuan was even more amazing, huge amounts of eyes emitting 2 golden rays of light, not only heat ray, but also the power of the Omega effect. Omega rays are very strong, especially for enemies who are not as strong as themselves, and can even erase the meaning of their existence. Even the Doomsday, which claims to be infinitely resurrected, cannot be resurrected. Accompanying Liu Yuan just punched the so-called immortal son of destruction with one punch, as if the whole world was quiet. Everyone looked at Liu Yuan stupidly, including Batman. Bruce, look at what monsters you brought. Injustice actually dared to accuse Batman? After all, in the eyes of Injustice, what he did was for justice and world peace. However, he was really just at first, and he did help some ordinary people who were affected by the war, and even hindered many strategic deployments of a certain country. It also led a certain country to send someone to kidnap Unjust Chow's adoptive parents, and ignited the fuse, which made Unjust Chow strengthen his beliefs, and also made those superhero who had some hesitation undecided at first to join Unjust. Super Camp. Simply bullshit. After all, it is a certain country, it is impossible to solve problems, they are the root cause of all problems. Not to mention those. Injustice was really about justice and peace in the first place. But when he tasted the 06 of the sweetness, he began to stop the car. If at first it was just to kill one person and save millions of people, then later, it has become that he would rather kill the wrong than let it go. He also went from the so-called only one at the beginning to being too radical to no matter how many there are. I didn't expect him to dare to accuse Batman now. Liu Yuan slowly changed back to his human appearance, squinted at Injustice, and asked, what? You think I'm going to lose control? You think I'm going to destroy the Earth? Don't compare me to you, bastard. What are you protecting? Even at the expense of using the power of the Doomsday? Or even use the power of the Yellow Lantern Corps? In fact, among the forces of the Injustice, there is also the participation of the Yellow Lantern, Sinisto, Legion. This is also the reason why the Green Lantern Corps and OU Axing attacked aggressively. Sinisto is just not here now, but in fact, there is also an active figure of Sinisto in the game. What's wrong with me? Injustice flew up and down, and shouted at Liu Yuan, I will prevent the tragedy from happening before the criminals commit crimes. I can make all countries dare not start wars again. I will bring the earth to the earth. With peace, even those in power may not like my strength, but at least ordinary people can live happily, right? Facing Injustice's final rebuttal, Liu Yuan just sneered, although I don't want to say that freedom is higher, and I don't want to say that the price of freedom is high, but it is worth paying. But I want to ask, why do you advance in advance? Judging others will surely commit crimes? Why do you have such great power? Stopping crime in advance can indeed save some people. But Liu Yuan looked at the Injustice, but only felt disdain. If you are really as righteous as you think, when you know someone is going to commit a crime, why don't you guide them? Instead, use violence to overcome violence. I'm not saying it's not good to use violence to control violence, because I am a model of violence control myself. But I never say that I am a superhero. If you really want to be an anti-hero in the name of selfishness, I really appreciate it. The things I despise the most are your double standards and your stubborn ugly face. Liu Yuan had lived for so many years, how could he be persuaded by his few words? Liu Yuan himself is not the kind of virgin with a sense of justice. On the contrary, he feels that it is a bit too much to be called an anti-hero. Liu Yuan just wouldn't take the initiative to do bad things, even if he kidnapped Louise recently, it was to tease Clark and the others. Not for training. But Liu Yuan is not a superhero. He never said that he was a superhero, nor that his actions were for justice. How did that sentence come from? Liu Yuan once had one of his favorite classic quotations, which said, anyone, no matter what reason, goes into war, as long as the war officially begins, all those involved in the war will bear the sin of war. Isn't it Liu Yuan too? Are there no innocent civilians when he leads his army against his neighbors, when he nearly destroys and exterminates the civilization of Dekozam? Not even a baby? But what Liu Yuan despised the most about unjust Chao was that he had double standards and had to advertise himself as justice. What kind of justice is this? Stop embarrassing me, or you will fully admit that you want to be a dictator, you want to rule the earth, and let everyone live under your threats and sanctions. Or give me a real think, really what's the justice for? Is it really what you did? Even if it's a criminal, can't he guide him before he actually commits evil deeds? Or do some people really deserve to die? Ask yourself, how many people were killed by your atrocities? Liu Yuan asked. Injustice was silent and lost in thought. But immediately, he said unswervingly, there is a loophole in the law, I don't believe in any law anymore. For example, a lunatic like Joker should have been sentenced to death, but he always sent him to a lunatic asylum, and then let him again and again run out and kill millions. Who's responsible? You? Batman. It was the same incident that not only affected Injustice Chao's life, but was also the trigger for everything. Even Liu Yuan was speechless, because he had never blamed Injustice on this point. The only places he blamed on Injustice were the things that Injustice didn't do or didn't do well. In fact, attentive people have already seen that Liu Yuan really doesn't look down on Injustice, or blame him, because Injustice wants to be the 640 and stand up. What Liu Yuan disliked was that Injustice Chao was neither a qualified dictator nor a qualified superhero. Either you will truly rule the earth with power, although it will not be recognized in a short period of time, it will at least lead to the unification of the world, right? When the world is in harmony, and you govern and reform with your ideas, the earth will enter a new era and development. Why not? But Injustice still retains all the countries, which will definitely cause trouble, and even some people have been resisting. In order to eliminate those who oppose him, he will only leave more handles. Why bother? Or if you really want to be a superhero, you can't do that, and you're done by following the people's will. For example, Joker killed millions of people. For such a big crime, even the most lenient law will punish him. There is absolutely no need to get his hands dirty, or hand over many criminals to victims to punish. This can be done. But he chose two unreliable methods, and he was simply a big fool. And don't forget, Liu Yuan actually has a way to solve the root problem, and he said before that he intends to solve it. So Liu Yuan snorted softly and said, what if Joker didn't kill millions of people and also kill Louise and your children? Everyone was stunned. Especially the Injustice. I don't know if it's because I can't believe it, or because I'm too excited, and even the voice is trembling, and asked, what did you say? No wonder he is like this. Isn't the entire Injustice universe caused by that incident? What if the event that triggered the fuse could be reversed in time and rewritten in history? Don't believe his nonsense. No one can rewrite history, and no one can go back in time. Wonder Woman suddenly shouted. She wasn't dead yet. After all, she is a demigod, and her heart was not injured, so she is still alive. Liu Yuan glanced sideways at Wonder Woman, and asked with a sneer, you don't seem to want me to rewrite history? Or, you don't want Louise to be resurrected? What? Do you think I want to replace Louise? Or do you think I want to monopolize Superman? Or do you think I'm that kind of superficial woman? You think I'm in love with Superman? Wonder Woman retorted, not to be outdone. In fact, for many people, Wonder Woman of the Injustice universe is very black-bellied, not even recognized and pleasing by fans, and even abused by countless people. Too green tea. But Wonder Woman actually has its own reasons. In fact, Wonder Woman, like Injustice, has a tragic past. In the beginning, the origin story of Wonder Woman in the Injustice universe was the same as in the movie, being taken out of Paradise Island by Steve and involved in the World War. But the difference is that Wonder Woman didn't wear the artifact of the mantra lasso when she went out, and she and Steve didn't even get the Queen's consent when she went out. That is to say, it was equivalent to an elopement. Later, because he caught a spy in the war, he couldn't find the information he needed. To that end, Wonder Woman came up with the lasso of mantra. But when she went back to Paradise Island, she didn't know that she had been followed. It turned out that Steve took advantage of Wonder Woman's trust and wanted to steal the news of truth. But an accident happened in the process. Steve was found by the guards and killed the Amazon female warrior. Therefore, everything is revealed to the world. Steve deceived and used Wonder Woman, and also let Wonder Woman see the cruelty of war and the sickness and hopelessness of this world. So Wonder Woman, while killing Steve, promises to make the world truly peaceful. But she knew it wasn't easy, so she thought that the world needed a god to uphold justice. Superman is God, he can bring peace to the world. We are about to succeed, as long as we further disintegrate the regimes of all countries, even defeat and conquer Atlantis. With the help of us Amazons, we can make the world forever peace. Why do you have to obstruct at this critical moment? Wonder Woman was almost crazy, and her blacken also shocked everyone. Even Injustice said in disbelief, Diana, you really want to rule the world? It's you, Superman, you're going to make the world peaceful in the name of God. You see, too, so many countries don't care that war brings death, so many people are homeless, even children are implicated. Only you can save the world in the name of God. Wonder Woman went mad, her eyes full of madness, looking at injustice, as if it were the fulfillment of all her wishes. In fact, Lu Yuan never thought that the Wonder Woman of this universe would become blackened like this. All because of editing. In fact, Wonder Woman is also miserable, like a brick, where it needs to be moved, even because of different editors. Sometimes her lover is Steve, sometimes Batman, sometimes Superman, and even in the Flashpoint Paradox universe and Aquaman Asia SE still has a relationship. And Wonder Woman's relationship has almost no good ending. After all, she is a demigod, and no matter which version Steve is, it is difficult to accompany her to grow old. Not to mention that Batman is basically a playboy in the comics, and he never lacks women, Damian's mother, Catwoman, and even Harley Quinn Harley. Especially after the New 52, Wonder Woman and Superman once formed a CP, and there have been many versions of their relationship, and more than once they have been known as the strongest child in the world. But only this time, Wonder Woman can be said to be miserable. She was pitted by her favorite Steve, and she was betrayed by Steve completely, so Wonder Woman lost her trust in the world. This is why she often acts extreme. This Wonder Woman is obviously not the same person as the real Diana Lu Yuan knew. Superman, you have to choose wisely, and now there is such an opportunity in front of you, you can save it all. Oliver, Dick, Dinah, all who have died because of mistakes, think about what you really want. What? Batman also began to persuade Unjust Chow. He was worried that Unjust Chow had been swayed by power and might even give up on Louise. But he obviously underestimated Louise's position in Superman's heart. As long as the editor's head is not worried, Louise will always be Superman's soulmate and Superman's only lover. Unless she is dead. So Injustice Chow didn't even have a hesitation, and said excitedly to Lu Yuan, if you can do it, I promise to give up everything, and even take Louise to the countryside without any problem. I can also help me apologize for all crimes committed and accept any punishment. Hey, is it too thorough and too enthusiastic? Lu Yuan didn't say that he would make a confession. Wonder Woman shouted in disappointment, Superman, do you really want to give up everything you are about to get? You can bring peace to the world. World peace? Compared to Louise, what a piece of shit. If Injustice is really willing to get the so-called power now, he can do it any time before. But Louise and her adoptive parents are like the shackles of his humanity. This is not a derogatory term, but a compliment. Because of Louise's existence, Ling Long, 5078 the divinity of Superman is firmly blocked. Superman obviously has such a powerful force. For many people, they can do whatever they want. But what about Superman? He still has to go to work and work because he has to support himself and his wife and foster parents. This seems unbelievable to many people, and a trip to the bank is enough to spend a lifetime. But he wouldn't do that. A superhero is only when a god possesses human nature. But what if a god has only divinity? Do you still care about the lives of human beings? Although Superman is a god with humanity, Louise is exactly where his humanity lies. In fact, Superman has lost Louise and humanity more than once, and when he incarnates as a god, he will make things worse every time. For example, the unrighteous universe, or the coming of the kingdom of heaven. And this time, Lu Yuan found the shackles of humanity for him. I wonder if he can make everything better. When Lu Yuan knew that this was the Injustice universe, and knew what happened through the super universe consciousness, he had already figured it out as early as the first time, and he would definitely save Louise and the child in her belly. Those were descendants of their L family. As for why it suddenly came to this universe, it is actually like the main universe Justice League was suddenly sent to the unjust universe. There is some reason. Lu Yuan didn't bother to care. He thought it was the reaction caused by this descendant, right? So after Lu Yuan taught this unsatisfactory descendant a lesson, he took the initiative to mention, I can take you back in time to the past, and even take all of you back to the past. After experiencing so much in the future, I believe you must have learned enough lessons, what you plan to do and how to do it. I think you already know what you are going to do, right? Lu Yuan looked at everyone present. Especially Wonder Woman, do you really think what you think is the truth? Or are you angry at all Earthlings for being deceived by your lover? Do you really think you are helping others? Or is it just your self-satisfaction? Want me to see you Amazons? It should also be changed. Should I liberate you? The Amazons and Paradise Island are off limits to outsiders, especially men. Even if she gave birth to a boy by herself, she would be sent away. Wonder Woman once had twin younger brothers who were sent out since childhood. Is this a different kind of sickness? I don't want to preach to anyone, because I'm very tired. Anyway, I'll give you a chance next time. How to make a choice is up to you, Lu Yuan said, and suddenly opened a golden field, taking the superhero present. All included. Lu Yuan did what he said, and immediately opened the long river of time. This time, he just jumped to 5 years ago. This is the 5th year of the Injustice universe, and it is exactly 5 years since Louise's death. One day 5 years ago, when that was about to happen, when Joker and Harley Quinn Harley kidnapped Louise and even killed Clark's friend, Jimmy. Lu Yuan took everyone back to 5 years ago. It is now that history has diverged. This should be the same as the main universe. It is because of the big event that will happen today that led to the birth and plot of the unjust universe, and made Superman black and become the unjust Superman. But today, because of Lu Yuan's existence, they return to this day. On the edge of a beach, the Justice League members surrounded Joker and Harley Quinn, who had succeeded in their tricks. However, the last second of the Justice League was still the consciousness of 5 years ago, and the next second was replaced by them 5 years later. Because they originally existed 5 years ago, in order not to let a world have the same two people, Yuan asked them to integrate. This is not the same as in 1984 before. At that time, the two eras of Diana completed the historical encounter. Also because of Yuan's integration, Injustice also integrated himself with himself 5 years ago, and then he found that at the moment he was pushing the Doomsday into the sky. Superman, no matter what you see, all you see is an illusion, Batman hurriedly shouted over the communicator. He was the first to react. Injustice also immediately recalled, and quickly stopped the current speed, with cold sweat on his face and forehead. He remembered, although what he saw in front of him was Doomsday, but it was actually Louise, his wife. When Wiko listened carefully, he immediately heard the heartbeats of two people from the body of the Doomsday in front of him. One of them was very strong, and the other was weak. That was the heartbeat of their 3-month-old child. And if what was in front of him was the real Day of Doom, why didn't he fight back? Injustice quickly took off the cloak behind him and took a pocket from the front. Sure enough, the illusion in front of him disappeared, because Unjust Chow's cloak could easily wrap Louise. If this was the real Doomsday, it would definitely not fit. Injustice quickly picked up Louise carefully and quickly flew to the ground to gather with everyone. And on the ground, at the moment Joker definitely didn't know what was going on, and was still provoking Batman. Little Bat, where is your plane? I see, you were carried by Superman and flew over. If it was Batman 5 years ago, he must be speechless now. Because Joker guessed right. 5 years ago or now, he was really carried by Superman and flew over, which is embarrassing to think about. But now Batman is too lazy to pay attention to it, just nervously waiting for Injustice's answer. But Joker is still chattering. Speaking of which, you may not know that she, referring to Louise, is pregnant. Boom. Batman couldn't take it any longer and punched him. Everyone else also glared at him. This lunatic actually hurt Superman's child? It even caused the deaths of millions of people, and even single-handedly led the entire unjust cosmic event that followed. They wanted to kill him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief until Injustice quickly fell from the sky holding Louise to the ground. But Injustice saw that Louise didn't wake up immediately, just like a helpless child, shouting, Louise, wake up, please. Is this still the dictator who built the Injustice Alliance and even the Injustice Universe plot? Even Wonder Woman is dumbfounded. Is the power of love really so great? But she met a scumbag. The power of love is not great, in fact, it can be seen by seeing her and blacken for it. At this moment, Yuan came to Louise and pushed Injustice away. Without waiting for the latter to come forward, Yuan raised his hand to emit a burst of golden light, just swept it over Louise quickly, and then not only repaired Joker's hands and feet in Louise's heart, but also took out the switch. It also made her wake up immediately and was extremely healthy. Louis, thank God, Injustice rushed over again, half kneeling on the ground and hugging Louise, who was still dazed. The latter was in a trance for a while before fully awake, and said funny and angrily, are you here to save me? Okay, Clark, I'm fine. Louise didn't know that there were many people nearby, or maybe her friends already knew Superman's identity, so she called Clark's name directly. After all, they even have children. If it was the publication of the extraordinary twins, Damian and little Jonathan would still be partners. Just as their father is the best friend, they will also be the best friend. For example, the dark-bellied Damian will fool and let Xiao Qiao fly around on his back. Back in front of him, Batman nodded reassuringly after seeing the awakened Louise and the crying Injustice, and then took Joker away, even ignoring Harley Quinn. Yuan noticed something and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute, are you going to kill him yourself? Batman was silent. Yuan continued to stop him. You can't let you kill him yourself, because if you are Blacken, it will be more terrifying than Injustice, so give him to me. Just kidding. Is Injustice followed by Laughing Bat? Can we stop here? Yuan's words made everyone notice the strangeness here. Batman was silent, just holding on to Joker's collar. Joker didn't care at all, just looking at Batman in front of him with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. Yuan could see that Batman planned to deal with Joker himself. Once, or in the future. Injustice once accused Batman of not killing Joker, which resulted in many tragedies. He also asked him to kill more people after Joker escaped. Wouldn't he blame himself? Batman has also said that every time Joker kills someone, he blames himself and regrets it. Every time. But there was a line he didn't want to nor could he cross. Batman knew too well how terrifying it would be once he crossed that line. As he had anticipated from the beginning, Injustice had said that just killing Joker would save countless lives. But when that one begins, it is no longer a question of one. The injustice that tasted the sweetness is completely out of control, isn't it? And what if he loses control? Then it will only get worse, even more terrible. So Batman never crossed that line. He was only responsible for sending people in and the prosecutor tried the crimes. He wouldn't be the judge himself. But today is different. I can't let him hurt my friends, or even my family, Batman said. Injustice was shocked and looked at Batman in disbelief. I've thought about it countless times, and even had a beautiful dream. If I could have noticed it earlier, if I could have killed Joker one step earlier, such a tragedy would never have happened again, Batman said with incomparable remorse. In fact, in one of Injustice's dreams, he once had a dream, in which Injustice woke up at the last moment and didn't kill Louise. Then Batman kills Joker for him. That dream is the same as now, but Injustice didn't expect that Batman had a similar dream. It would be great if everything could be done all over again. It was not until today that Injustice found out that Batman really cared about himself. He was very moved, but had to be silent. After all, this is not a dream. Everyone present knows that the 5 years they have experienced are real, they have indeed lost control, and they have formed a powerful alliance of Injustice. And it's all because of Joker. Injustice couldn't possibly let Joker go, but this time he couldn't take another shot because it would get out of hand again. So there has to be someone to stand up and do it, right? Maybe Batman really is the best fit? After all, Joker has always been his opponent, and they have always been fighting wits, and although Batman has caught Joker countless times, it has always been Batman's victory. But Joker has been escaping all the time. In fact, Joker should have been locked up and even sentenced to death. Maybe this is really Batman's responsibility? However, Lu Yuan reached out and snatched Joker from Batman's hands, and then a black tiger slammed his heart out, and took out Joker's heart. What? Everyone looked at Lu Yuan in shock. Especially Harley Quinn. Harley shouted in a broken way, "Pudding? Honey, dear? Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you, and I'm going to let all of you be buried with Mr. J." Just when she was clamoring for fun, a figure in a platinum shirt walked over, and before anyone else could react, the same black tiger also dug out Harley Quinn's heart. "Do you know who you are threatening?" Alice snorted coldly. It turned out to be her. "Why did you do this?" Batman questioned Lu Yuan, and asked even more worriedly, "Aren't you afraid of losing control?" He didn't want Lu Yuan to become Unjust Chao in the future. The most important thing was that Lu Yuan was much more terrifying than Unjust Chao. Lu Yuan could stop Injustice Chao's madness, but all the people present joined together, and Injustice Chao couldn't stop Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan crushed the heart from Joker in his hand, looked at something in his hand again, and said, "This guy is waiting for you to kill him, especially Batman. There is something hidden in his heart. Deadly gas, if you kill him, you'll be the next Joker. That is, the Laughing Bat." In the latest stories, the Dark Knights have appeared, chief among them being the 7 blackened versions of Batman. Dawn Lantern, Killer Machine, Merciless Iron Fist, Drowned Wraith, Ravager, Red Death God and Laughing Bat. Each of them broke their own no-kill principle, and each almost became a murderer. But the most terrifying, and the craziest of them all, is the Laughing Bat. The appearance of the Laughing Bat was carefully designed by Joker, and then transformed by Joker's death and the deadly toxin buried in his heart in advance. That's right, because the drowning spirits are from the Earth 11 of the Dark Multi-Universe. Like the Earth 11 of the Positive Multi-Universe, the superhero here are all gender reversed. So the drowned wraith is not called Bruce Wayne, but Bruce Wayne. But except for her, everyone else is Bruce, and even almost the same experience as a child, only some changes have taken place later. For example, the Dawn Lantern flew a lantern ring when he witnessed his parents being killed, because Bruce inspired huge amounts of will at the time. But the result was that little Bruce, who was supposed to be Green Lantern, was restrained by the lamp ring when he intended to kill the robber with the lamp ring. Later, his strong willpower caused the lamp ring to break and damage and invade the darkness. 0. The killing machine comes from the Dark Multi-Universe Earth 44. After Alfred was killed by Bane and others, Bruce started something called the Alfred Protocol, which produced an artificial man with Alfred's memory. Smart, after integrating with Batman, he went berserk and uncontrollable, and also destroyed Jinglian. And there's Merciless Iron Fist, he's from Earth 12 in the Dark Multi-Universe, where Bruce and Wonder Woman are still lovers. When fighting Ares, he put on Ares' helmet, which corroded his mind, and finally killed Wonder Woman by him. Especially the Ravager, Bruce from Earth 1 of the Dark Multi-Universe, is actually the saddest one of all. Actually because the Superman of his universe became bloodthirsty for unknown reasons and also killed all the superhero. To fight Superman, Batman injects himself with the virus, which eventually kills Superman. But he himself turned into a terrifying monster that looked somewhat similar to Doomsday. But all the people in it together might not be as terrifying as the Laughing Bat. Because even the blackened version of Batman, some still retain the original heart of superhero. Even if they act crazy, they still want to be chivalrous, at least an anti-hero. Only the Laughing Bat, who replaced Joker, became a more terrible lunatic than Joker, and an absolute evil. Lu Yuan didn't want to guide a maniacal bat with his own hands, it would be very troublesome. In this way, Lu Yuan has reversed the future, or has he reversed the past? Anyway, this is just a matter of hand for him, so what if history is rewritten? They are supreme at this level, and it is not easy to rewrite history. If you are afraid of the future because of the plot, why should you become the supreme? Be a salted fish. As for the future, there might have been a parallel universe plot line, but Lu Yuan just needed a thought to clear that future line. There is no need to keep a track that has gone astray. If the universe is brought to the end because the people of the Justice League, Injustice League, are brought back to the past by him, it is better to just destroy it. Don't forget that Lu Yuan brought almost all superhero back to 5 years ago. Then Lu Yuan and Alice didn't leave immediately, and no one in June 40 asked them to turn themselves in. In fact, no one can lock them up, and everyone knows what will happen if Joker is not killed. Especially when Lu Yuan found the super bomb planted by Joker from the metropolis in front of the whole world was shocked. If this broke out, the metropolis would not only turn into ruins in an instant, but millions of people would die, and it would be impossible to get close to it for decades, and there would be terrible radiation. That was a disaster. So Lu Yuan and Alice definitely became heroes, and they were recognized in this world. It's just that when people learned that Lu Yuan was the ancestor of Superman 100,000 years ago, they couldn't help but be in a trance. 100,000 years? 10 hail? Too exaggerated, right? Only those who know understand Lu Yuan's power, so he can already be called a god, right? Therefore, Lu Yuan's title on Earth is not just as simple as Superman, but the god of Superman. Then again, why did they stay? In fact, there is only one reason, that is, after 10 months of pregnancy, Louise finally gave birth to a baby. It was a healthy girl named Lila. Lois. Kent. It's a standard first name with Louise Lois surname in the middle and Clark Kent's surname at the end. But Lu Yuan was very dissatisfied, and directly named him a Kryptonian, Lila L. It turned out that the last name was just changed. Alice spit out funny. She even felt that Lu Yuanjian was going to become a stubborn old man. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, but when he took little Lila over, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Different from his own daughter, he was so excited that he even cried because he felt the continuation of his own blood, and even his own inheritance. Lila is the continuation of the entire L family, which is the new life of the family. Lila L, I have given you power and potential far beyond your father's. I have given you infinite ability. I wish you endless good luck in your life. Your beauty will make the sun pale, and you will be Proxima Midnight. Darling, the whole world dotes on you. Lu Yuan, as the Supreme, even blessed Lila in person. And his divine gift immediately caused huge amounts of influence to the entire world. Even the delivery room was brighter, and it seemed that a group of elves had appeared, circling around Lila laughingly. Clark and Louise were definitely shocked by this scene, but they quickly smiled at each other with relief, accepting the love their ancestors had for their daughter. And this also made Lila smoothly grow into a beautiful and powerful girl in the future. She has been fighting with her father since she was a few years old, and Louise and Clark have specially prepared battlesuits for her. Although Lu Yuan has always been brooding about one thing, why is it Lila and not little Jonathan? It should have been a son, perhaps because Lu Yuan changed history, so he became a daughter? But the daughter is also good, and Lila's growth has always been rapid, albeit with a little hiccups during training. For example, when she flew for the first time, she was quite frightened. And in order for her to learn how to use heat ray, she even went to make a lot of trouble at Green Arrow Oliver's training ground. Hey, my target could have been used until my son succeeded me, Green Arrow grumbled to the Supermans. Black Canary entertains Louise with a smile, and Dinah is pregnant. Lyra's first mission was to go to outer space to catch a crashing satellite, and it was at the house of her godfather, Bruce Wayne. This is definitely Batman's intention. He made such a glitch on purpose, in order to train Lyra Zero. Batman is still Lila's godfather, and his relationship with Superman is definitely beyond doubt. And then Lyra also went into rebellion, and she began to dislike her father, who was always there when she needed it, and her grandmother and grandmother, who didn't need it. Even when Lila wanted to find a boy, Lu Yuan and Clark would go to threaten people together, which was terrible. But Miss Lila still grew up, and later, she began to look at the world with a more mature eye. When she found out that the world was falling apart and that the world still had wars, she began to think about how to solve it. The former Injustice Superman has now recovered, and is no different from the Superman in the main world. It is better to say that he was originally the Superman in the main world. It was just because of that incident that there was a difference, and the world line entered the Injustice universe. So Superman told his point of view. He knew that although he was Superman, he was still an outsider. At least they should not be involved in the power of the Earth. But Lila doesn't think so, because she is a child of Kryptonians and Earth people. She is the bridge between the two worlds, so she stood up and told the world what she saw. And this is also supported by Wonder Woman, who has become a friendly peace ambassador sent by the Amazons to human society, and Aquaman Arthur, who represents Atlantis, and even all superheroes, and almost all supervillains, even Reverse Lightning the Rogue Gang, including 2.0, supports this little Superman. The world is moving in a good direction. Definitely for Batman, or Bruce Wayne, the goddaughter's speech was too educative, like preaching to everyone. However, the new generation of Batman Damian does not think so. He has taken over the mantle of Batman and has completely become the heir to the Wayne family. The old guys are already starting to retire. Definitely Wonder Woman is still young because she is a demigod. But to everyone's surprise, she and Bruce have become a pair, and she is finally no longer deceived by feelings, but Bruce's old-fashioned headache also gives her a headache. This world, because of Lu Yuan's influence, is finally moving towards a bright future. And this is exactly what Injustice had ever hoped for the most. They stayed in the restored universe until Lila grew up, until she matured and finally became a female Superman loved by the whole world. Lu Yuan and Alice did not leave. If he doesn't leave again, Lu Yuan will definitely be reluctant to see Lila find true love, and he will definitely destroy it. And, most importantly, Alice also became pregnant during this period. Lu Yuan was very excited. Their family was going to add another population. After Lu Yuan and Alice returned to his almighty universe, Alice soon gave birth to a lovely daughter. The 5,000 gold of Lu Yuan's family was born. However, this child's name is different from the previous 4 sisters, in Kryptonian style. In the beginning, Alice started as LZL, but Lu Yuan refused to agree, saying that Aili was not good, and finally changed it to Esther ZL. Definitely Lu Yuan also gave the 5th a Lu family style name, called Lu Xiaoi, which means that she is the youngest of the Lu family at present, and love means that she will be loved by the whole family. So the nickname is Xiao Ai. By the way, although they have stayed in the Injustice universe for more than 10 years, when Lu Yuan and Alice left, they still returned to the original timeline. That is, the point in time when they first entered Unrighteous Universe 06, so nothing has changed. Lu Yuan didn't want to miss the growth of his daughters. The youngest, Xiao Ai, also got her father's tears. Maybe this has become a tradition in their family? The Supreme Being is so moved to tears whenever he welcomes the birth of a daughter, even his wives can't stand it. Alice was about to cry, but when she saw Lu Yuan weeping, she couldn't help crying and complaining, "Don't let your subordinates see it, or the 3 views will collapse." In fact, I also want 3 the view has collapsed. Is this still the ghost who sees sorrow? Lu Yuan was once jokingly called Gui Jianshao by his subordinates, describing his training as the devil's, including the rules he usually set. But who would have thought he would have such a time? Lu Yuan snorted and threatened, "So don't say it." Alice pursed her lips and smiled, she definitely wouldn't ruin his reputation. Next, Lu Yuan will naturally spend a period of time with his family in his own god realm. One is that he has been in the Injustice universe for so long, and he misses his family very much. Another is that Alice is like this, she must not be able to run around with her children anymore. Alice was a little sad. The good opportunities for 2 people to get along were all disrupted now, and she couldn't complain that the child came at the wrong time. She was very tangled. On the contrary, the children were very happy, and the 5 little guys soon became a group. After all, they are sisters linked by blood. Moreover, the children of Lu Yuan's family are definitely not mortals. After they are born, they can say some simple words, can fly, and have the power of gods. There are no outsiders in God's domain, so you don't need to worry about them getting hurt, let them go. Lu Yuan also checked the construction of the almighty universe, and found that Ancient One and the others have finally started to make progress, and they are learning to build a new Krypton galaxy from Lu Yuan to create a new galaxy. This is a good start. Although it is only a fixed star system, it is far from the scale of an entire galaxy, but everything has to have a beginning, right? It just so happened that Alice had to return to look after the children now, so let her join them together. The 5 goddesses of creation will shoulder a very heavy task in the future. This almighty universe will be created by them. Although they are not the masters of this almighty universe, they are the creators here. Then Lu Yuan went to the new Krypton for a circle, and found that the 100,000 subordinates had been completely integrated into it, and the 500,000 soldiers from the original Kandu city had been assigned to teams. Almost everyone was a team leader. Lead them to special training. And when they took out the training goals set by Lu Yuan, they almost killed 500,000 people. However, when they learned that this was a training program designed by their Kryptonian god, Lu Yuan, they immediately clenched their teeth and persevered. You know, the fixed star of today's new Krypton is the yellow sun, and all Kryptonians have become Superman. But even Superman felt that the training was hard, and one could imagine how terrifying it was. This is also the reason why they could resist the invasion of the new Protoss of Apocalypse in the first place. The Kryptonians who have just become Superman have blocked the new Protoss, which is not so easy. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the development of the new Krypton. Not to mention the technological revival and the construction of the new planet, Lu Yuan never forgot to take them back for revenge, and then let a full 600,000 Krypton Superman fighters train for a period of time. The war should be completely over. Lu Yuan's purpose of staying in the DC universe now, isn't it just for this ultimate battle? By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to solve, that is, what role did OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps play in these 100,000 years and when Krypton was destroyed? Lu Yuan did not forget that OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps were in his liquidation list. The reason is that in Lu Yuan's memory, he always remembered that he was intercepted by the Green Lantern Corps led by the Little Blue Men, the Asgardians of the universe. Definitely later he proved that it was his memory that had forgotten something, and later proved that if the Green Lantern Corps hadn't changed the light of the red sun, even Superman would have been weakened into a dog. Then you can't fight. It is very likely that Lu Yuan still forgot something after becoming Doomsday. Even the reason why he was able to remain awake after 640 became the Day of Destruction and became the only special existence may have been changed by his later self. But he still had to confirm before deciding how he would treat OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan went back to God's domain to bid farewell to his family and children, and hurriedly returned to the DC universe. This time he was alone again. After Lu Yuan returned to Earth, he went straight to Wixing, and in an instant he arrived at the area at the center of the universe. It turns out that OU A star is located in the center of the universe in a geographical sense. In fact, those cosmic Asgardians are centered on the star of OA, and then divide the universe into 3,600 sectors, which is why they say that this is the center of the universe. And from the outside, OA star is a green planet, full of strong willpower everywhere. OU Axing should have mastered the power of 7 emotional spectrums, except for white life and black death, all the other 7 possessed. But there are many forces in it that represent negative emotions, such as red anger, yellow fear, and so on. Only the green will is absolute justice and the easiest to control, which is why OU Axing has become the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps. At the moment Lu Yuan crossed the universe and came here. When Lu Yuan suddenly came to OU Star, countless green rays of light flew from OU Star immediately. There were dozens of green lanterns surrounding him. Who? This is OU Axing, don't break in at will, the leader shouted loudly. He had red skin. If Lu Yuan remembered correctly, he should be Sinisto. If I remember correctly, you should be a yellow light, right? Lu Yuan asked, or said it on purpose. What nonsense. OU Axing only has the green light of will, and yellow is the power of fear, shouted Green Lantern. Oh? Lu Yuan seemed to understand something. There should be no Yellow Lantern Corps yet, let alone the concept of a Yellow Lantern ring. Now only the Green Lantern Corps. Okay, Lu Yuan nodded, with his hands behind his back, he just stood there and flew towards OU Axing. Many Green Lanterns were startled and wanted to stop them. But for a moment, everyone was in a trance, and then Lu Yuan came to the surface of OU Axing like no one else. OU Axing is the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps and the place where the Asgardians of the universe are located. In addition to the various facilities of the Green Lantern Corps, it is also the total battery and the central energy battery of all the Green Lantern Corps' Green Lantern energy. In addition, OU Axing also has a foundry, a canteen, a planet fortress, a recruit training room, disaster simulation equipment, and more. The most important of these is the Central Conference Hall. This is also where the Asgardians of the universe usually live. According to the setting in the movie, there are many high stone pillars in the Central Conference Hall, and each of the Asgardians in the universe has a stone pillar as a position and will not leave all year round. Cosmic Asgardians have long lifespans, they even claim to live to the end of the universe. The oldest universe, Asgardian, may have lived for tens of billions of years. And the youngest universe, Asgardian, also experienced the battle 100,000 years ago. So when Lu Yuan forcibly broke in, the Asgardians in the universe immediately recognized his identity and couldn't help looking at each other. Krypton Commander Lu Yuan, what is he? Even the Asgardians in the universe have paid enough respect to Lu Yuan, because they know the power of the Kryptonians, and they know Lu Yuan's status even more. And what shocked them even more was that they remembered that 100,000 years ago, Lu Yuan and his Superman troops had disappeared. Lu Yuan changed history. So the 100,000 days of destruction should have been destroyed by himself, but now it has become a disappearance. Lu Yuan also recognized one of the little blue men, it was Gans. It was Gunther who led the team to participate in that battle. Lu Yuan flew directly in front of Gans and said, if your memory has not been forgotten, I think I remember that we had an agreement 100,000 years ago, and I am here today. 100,000 years ago, after Lu Yuan returned, he asked Gans to record all the history of the 100,000 years because he wanted to watch it. Let me confirm one thing, I want to confirm whether OU Axing needs to be liquidated. I want to know OU Axing's role in the destruction of Krypton. If I think it is necessary, I will lead my army to conquer Apocalypse before the star. Step on this place in advance, Lu Yuan said unceremoniously about his purpose. He is here to confirm this matter, to confirm whether OU Axing needs to be liquidated. Bold. There was a loud shout of horror and anger behind him, and it was Sinisto and the others who chased after him. In addition, many Green Lanterns who stayed at the headquarters rushed over. For a time, the conference hall was surrounded by countless Green Lanterns. Kryptonian, don't think we can't deal with you, as long as we copy Kryptonite, or the Red Sun's rays, you will lose your power, someone shouted, ready to attack. Don't be impulsive, Gunther shouted, a look of horror on his face. Normally, these cosmic Asgardians have lost their personal feelings. But now Ganser was taken aback, because he knew that Lu Yuan in front of him was different from other Kryptonians. Sure enough, although someone had turned Kryptonite close to Lu Yuan, and released the red sun light on Lu Yuan's body, Lu Yuan just yawned boredly and asked, that's it. This little trick has long been ignored by him. Lu Yuan has adapted to these weaknesses, and will no longer be threatened by Kryptonite or weakened by the rays of the red sun. He's no ordinary Superman. But then again, how much preparation has been made? It seems that these little blue people of OU Axing are already prepared. Lu Yuan sneered, since you guys did it first, don't blame me. As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his hands to make a fist around him. In an instant, countless green rays of light all gathered in Lu Yuan's hands. Those who bear the brunt of it are those Green Lanterns. They suddenly discovered that the power of the Green Lantern ring, which could be released indefinitely in OU Axing, was used up in an instant. Originally, even if it was far away from OU Axing, as long as a lantern was used as a battery to provide energy every day, it could last at least 12 hours of battle. But now, in an instant, all Green Lanterns' rings dimmed. How is it possible? Even the Asgardians in the universe showed surprised expressions. Lu Yuan said indifferently, why is it impossible? You are just using, or borrowing, the power of the green will. Now I have mastered the power of all the emotional spectrum, including the green will. Even almost all the power of origin, especially the 7 mysterious powers, each has the power of almost destroying the world. So easily, Lu Yuan disconnected all Green Lanterns from the green will power. And this was fatal, and countless Green Lanterns flying around lost their strength and fell down one after another. Thankfully no one died because of it. Ling Long, 5078. But also because of Lu Yuan's move, everyone was afraid, and could no longer fight against him. In the end, the cosmic Asgardians have to come forward in person. Gunther asked, "What the hell do you want to do?" "Give me the Book of OU," Lu Yuan asked directly, and pointedly pointed at the Book of OU. The Book of OA is a huge amount of book, created long ago, that contains the history of the Cosmic Asgardian and the Green Lantern Corps. Lu Yuan had reminded Ganser before that he wanted him to record the things about Krypton for the past 100,000 years. Now he came to ask for it, and read what happened in the past 100,000 years, and what happened to OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps. "What role have you played?" The importance of the Book of Or is unquestionable, and it also records 10 rules that must be strictly followed as a Green Lantern. Normally it is impossible for outsiders to see it. But the problem is that Lu Yuan is not an ordinary person. In the face of Lu Yuan's tough attitude, even the Asgardians of the universe did not dare to disobey. Yes, it is disobedience. Disobedience not only means disobedience and rebellion, but also means offense and disobedience. Lu Yuan is like a god descending with an irresistible will. He has cut off the main source of power for the Green Lantern Corps as soon as he comes, and God knows what else he will do. Therefore, the Asgardians in the universe immediately compromised, and Ganther even personally took Lu Yuan to the most important place where the Book of Or was stored. The Book of OUA is a green book with huge amounts of books. However, a mere book can't record such a long history, so the Green Lantern Ring also has super intelligence similar to a computer system, including the Book of OU, which also has such a function. In other words, it looks like a book, but it actually has a universe inside. Lu Yuan came here, and even reached out and got the Book of OU. Without Ganser's guidance, Lu Yuan already knew how to look up this Book of OU and found the information he wanted. Beginning with the information about Krypton from 100,000 years ago, Lu Yuan read all the records of OUR on Krypton. In the allocation of aura, the entire Milky Way is divided into two sectors, the 2813th sector and the 2814th sector. Among them, the fixed star system where Krypton is located belongs to the 2,813,640th sector, and the Earth belongs to the 2814th sector. As mentioned earlier, both Krypton and Earth belong to the Milky Way, but the two galaxies are on opposite sides of the Milky Way. The current Asgardian in the 2813th sector here is a Green Lantern called Tamaray, a racial civilization called Sudar Star. Diplomatic. Sudar's star is close to Krypton, but it doesn't belong to a galaxy. Simply put, it is like the relationship between other galaxies outside the solar system and the Earth. And Tamaray just in time for Krypton's demise. According to Tamaray's records and reports on OA, he had noticed that the core of Krypton was unstable, so he found a compound called stellarium, which could absorb tectonic pressure and delay the demise of Krypton. However, Tamaray was disturbed by the flare of the yellow sun on his way to Krypton. Not only was the power of the green light ring affected, he lost most of the stellarium, and he was temporarily blinded. Later, when Tamaray recovered his vision from temporary blindness, the first image he saw was the explosion of Krypton. Fatigued physically and mentally, Tamaray had to return to Wixing after the demise of Krypton for self-cultivation, while recording what happened to him. The above is Tamaray's role in the entire destruction of Krypton. As for OU Axing's attitude during the entire 100,000 years, according to the records and decisions of Cosmos Asgardian, because Krypton is too powerful, and considering that Krypton once wanted to expand wildly to the entire universe, it is not considered to let Kryptonians be the 2814th sector Asgardian. In other words, in the past 100,000 years, not even a single Kryptonian Green Lantern has appeared. Are Kryptonians not brave? No, it was just rejected by OU Axing. In addition, OU Axing did know through Tamaray's report that Krypton was in danger of being destroyed at any time. But they didn't do much, just let Tamaray and some Green Lanterns go and inform. But Krypton has fallen into a fanatical belief in Krypton because of the life code, and it is impossible to leave Krypton. So all these persuasion were in vain. In the end, Tamaray could only do some temporary relief measures, but it failed. The above is the record of OU Axing about Krypton in the past 100,000 years. To put it bluntly, it is to adopt a laissez-faire attitude, neither approaching nor interfering, nor intending to help. Because Krypton has a socialist policy and no dictators and powers, we thought it was the best option without our intervention, Gunther explained. The responsibility of the universe Asgardian is to prevent the hegemony and tyranny of the dictator, but Krypton obviously does not belong to such a society, so they will not interfere easily. There is nothing to say. But Lu Yuan still felt unhappy, but couldn't say anything. Do you anger others for not helping you because of your own disappointment? A little too much, right? Giant baby? It's Krypton's own disappointment. OU Axing's help is a love, not helping is a duty. As long as OU Axing didn't play a disgraceful role during the period, for example, he added fuel to the flames, but he is not qualified to blame. As for Brainiac, although it is indeed a point that can be blamed on OU Axing, but Brainiac can be regarded as the last to save so many people in Kandu City, so let's face it. I see, it seems that OU Axing really has no intention of targeting Krypton. But you haven't helped us anymore, so my decision is, you helped us 100,000 years ago, then wait for us to defeat in the future. Apocalypse and the new Protoss, let that sector be managed by you again, and we will clear it up. We don't owe you any favors, right? Lu Yuan thought about it, and counted them 100,000 years ago. This account. It was true that the Green Lantern Corps had helped him in the previous battle, and this favor must be paid off. But other than that, I owe nothing. Although the Cosmic Asgardians and the Green Lantern Corps had to deal with the Apocalypse Star and the new Protoss at the beginning, they couldn't ignore the help of others because of this, and they had to pay off what should be paid off. The last thing Lu Yuan wanted was to owe favor. After figuring this out, Lu Yuan understood a thing on his mind, handed back the Book of OU, and gave them the power of the green light, and then left. There is no need to stay. He, OU Axing and the Green Lantern Corps are not the same, and then Lu Yuan returned to Earth. If you want to ask what is the point of returning to Earth, you are now waiting for the final training of the 100,000 subordinates for the 500,000 today's Kryptonian warriors. When the army of 600,000 Supermans is all ready, the follow-up to the battle 100,000 years ago will be completed. Lu Yuan must return this revenge. But before that, there's always something to do, right? And after Lu Yuan's return, he started playing games with Clark again, going to hijack Louise every now and then, and every time he had to wait until the Daily Planet had repaired the iconic building, and every time break people's iron balls. The editor-in-chief was about to cry, and once asked Lu Yuan on the news if it was intentional. Lu Yuan really responded the next day, saying that the ball was ugly, so he did it specially. All the people in the metropolis were dumbfounded. It is said that the metropolis is used to this show now. At noon on this day, just when Louise was thinking about where to go for lunch, and she was going on a date with Clark behind everyone's back, the accident happened. By the way, there is one thing that needs to be explained, that is, no one still knows that Clark is Superman, and only a few people know. But this caused a lot of trouble. As Superman became active and became the superhero of the metropolis, he also won the favor and love of many people, and won countless fans. Even a lot of Superman's Keen and See fans appeared. After they recognized Louise as Superman's girlfriend, they thought that Louise was too close to the reporter Clark, so they called her Roar, Louise little bitchy. They definitely don't know that Clark is Superman, thinking that Louise is betraying Superman. I green myself? Clark felt dumbfounded, but couldn't explain anything, so he could only act as a stranger to Louise. This also makes it a problem for them to have lunch together. Can't let Clark change into Superman's battlesuit and eat together? In this regard, Louise also complained, but Louise is not a weak woman, but she is very strong. Let's put it this way, if someone dared to open a sonic boom channel to Apocalypse for her, would she even dare to interview Darkseid's political philosophy? Even asked Darkseid, is it really good for him to be so cruel? Even Clark has said that Louise is the backbone of their family. This is also the reason why Louise is called the reporter man, and the other housekeeper is Afu. The reporter is not Clark, but Louise. The girl's guts are stronger than many superheroes. But today, even Louise is helpless. Anyway, let's wait until I finish eating, shall we? Louise sat helplessly on the iconic building of her company, which is the planet of the Daily Planet, and looked at the one who was flying in front of her. The back of the man in the exaggerated platinum shirt complained, and you always play the same game, don't you think it's boring? Lu Yuan turned his head, thought about it, and asked, how about I'll buy you a steak? As an ancestor, I definitely can't let my granddaughter-in-law go hungry, otherwise she will be said to be too difficult for her granddaughter-in-law. Louise sighed, it wasn't the steak, and she didn't want to eat so greasy at noon. You guys better solve it quickly. Louise glanced at her watch and calculated her break time. She had an interview in the afternoon. At this moment, with the interview helicopter in place, Superman quickly rushed over. As Louise complained, such a scene has been repeated countless times, and it will become a regular program of the Met. So the General Ron Ronza replaced finally didn't have to come every time. Even the police station turned on the TV after receiving the news, looking forward to waiting for the next plot. Countless people came in person and gathered around the Daily Planet building, looking up at the roof. Someone else called Roar, Superman, give him a hard one. They know that Lu Yuan is the ancestor of Superman, which Lu Yuan has already said. They know it's a show even more, so they're so hilarious. But there are also people who know it well. Impossible. Superman's ancestors are too powerful. Superman is the losing side every time, and he has never really defeated his ancestors once. Maybe this time is different. Someone protested in dissatisfaction. But they don't even believe it, do they? Because after countless verifications, Lu Yuan has proved that Clark is still far from defeating himself. Louis, it doesn't matter, I'm already here, Clark called to Louise, pretending to be full of drama. Louise rolled her eyes at him, and couldn't help but said amusedly, you guys don't want to take off our logo this time, or Perry is going to go crazy. Perry White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet, has cried and fainted in the toilet countless times because Lu Yuan would drop the Daily Planet's ball every time. Definitely, the traffic and topics brought by Lu Yuan will also make him wake up laughing from his dreams. So Perry didn't ask Lu Yuan for compensation once. Superman, do you think you can beat me? Lu Yuan also began to play, and deliberately mocked Clark. Don't forget, you fail miserably every time. But justice will not yield, and I will not yield, not even once, Clark said righteously. Lu Yuan raised his head and slapped, haha, justice? I only know that the big fist is justice. History is written by the victors. If you can't even protect your beloved and the earth you want to protect, how can you maintain your justice? So in order to protect my lover and the earth I want to protect, I will do everything, even my life, Clark said with a serious expression. He was not talking, but serious. Lu Yuan also believed that he could really do it at that time, but Lu Yuan said, so in order to prevent you from having to sacrifice your life, I will train you to make you understand the importance of fist, strength, sex. But justice cannot be ignored either. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Yuan was about to feel helpless for this silly boy. Is he too deep into the play? Justice and justice, it's not over yet, is it? So, under the attention of everyone in the metropolis, this war broke out again. And it's no surprise that Clark was once again taught a lesson by Lu Yuan. Definitely Clark has also been improving all the time. From the beginning, he couldn't even exert his true strength, and now he has already crossed one limit after another. After all, Clark is not a product created by the code of life. His future and potential are infinite, as long as he is guided well. Moreover, Clark began to be better at fighting. His fighting skills could be said to be equal to 0, but now he can play several sets of combos, and he has also dabbled in almost all martial arts from all over the world. It was definitely the result of Lu Yuan's training. People also know that Lu Yuan has been training Superman, but he is still saddened by another defeat of Superman. Only Clark was not disappointed at all, and only he knew best that the ancestor he faced had not yet taken seriously, otherwise he would be even more insufferable. That's right, Lu Yuan has to do his best to suppress his own strength so that he can't hurt Clark. Otherwise, even if there is a slight mistake, the power of the blink of an eyelid is enough to knock the entire solar system to the other side of the galaxy. One accidental sneeze was enough to destroy a multi-universe, and even bring a crisis of destruction to an almighty universe. Not to mention that he personally took action. Once he is serious, just a single word of law is enough to restart the universe. In the end, although Lu Yuan defeated Superman Clark this time, he still did not hurt Louise. Isn't this definitely? He didn't really hijack Louise as a villain, but to exercise Clark, or even a boring show. Then the family of 3 found another restaurant for lunch. The owner of the restaurant was alarmed. At that time, the people were still out of town, but they came back immediately by private plane, and they personally entertained them, and they were exempted from orders. It turns out that man is also a die-hard Superman fan. Because of this show, Superman's supporters have obviously grown more. It is also because of this show that many people who doubted or worried that Superman's power is too powerful and may get out of control at any time are relieved. Although some people think this show is too stupid. But behind the scenes, he was always foolishly watching endlessly. If the 657 was not staged after a few days, he would be more anxious than anyone else. Is this the so-called Sundara? Speaking of which, I forgot to do something. Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Louise. Louise and Clark were sitting across from each other, and it was a huge amount of round table, which was also a Chinese restaurant. Louise was surprised because Lu Yuan was looking at her. I don't know what will happen in the future, Louise. You are Clark's lover and the person he can't let go of the most. If something happens to you, he will go crazy. Lu Yuan just came back from Injustice Universe. Definitely know what will happen to Clark if something happens to Louise. But no one knows what will happen in the future. So I'm going to give you some protection measures. For example, I will allow you to have the ability to teleport infinitely, and you can teleport to the places you've been. Lu Yuan's words inspired the power of speaking out. Golden energy poured into Louise's body. It is equivalent to Lu Yuan who blessed Louise with the protection of power, allowing her to teleport without limit. If someone wanted to kidnap Louise, she could always move to a safe place. Moreover, any hostile person approaching you will be detected by you. It is equivalent to seeing the red name when encountering a hostile force in the game. If someone wants to hurt you, with malicious intent, or even murder, then any harm will be rendered ineffective. For example, if someone wants to snipe Louise, no matter where the sniper is, they cannot hurt Louise. But also consider that Louise might get sick and maybe have surgery. Therefore, malicious harm is ineffective, but if it is an operation, there is no problem. You will be invulnerable to water and fire. You will not be harmed by any harsh environment. You can survive even without air. Even if you fall into the sea of fire, you can float by yourself, even if the glaciers and the sea can't take your life. Clark goes to the end of his life and you will live by his side forever. Above, as a god, as an ancestor, this is my gift and love to you. Lu Yuan took the initiative to activate the divine power, with the supreme power of an almighty universe level. Even if this is the DC universe, not Lu Yuan's own universe, no one can break it except DC God himself. Even Ghost, even the agent of DC God, even the great craftsman God, and even the so-called holy killer, can't hurt Louise. Saint Killer, from the comic story called Missionary, although it is also a comic of the DC universe, but it will not be connected with the main universe story. In other words, it belongs to another single universe, where there is no Justice League, and there is no superhero that everyone is familiar with. In fact, similar to the situation where Watchmen belonged to a universe alone, at the beginning, Watchmen and the DC universe were also separated. Originally, Watchmen was a personal work of an author himself. But because the author was still affiliated with the DC editorial department at the time, he was robbed by the capitalists and added Watchmen to the DC universe. Not to mention the shit in the real world. The Holy Killer was just an ordinary person before his death, but later he did a feat, that is, he once killed a certain god with his own hands. But that is not DC God. There is only one supreme god in the DC world, but DC God will not easily participate in any story, just like the mystery and transcendence of OAA. In fact, at this level, including Lu Yuan, should not participate in these stories, because they are already detached. They can rewrite the reality and rewrite the history and the future at will, and their ideas are the truth. And they can observe any point in time, any universe, and anything and story they want. They can also create life at will, create stories, and even create everything they want. Their thoughts are the truth, and everything they think will become reality. As the original Transcendence once said, his imagination is all truth. Therefore, in the DC world, DC God will create many agents for himself, which means that there are many, many gods in the DC universe, and the great craftsman God can also be said to be the strongest agent. And Michael also created a heavenly dimension, the god of his own universe. But no matter what, the power of the Holy Killer is very powerful. But now even he can't help Louise. Why did you do this? Clark was surprised, or moved. He definitely knew that Lu Yuan did this to protect Louise, but it was a bit too sudden. Do not do it sooner or later, but suddenly choose today. I have to say that Clark's senses are very sharp. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "First of all, congratulations, brat, Louise is pregnant." Although it was less than a month, he could not hide from Lu Yuan, who already had 5 children. He could see that Louise now had 2 breaths of life on her body, indicating that she was pregnant. Clark looked at Louise in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me?" Louise clutched her belly, and also looked inexplicable, "Because I don't know either." Lu Yuan was speechless for the 2 idiots, shook his head dumbfoundedly, and continued on 2.0, "Besides, Clark, I have already taught you what I should teach you, and then you only have to rely on your own self-consciousness. I have been waiting for an opportunity here. It should be said that I am waiting for my army to complete preparations. I never told you that 100,000 years ago, we Krypton had a place of life and death. Once we Krypton had the opportunity to become a new god, once that happens, you and your children will not only get stronger power, even the lifespan can reach eternity, and because of the blessing of the Godhead, it becomes a multi-universe existence. Correspondingly, Louise will have the same lifespan as you, because I said, she will accompany you to grow old. But 100,000 years ago, there was a person who got in our way and left behind a bloody feud. I've been waiting, and lately, I'm finally going to get my revenge. I'm going to be away for a while too." Lu Yuan has always said that he wants to seek revenge for Apocalypse and the new Protoss, and he has never forgotten his grievances with Darkseid. But before that, he didn't want to take revenge himself, but to lead Krypton to take revenge. Among the survivors of Kandu City before, there were only 500,000 soldiers who actually served as warriors, and none of them actually met Lu Yuan's requirements. Later, he led his own 100,000 confidants back from 100,000 years ago, and then let these 100,000 people lead the 500,000 people, and each of them was at least a team leader. After a period of rebuild, the army of 600,000 Superman is finally ready. After all, it has been so long, and it is time to set off to complete this fetter. So Lu Yuan returned to his almighty universe again and came to the new Krypton galaxy. When Lu Yuan returned to Kandu City, the army of 600,000 people was ready. A larger-scale army formation had already been prepared, just waiting for Lu Yuan to come to see it. One after another, the Superman warriors put on the Superman battlesuits, lined up in a huge army formation of 06 neatly. Every 100,000 people is an army formation, and there are a total of 6 such army formations. They were in a neat row horizontally and in a neat row vertically, each of them just silently paying attention to Lu Yuan, meticulously. They all have the brand S mark on their chests, symbolizing that they belong to the L family. Even Druzard had to transfer the Z family crest to the cloak behind him, and put the S mark on his chest. As one of the original generals, Druzard is now a general of one of the 6 army formations. In addition, Alice also got in at some point. She was also the general of the First Army. The First Army had the most Lu Yuan's confidants, especially Alice's female warriors all standing behind her. Lu Yuan glared at Alice. Alice was unmoved, but stood there like a javelin, with her head held high, and a gust of breeze blew through, which could only move her cloak and long golden hair. "Go back," Lu Yuan frowned, different from his usual attitude of humility. At the moment, there is a sense of arrogance and self-righteousness, and even his confidants will tremble in his heart. But Alice shouted righteously, "It's not your wife who is standing here, but your adjutant, and your most trusted general Zid. Does the deep blood feud 100,000 years ago have nothing to do with me?" Lu Yuan was speechless. This guy has to fight against himself in front of so many people, right? Waiting to go home. But no one dared to laugh at Lu Yuan, unless he was tired and crooked. Lu Yuan's subordinates know very well that if they dare to show a little performance at this time, it will be over, and you will definitely regret this ghost. Lu Yuan really had no choice but to let her go. He would take good care of Alice anyway. He turned his head to look in the direction of the other army formations. The second column was led by Druzard, and the third column was Fiora. She used to be Druzard's adjutant, but now, she has become an independent general and is also Druzard's wife. The fourth column is Joel, and the fifth column is Zoel. Don't look at Brother L's identity as scientists, but in terms of combat, even they are no worse than Druzard. Joel also once suppressed Druzard, which is evident. Then only the 6th Army formation still has no leader of its own. I personally command the 6th Squadron, Lu Yuan will personally command the 6th Army formation. It's not that no one of his 100,000 subordinates can take on the big responsibility, but that the 100,000 subordinates volunteered, and they will take the lead and launch the first and most direct charge against Apocalypse with other kinsmen. Each of them wants to hide behind, and the general will definitely not hide behind, but more people want to lead the way. All were filled with resentment against Apocalypse. If it weren't for Apocalypse and Darkseid, Krypton would have had the opportunity to become a Superman. Do you know how many soldiers Lu Yuan had at the time when he had the most? Tens of millions. And they all admire Lu Yuan the most and are also the most powerful warriors. Tens of millions are less, and that is still the elite among them. Refer to the military power of the countries of the earth and the number of professional soldiers serving. As long as Lu Yuan gave the order of retired soldiers, the total number of soldiers including the previous 10 years could easily exceed 1 billion. Such a scale really wants to make Krypton develop. Within a year, Lu Yuan will have enough confidence and capital to challenge Apocalypse, and with more than 80% probability, he is confident that Krypton will become a family, become a god. This grievance is too great. Moreover, the Apocalypse star almost emptied the combat power of Krypton, except for these 100,000 warriors, all other warriors died. And because Lu Yuan's supporters are gone, can the villains of the Presbyterian Church successfully complete their ambitions and plans? This bloody revenge, they will definitely take revenge with their own hands. Let's go. Lu Yuan didn't have the habit of wasting saliva. His pre-war mobilization was very simple. After arranging the tasks to be arranged, he set off. When power can crush all intrigues and tricks, the so-called wise generals can also not care about the so-called strategy, and it will be over by directly destroying the dead. Lu Yuan raised his hand and drew 6 huge amounts of golden portals in front of the 6 army formations, leading directly to the center of the DC universe. In other words, the other side is right in front of OU axing. A full 600,000 Superman warriors, a full 600,000 Kryptonian army, at the moment silently, spontaneously flew to that piece of space. At that time, OU axing was like a big enemy, and more than 3,000 green 657 lanterns came from their respective sectors, but they looked dumbfounded at the terrifying army that suddenly appeared in front of them. I suddenly remembered 100,000 years ago, Ganser looked up at the Superman army outside OU axing, and couldn't help recalling that 100,000 years ago, he led the Green Lantern Corps to intercept Lu Yuan. At that time, Lu Yuan only had 100,000 people, but today, Lu Yuan already has 600,000 soldiers. Lu Yuan was the last to come, and he also sealed off his almighty universe tightly, preventing the other troublemakers from coming over. Otherwise, Esther Zadel, that is, the 5th-year-old Lu Zioi, is likely to come after him secretly. There are also Ancient One and the others who said they would help, because they were already Lu Yuan's wife and Lu Yuan's family. But in the end, Lu Yuan politely declined. After all, Ancient Ones are from the Marvel Universe, and their soul roots, that is, the origin of their birth, is still in the Marvel Universe. If it involves the relationship between the two universes, it is very likely that even DC God and OAA will be involved. Not worth the trouble. As for why even DC God may be involved, it is because few people know that not only Superman is blessed by a great existence, but even Darkseid is actually blessed by the DC universe. Darkseid is also an extraordinary existence. Today, Lu Yuan's goal will be directed at Darkseid's body. In front of OU axing, he was suddenly surrounded by an army of 600,000 Superman. But Lu Yuan didn't plan to liquidate OU axing. He already knew that although OU axing hadn't helped Krypton in the next 100,000 years, he didn't do anything behind his back. If this is the case, then considering that the Green Lantern Corps had helped Krypton 100,000 years ago, there is still a favor to be repaid. It is impossible to do that. So when Lu Yuan finally came over, he just glanced at the countless Green Lanterns who were waiting in battle, and waved at the army with a light snort, "Go to Apocalypse Star." Whoosh. The entire 600,000 army immediately turned into a torrent. They followed behind Lu Yuan and flew straight to a certain direction in the universe. In fact, Apocalypse was in a transcendent world after the new Protoss became a god. According to the setting, Apocalypse and the Protoss are in the so-called fourth world. Divided into several worlds in the DC universe, the third world is the world of mortals and gods, and the second world is the world of the old gods. Later, after the old gods perished due to fighting, the second world was reborn as the fourth world, and the new gods were born here. The new Protoss exists on 2 opposing planets, the peaceful and beautiful new creation star and the Apocalypse star, which is even more terrifying than hell. The reason why the new Protoss is the most powerful race in the universe is because they have the god bloodline. They have replaced the old gods and become the new gods. Once the new Protoss was originally a group, but later it was divided into 2 camps, that is, the camp led by the Heavenly Father on the new creation star, and the camp led by Darkseid on the Apocalypse star. It was impossible to go directly to Apocalypse in the fourth world. But Lu Yuan is different. Since Yuga Khan can directly fly to the Apocalypse Star with his own power, then he can do it even more. So Liu Yuan led the Superman army to the so-called center of the DC universe and flew straight to the sector where the Apocalypse Star is located. In fact, Star Apocalypse was once turned into one of the sectors by OUA, but with the fiasco of the battle against Apocalypse, there was no Green Lantern who could go to that sector to preside over justice. It is said that the Star Apocalypse is located in the 38th sector. It seems that the world is about to undergo a great change. The cosmic Asgardians, the oldest beings, already knew that something great would happen. Even they were extremely worried. When the new gods and the new gods alternate, the rampant godhead may have a huge impact on the entire multi-universe. Maybe even the universe will restart. And in this big event, there may be a lot of extras. What a disaster. Now is not the time to be emotional. Be careful that Guy gets out of trouble. Asgardian suddenly mentioned a Guy, making the others even more fearful. It turns out that there is actually a terrifying existence sealed in OU Axing. That is the first light of disaster. He is the first lantern. As the first warrior of the universe Asgardian, he can use the 7-color emotional spectrum, can absorb the emotional spectrum, and can also distort reality and change the timeline at will. It was even his secret of spreading the energy of the emotional spectrum that allowed the Asgardians of the universe to start using the power of the emotional spectrum as a lamp ring to build a legion in OUA. Ku Rong was born in an unknown future, and with his family discovered the principles and secrets of emotional spectral energy, and initially created a walking lamp that could travel across the universe. Later, due to the sudden destruction of the disaster's parent star, he carried a walking light through 52 parallel universes. He was also looking for a way to save his home in each parallel universe, and spread the secret of emotional spectrum energy, and also split into his own consciousness and soul created the Divine Power Ring. The Divine Power Ring is also called the Ring of Power. It is the Ring of Earth 3, and it is also the Ring of Hal Jordan of Earth 3. Earth 3 is the opposite of the main world, where the superhero are all supervillains and the birth universe of the crime syndicate. Unlike the Green Light Ring, once it is controlled by the Power Ring, the ring bearer will become a complete waste of opinionless, timid, greedy, and brainless. And because it has a part of the consciousness and soul of calamity, it was originally alive. Then the disaster continued to travel, and finally reached the era when the Asgardians were just rising. It is the curse that teaches the Asgardians in the universe the secret of the emotional spectrum energy, and assisted the Asgardians to create the great heart that stores the feelings of the Asgardians, and obtained the first lamp ring born from it. Ability to control the emotional spectrum, but he himself has become emotionless. However, because Chu Deng's power is too powerful, the Asgardians began to fear Chu Deng's ability, and they were afraid that the emotional spectrum would destroy the order of the universe, so they tried to imprison him, and it was 10 billion years until now. I have to say that the Asgardians in the universe are still small experts at death. Originally, Hu Rong will be the first Asgardian fighter, and will also become the strongest fighter of OU Axing. But they sealed him up and imprisoned him for 10 billion years. It is conceivable what kind of crazy revenge OU Axing will provoke once he gets out of trouble. In fact, the little blue people do more than that. Don't read them as Cosmic Asgardian, but in fact they should be called event makers. Once the universe is at peace, they will continue to create all kinds of big events. Because in the setting of Guzayaman, there is only one universe in the beginning, and the origin of the universe Asgardian comes from the Martis star. They are the earliest intelligent life forms in the universe, and they had advanced technology and civilization a long time ago. Among the Martis people is a scientist named Corona. He wanted to explore the mystery of the origin of the universe, so he ignored the ban and forced research and accidentally created an explosion. It was in this explosion that the multi-universe and the antimatter universe were created. Definitely this is the oldest setting in the ancient manga. Later, after the exile of Corona, one of the Martis people came to the star of Oa called the center of the universe and became the Asgardian of the universe, which is the true origin of the Asgardians of the universe. It can be seen that they really, Wang Lijiao, are small experts at killing. However, the reason why the DC universe is so bright and has so many wonderful stories is indeed opened after the creation of the multi-universe and antimatter universe. At least this opens up the concept of infinite multi-universe. No matter how the origin setting is modified later, the contribution of the cosmic Asgardians is still not small. And the reason why so many things about the Asgardians in the universe are suddenly mentioned is because they not only imprisoned the first light, they even created, or made the yellow fear that was once imprisoned in the green energy battery. Ran out. G. Caret. The yellow fearing lamp beast is called the Parallax Monster, which is the materialization of fear in the universe. Many years ago, an Asgardian wanted to control the power of fear, but was possessed by the Parallax Monster and became a Parallax Demon. Originally, the Parallax Demon was still locked up, but because of the recent big incident, the Asgardians finally let the Parallax Demon find a chance because of distraction. It's about to escape. Let's not mention the dead little experts and the big events that have not yet erupted in OU Axing. On the other side, led by Liu Yuan himself, a torrent was traversing the universe, heading straight for the fourth world where the new Protoss was located. It also belongs to one of the sectors divided by the universe, located in the 38th sector. However, this place could not have been reached by ordinary means. But Liu Yuan was not an ordinary person, so he forcibly tore open a space crack and forced his way in. There are 2 planets here, one is the new creation star and the other is the apocalypse star. Originally, they were both new Protoss, but later they split into 2 camps. The new creation star is equivalent to heaven, and the apocalypse star is equivalent to hell. Then, the 2 camps can easily understand, the new creation star is the so-called decent god, and the apocalypse star is equivalent to the evil god. Liu Yuan's target was the apocalypse star, which was Darkseid's base camp. When a whole army of 600,000 Superman invaded in front of Apocalypse, what they saw was the Apocalypse army that was ready to go. I saw that Apocalypse is an extremely harsh environment, and there are countless sonic boom channels opened in the air. On the surface below, the army of the new Protoss has also assembled 657. It seems that they knew in advance that the Superman army of Krypton was on its way. Darkseid's body, at the moment, is sitting on a throne, not even bothering to look up. Around Darkseid's body, led by Steppenwolf, are a group of dark elites. They are the strongest warriors under Darkseid, and there are even strong men who are infinitely close to Darkseid. If Superman is used as an example to compare, the worst person in the Dark Elite can also compete with him. Even the kind grandmother who trains the Nemesis team and Viman Wanderbot, who is the military advisor of Apocalypse, can't be underestimated. There are 15 people in the Dark Elite, including Steppenwolf and Darkseid's eldest son. They are the most relied upon generals under Darkseid, as well as the highest generals on the Apocalypse star. The most important thing is that all of them here are bodies. The Steppenwolf body has fought multi-universe, not to mention that some people are stronger than the Steppenwolf body. This is destined to be a great battle. And the army of the new gods has also been condensed, and it is commanded by 5 goddesses of Nemesis. These new Protoss have godheads and powerful strength. They used to be the ones who fought head-to-head with the 100,000 Superman army and will be the strongest opponent of the Superman army. However, the new Protoss was not in a hurry to immediately launch into the sky to meet the enemy, but walked forward with the Steppenwolf body, raised a terrifying giant axe in his hand, and shouted, "Kill." The countless sonic boom channels that had been opened suddenly became restless. The sonic boom tunnel was opened by Apocalypse with Mother Box technology, leading to other planets in many universes, and even to other universes. As mentioned earlier, Steppenwolf has fought many multi-universes for Darkseid, and even conquered many universes. Not to mention individual planets. Especially after Darkseid mastered the technique of creating demons, with the order of Steppenwolf's body, countless sonic boom channels were directed towards Liu Yuan. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, countless demon-like monsters flapping their wings rushed out, filling the sky in an instant. I don't know how many, millions, 10 million, even billions? If each sonic boom channel is connected to at least one planet, and each planet has a population of 1 billion, then at the moment, the number of sonic boom channels has exceeded hundreds of millions. It proves that over the years, at least hundreds of millions of planets have been conquered by Apocalypse stars. Even more frightening is that perhaps a sonic boom channel is connected to an entire planet. Like Doomsday, demonoids are biochemical weapons, created from the dead with the technology of Apocalypse. This is Darkseid's inspiration from Doomsday. Although the individual strength and the day of destruction are far from the same, because the strength of the demon is also the limit of ordinary people. But there were too many to hold, and in an instant, there were at least hundreds of millions of demon-like troops. However, whether it was Liu Yuan or the Superman army behind him, everyone looked at all this indifferently, and no one flinched. If it was before, maybe even Druzid would be shocked, right? But now, each of them is standing, flying, unswervingly behind Liu Yuan, until Liu Yuan raised his hand, pointed down, and gave the order, Heat Ray Salvo. OM. Countless red lasers suddenly appeared in the outer space of the Apocalypse star, 600,000 Superman and 1.2 million heat ray lasers. Just like this, a wave of salvos fired at the scale of a terrible army, and a large space was emptied in an instant. Taking the direction Liu Yuan pointed as the center, a large space was abruptly cleared. And as Liu Yuan's fingers moved, the terrifying beam of light formed by heat ray continued to spread around, and every time he touched a demon, he could instantly kill it. Even because the space can superimpose multiple demons, many demons are often involved, and even the demons flying below are penetrated and killed. Liu Yuan just let the army just use heat ray, and harvested those monsters in a large and easy way. Darkseid's body couldn't help but raised his head, and then looked forward again with a look of indifference. In his mind, it didn't matter how many fiends died. If you can waste the physical strength of the Superman army like this, why not do it? Is she ready to play? Suddenly, Darkseid asked an unreasonable question. The kind grandma, an old man with white hair, looks smiling and kind, but she is actually very vicious in her heart. After all, she is the evil god of Apocalypse, hell. No problem, Lord Darkseid, I have brainwashed her into a vengeful goddess who is loyal to you, even sacrificing her life, said the kind grandma. Their conversation came to Liu Yuan's ears, and he couldn't help but look down to find out who the she they were talking about. Because he always felt that this person was very concerned and a little worried. At this moment, a new character appeared. She didn't need Liu Yuan to look for it, she had already come out. I saw that she was wearing a dress similar to that of other Nemesis, except that she was dressed in gold-like leather and had no weapons in her hands. She still has beautiful blonde hair, but now it's messed up like a lunatic. More importantly, she raised her head, her eyes were red, and she suddenly launched a red heat ray exactly like the Superman army, which hit Lu Yuan unexpectedly. Lu Yuan had already guessed her identity as soon as he moved in his heart. Lu Yuan was not sure before, does the Al family really only have one descendant of Clark? Obviously not, there should be another child. Zoel couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this girl. Roar, Kayla. That's right, she is Kayla Zoe. Supergirl Kayla? How could she, who can also be called a female Superman, appear here? It turned out that when Krypton died, Joel and Zoel sent their children away in 2 spaceships. And Kayla is a dozen years older than Clark, she was supposed to go to Earth with Clark and take care of Clark. But Kayla's spaceship encountered a meteorite on the way, which caused her spaceship to deviate from the course, not only made Kayla circle a large circle in the universe, but was eventually discovered by the Apocalypse Star. In the end, Darkseid took her to Apocalypse, and had Granny brainwash her to make Kayla one of the new nemesis. And now Release Heat Ray attacked Lu Yuan unexpectedly. What? Alice was furious and was about to turn Heat Ray's direction to kill that stinky girl. Lu Yuan didn't care at all, he didn't even need to block, he just took it with his body and continued to shift the direction in his hands. This time, he was pointing at a mother box. Those sonic boom channels are not opened out of thin air, they need to be opened with the mother box technology. So once the mother box is broken, the sonic boom channel will also be closed. But how could the demon-like army make them get their wish? When all the heat rays were concentrated at one point, the demon-like army in other directions finally swarmed up and rushed in front of the Superman army. But none of the Kryptonians were shaken because of this, they just fulfilled Lu Yuan's command unswervingly, even if their eyes were dry, it didn't matter. After all, releasing heat ray for such a long time, with the temperature of heat ray, will definitely make the eyes dry, but that's all. At this time, Lu Yuan issued a new order, frozen gas. Superman's super roar can not only blow out the flame, but even extinguish the fixed star when it is the most powerful. At the moment, the 600,000 Superman were released together to the countless monsters flying towards them, and the extremely terrifying freezing cold immediately froze everything in front of them. Frozen gas is not the same as heat ray, and the power of heat ray may be blocked by the body of the demon. But the frozen gas directly floods the entire space, which means that everything within the range is frozen. Countless demons fell like rain, and more demons died because of it, and the front of the Superman army was emptied again. I said, do you really want to be so boring? Lu Yuan finally became impatient. There were countless more golems appearing. Although they were insignificant, they were also too annoying. So Lu Yuan directly talked to Darkseid. It's time to end the follow-up of the war 100,000 years ago? It's also time to end our fetters. Saying that, without Darkseid's answer, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. SHH. A blue force suddenly appeared, like waves emanating from the sky, and instantly swept the entire sky filled with demons. That is the power of the quantum realm, which decomposes all demons into the most primitive particles. Even Lu Yuan connected the world behind the sonic boom channel, and all the worlds from which the demonic army came were cleaned up. Lu Yuan didn't need to lock every demon, but directly used the existence of demons as a screening, directly used all demons as coordinates, a pure energy blue lightning passed, and everything was solved. In this way, all the demons disappeared, including those in the universe where Darkseid duplication was located, and all suffered as a result. Some Darkseid duplications are still wondering, and some Darkseid duplications have already thought of something, so their expressions become solemn. At the moment, Darkseid's body was in front of Lu Yuan, and he was finally willing to stand up. For a time, after the destruction of countless demon-like armies, Darkseid's body, and Lu Yuan, the Dark Elite and the generals in the Superman army, as well as the new Protoss army and the Krypton army, both kings and kings will be generals, and finally have to be serious woke up. Kayla, behind Lu Yuan, Zoel looked at Kayla worriedly, it was his daughter. Clark is Joel's child, Kayla is Zoel's daughter, Joel and Zoel are brothers, and Kayla and Clark are siblings. They are all descendants of Lu Yuan. If it is normal, Lu Yuan can solve the brainwashing settings for Kayla with a wave of his hand. But now it's on the battlefield, and Lu Yuan's eyes are all on Darkseid's body, so he can only explain, Alice, take Kayla away. Alice snorted coldly, I'm going to deal with that guy. Alice's eyes have only one target, and that is Steppenwolf itself. I should have killed him 100,000 years ago, but it's not too late today. This time I'll see how you escaped the pursuit of my sister. Alice still had a hard time with Steppenwolf, not because of any other feelings, but just to kill each other. After all, the last time she failed to kill Steppenwolf was not so long ago, so her resentment is also very big. Lu Yuan could only explain to Zoel, you don't have to be merciful, you should defeat her first, or she will kill you. Anyone who dares to underestimate the power of the Superman family, and even Superman himself, will suffer a lot. When Kayla debuted, he even had a record of crushing Superman who had lived on Earth for decades, even defeated Darkseid. So don't underestimate Kayla, otherwise why would Lu Yuan want Alice to be in charge of Kayla? B+2+B. But Alice also has a bond she has to deal with. In the same sentence, the word fetter is actually a derogatory term, which is the same as describing fetters. She must kill the Steppenwolf herself, otherwise she will always leave a knot in her heart. At this time, the new Protoss army on the surface of the Apocalypse Star also began to take action. Under the order of Darkseid's body, it was led by the Dark Elites and the Nemesis team, and they rose up one by one. Even in the entire DC universe, and even in the entire Mumin world, the combat power of the new Protoss is considered to be the top. Each of them is a god, all of them are new gods, and they are wearing powerful steel battlesuits, and each has a powerful weapon, and even each new god has its own unique power. For example, Yuan is known as the god of origin, and his power is part of the power of origin. The power of Darkseid comes from the Omega effect, and Roar can also be called the god of Omega. Therefore, among the new gods of the Apocalypse Star, there are also gods of fire, gods of water, gods of war and so on. They can be said to be real gods, but they are known in the way of aliens. If they are described as myths, there will also be an epic. However, now, the new Protoss is facing the Superman army from Krypton. If there is a team that can compete with the new Protoss at this stage, it must be the Superman army. Even OU axing 7 Lantern Corps is not qualified enough, only the Superman army. They have already forged a beam 100,000 years ago, and this bloody feud will usher in the final battle today. Kill. When the demon-like army was completely wiped out, and when the Apocalypse new Protoss and the Krypton Superman army were completely face-to-face, there was no nonsense, and the two sides only had one goal, that is to kill each other and completely kill each other. This is a war, even an important battle that is related to the survival of the race and even the rise of the race, and it is the follow-up to the bloody feud 100,000 years ago. So the two sides no longer have any nonsense. Outside the sky, the Superman army was like a torrent of steel. After Yuan gave an order, it directly broke through the atmospheric protection of the Apocalypse Star and truly invaded the Apocalypse Star. And the new Protoss did not show weakness. Under the leadership of the Dark Elite and the Nemesis team, they all took off into the sky, and they used their own magical powers one by one to snipe the Superman army from the air. It is no longer necessary for Yuan to take command in person. The leaders of their respective army formations, namely Alice 657 SI, took over the command of the army formation, and the spread of heat ray released rays far exceeding the fixed star rays. Light shrouded the earth. There are actually two ways to use heat ray, that is, there are two forms. A definitely focused, common usage that is also familiar to all. Another is to increase the coverage of heat ray, which is actually to increase the range of heat ray's laser rays, turning a concentrated point into a piece. Although this will make heat ray less powerful, it doesn't matter that there are so many Superman now. Boom. The long-range attack methods of both sides, countless energies were handed over to one place, which immediately caused an energy explosion. But it is not a problem for the two parties at all, and it cannot hinder them in the slightest. The next moment, the two huge armies collided and began the white-hot stage of this great war. These two armies are the most powerful armies in the American comic universe, and when they collide, they immediately spark an evenly matched spark. Even the two most inconspicuous soldiers on the battlefield, their confrontation is earth-shattering. Often the blow of a Superman warrior is enough to knock a new Protoss warrior from the sky to the ground, and leave a deep pit. Not to mention the elite among them. Especially those Dark Elites, their strength is the most powerful, they are already the apex of the new gods, and they even have an existence that is infinitely close to Darkseid. Their existence has threatened the safety of countless ordinary Superman warriors, especially the Kryptonians in the era of 500,000 and 100,000 years later. Their genes are still lacking because of the code of life. To put it bluntly, it is genetically limited. Damn code of life, damn Presbyterian. But immediately, more than a dozen generals from 100,000 years ago headed by Alice took the initiative to meet these Dark Elites. Do you really think that there are no strong men under Yuan's command? On the contrary, Yuan's 100,000 confidants were commendable as early as 100,000 years ago. They could be said to be the best warriors selected from the entire Krypton planet. It's not without reason why Yuan only took these 100,000 men to become Superman first. It's just that I'm too lazy to create original characters, so I didn't focus on the description. In fact, there are many strong people who are even comparable to Alice in strength. They are not inferior even to the Dark Elite, and even far beyond the present Superman. As for the Nemesis team, there are also Alice's female warriors who took the initiative to undertake it. Both sides are female fighters, but Alice has hundreds or thousands of subordinates, and each of them is the best fighter, even among the 100,000 army. It is the best part. After all, Yuan expects them to be at the critical moment. I can protect Alice, the reckless man, female. Now they surrounded the Nemesis team. No matter what Big Barda, Lazina, Bernard, Stomp, Crazy Harriet, or Galadino, they immediately fell into a hard fight. Each of them has the strength close to the Dark Elite, otherwise they would not be divided separately, and they have the status of generals and higher than ordinary new Protoss. The Nemesis team is a special force trained by the kind grandmother and only loyal to Darkseid, and its members are all women from the new gods of the Apocalypse Star. The most important thing is that all of them are highly skilled in martial arts and are known for their cruelty. They have received strict training since childhood, and were brainwashed to be willing to die for Darkseid. It is said that they still have the power to easily tyrannize and ravage a planetary civilization, and they are one person. But now, they have met an adversary. Especially the female Superman who is responsible for Alice's close guard. They are both beautiful and powerful. Each of them actually has the qualifications to play against Alice, and even the person who is the captain, even once served as Alice. The instructors 0. Now, they are exclusively in charge of these tricky new goddesses, each of them one-on-one with a nemesis team, and then crushed their opponents one by one to kill them with a destructive force. Is that the case? The captain of the guard snorted coldly, and glanced coldly at Big Barda, who was trampled under her feet. Big Barda had the opportunity to wake up and turn to the light, and even in the back of the Injustice universe, when Lyra grew up in his speech, Big Barda had come to Earth, married Mr. Miracle, and joined the Justice League. Become superhero. But now, in the eyes of the escort captain, Big Barda is no different from other new gods. So she began to increase the strength under her feet. Instead of killing her immediately, she made Da Barda feel the fear of death. Little by little, she was crushed to death, and even her beautiful head was crushed. The other main escort members also crushed their opponents to death. Finally, they spontaneously gathered together, a little confused. Why did we lose 100,000 years ago? How could we lose to such a guy? A young girl who is the youngest of several girls is puzzled. The captain answered, "Don't forget the cultivation of Lord Lu Yuan. Now we are different from the past. Not only have we been exposed to the yellow 2.0 sun for a longer period of time, but even the original weaknesses of kryptonite and red sun have also been destroyed. The adults are stripped away, and we are far from being comparable to what we were 100,000 years ago." That's right, Lu Yuan didn't do anything during this period of time. He had eliminated the two most important weaknesses of Krypton because he guessed that maybe Darkseid would be prepared. Even Lu Yuan knew that the Son of Apocalypse was originally red. This place is known as a living hell. The environment here is the worst in the world. Even the fixed star here has come to an end and will be destroyed at any time. If you don't solve the Achilles heel of the Kryptonians first, let alone fighting, even getting close to this place is the most deadly. As a result, Lu Yuan was actually a little curious, what happened to Kayla as a Kryptonian? Wait, damn Darkseid. Lu Yuan seemed to have noticed something, and hurriedly turned his head to look at the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, Kayla has been surrounded by Joel and the Zoel brothers. They intend to keep Kayla under control without hurting Kayla. Zoel has been calling Kayla's name on roar, "Kayla, Kayla, it's me, I'm your father, what happened to you?" But what responded to him was Kayla's red eyes and a grim expression on her face. "Kill." Kayla roared, dashing frantically at her father. Zoel had to reach out to block, but Kayla's power was so terrifying that it knocked Zoel into the air in an instant. Obviously Kayla is also a product of the Code of Life, and Lu Yuan has specially trained the 500,000 Kryptonian warriors of the next 100,000 years. But Kayla's power is too exaggerated. She even knocked her father to the other side of the battlefield, and even flew to the other side of Apocalypse. In fact, such a picture is being staged throughout the Apocalypse star. For example, Alice and the original wolf body of the Wild 06. Their battle is not only huge, but even on the battlefield, it is one of the few spaces where strangers are not allowed to enter. Because every time Alice slams her punch, the Steppenwolf body will be smashed into the air. Definitely Steppenwolf itself is not to be outdone, wielding an exaggerated axe. This is a rare artifact, and is trying to counter Alice with enough power to smash a planet. They have fought each other before, and now it can be said that the old enemies are very jealous when they meet each other. They have already fought hard, and they both want each other's lives. It's just that the Steppenwolf itself still has the disadvantage. If this continues, Alice's victory has become a foregone conclusion. It's just because the Steppenwolf itself is too resistant to beatings, so he didn't kill him. When the other Dark Elites saw it, they wanted to help Steppenwolf solve Alice first. But in the Superman army, there are already more than a dozen of the most powerful beings staring at them. So the Dark Elites were quickly targeted one by one, and they couldn't get away. Some people will wonder why the Superman army is so powerful. The reason is that the Kryptonian 100,000 years ago has no life code, and these Kryptonians from 100,000 years ago have not been killed by their own technology. So their genes have infinite potential. And the reason why Apocalypse and the new Protoss hadn't been hit 100,000 years ago was mainly because they rushed back in a hurry and didn't shine the yellow sun's rays for too long. Even so, the 100,000 Doomsdays still drove Darkseid and Apocalypse back. What's more, now they have enough time to adapt to stronger strength and become stronger. The current Superman army is no longer the same as it was 100,000 years ago. It is so exaggerated. So it can be seen that the Superman army is completely crushing the new Protoss, even the Nemesis team has been wiped out, and even the Dark Elites have fallen into a hard fight. Darkseid's body, who saw this scene, didn't know what to think. No matter what he thought, Lu Yuan was paying attention to Kayla's side. Kayla is the descendant of Lu Yuan and the descendant of the L family, but now Lu Yuan found out that Kayla had been manipulated. Damn Darkseid, why Kayla has not been weakened by Lu Yuan's weakness as a Kryptonian, but has the strength to continue fighting under the red sun of Apocalypse? Shouldn't she be cut into a dog? This is because Kayla is no longer an ordinary Kryptonian. It turns out that Darkseid has done terrible experiments on her. Darkseid originally wanted to extract Kryptonian genes to further improve the demon-like technology, but later Darkseid reproduced Doomsday's genes, so Kayla is no longer an ordinary Kryptonian. In fact, she has become Doomsday. That's right, this is the Doomsday made by Darkseid. Roar. With a terrifying roar, Kayla was completely run away by the influence of the battlefield in the chaotic battlefield. I saw her whole body grow a few laps and become a female giant more than 2 meters tall. Fortunately, the quality of the clothes on her body is good, and there is no bad picture because of this. She really turned into Doomsday, which is Darkseid's means. Lu Yuan was frightened and angry, and rushed over immediately. But there was a sudden wave of fluctuations behind him, and two terrifying rays bypassed the battlefield and came behind Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. That is the Omega Ray of Darkseid's body. Unlike Heat Ray, the power of the Omega effect is said to have many abilities. This is not pure high temperature or destructive rays, but contains the power of the Omega effect, which can completely obliterate the existence of the opponent, or revive it, and ordinary characters will be instantly killed. Like the existence of universe can withstand this kind of attack, but it will still be hit hard. He can also control the direction of Omega Rays at will. He can use this thing to travel through time and space, or he can use Omega Rays to destroy the world. Even Darkseid can even control the life and all creations of the entire Wanchen. However, Darkseid's body saw that when his Omega Ray did not enter Lu Yuan's back, it did not cause any imagined effects. He originally planned to stop Lu Yuan, or also wanted to try to attack Lu Yuan. However, it was expected that Lu Yuan would dodge or resist, and he actually endured the blow unscathed. Lu Yuan looked back at the location of Darkseid's body, his eyes lit up and released a golden heat ray that was different from all Superman, and quickly 657 circled around the battlefield, eliminating one after another neatly along the way. New Protoss. Darkseid's body was shocked. Is that the power of the Omega effect? That's right, Lu Yuan now also masters the power of the Omega effect, and almost all the power of origin. No wonder the Omega rays of Darkseid's body couldn't hurt Lu Yuan. I'll take care of you later. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, turned his head again, and went straight to Kayla. Killing Darkseid's body is no longer a problem for the current Lu Yuan. After all, he is now a supreme existence, an almighty universe level. Not only does he have an almighty universe within himself, actually two, and one is the Hell Dimension, and there is an almighty universe waiting to be built. His current power is no longer what Darkseid can imagine. Even if this is the body, it is a multi-universe existence. So the first thing Lu Yuan has to solve now is Kayla's problem. This child is too hard. He suffered hardships when he left Krypton, and was kidnapped by the people of Darkseid. Now he has been transformed into a monster like Doomsday. Lu Yuan couldn't turn a blind eye to her, so he immediately crossed the battlefield and came to Kayla, who was completely berserk. When he raised his hand, he easily pressed Kayla's shoulders to restrain her, and then called out the long river to change what Kayla had experienced. Time. In fact, Lu Yuan has been able to rewrite reality at will. In other words, it is very easy to make Kayla return to the ordinary Kryptonian state from the Doomsday. For example, Lu Yuan had just arbitrarily removed all the Doomsday potions that had been buried in the bodies of 100,000 people. He no longer needs to make his subordinates become that kind of monsters, definitely because he retains his original will and clear consciousness. It doesn't matter whether it is Doomsday or not. The original strength of Ruining Day is also good, and it can infinitely evolve and adapt to the surrounding environment. As a man, as long as it does not affect the genes of future generations, it is okay. But he didn't do that, and he didn't restore Kayla in this way because he was worried that Kayla had been through painful ordeals during this time. Needless to say, Lu Yuan was very attentive in certain aspects, so he opened the long river of time and specifically reversed Kayla's own experience, so that she could return to the timeline when she left Krypton in a spaceship. In this way, it means that everything she has encountered after doesn't count. Then Lu Yuan made Kayla comatose again before handing her over to Zoel. Take her back, Lu Yuan said, opening a portal for Zoel to the new Krypton. This is to take Kayla back to her mother's care. Yes, I'll be right back. Zoel's eyes were red as he flew back. The L family are all short-sighted, and their family is extremely important. That was his most precious daughter, and Zoel was going crazy after such a change. Originally Zoel was more radical than Joel, and now he wanted to swallow Darkseid alive. Definitely, Zoel should not be Darkseid's opponent, definitely not. Lu Yuan agreed and reserved the portal for him. While waiting for Zoel to return, he observed the entire battlefield. At the moment the entire battlefield, the Superman army has occupied an absolute advantage. Originally, Superman was very powerful, and he was trained by Lu Yuan. Among them, the 100,000 super kryptonite warriors who returned from 100,000 years ago were the main force, defeating the new Protoss of Apocalypse. Even the Dark Elites have shown their defeat. Especially in Alice's place, she and Steppenwolf have fought for dozens of rounds, and the current Steppenwolf can no longer withstand Alice's powerful power. When Alice punched in the past, even though Steppenwolf had raised his axe to resist, he was still beaten to the other side of Apocalypse by an overwhelming force. Then Alice quickly chased up, and then flew into the air with a flying kick. Steppenwolf had to block again. But this time, with only a click sound, the handle of the axe in his hand finally couldn't bear the pressure, and it broke into two pieces under the load. That is a divine weapon made with Apocalypse technology. Because it is suitable for the use of the new Protoss, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine weapon. But now it was still interrupted abruptly by Alice. You can see how violent Alice is. And the Steppenwolf body was kicked away again. This time he simply circled around the Apocalypse star and flew back to the battlefield from the other direction. Lu Yuan took action and controlled the flying Steppenwolf with psychokinesis. In the other direction, Alice chased after her with cold eyes. She just flew around the Apocalypse Star in an instant, and then came to Steppenwolf. I didn't get rid of you 100,000 years ago, can't you escape now? Die for me, Alice shouted, and when she flew to Steppenwolf, she raised her right hand high, and then slapped the wasteland with her palm. The top of the wolf's head. Crack. This time it was the sound of bones shattering, and the Steppenwolf's skull was shattered by Alice. This is Steppenwolf's body. Although it does not have the strength of Darkseid's body, it should not be underestimated. As a result, after encountering Alice, he was repeatedly shriveled, especially in this battle. He was even more unable to fight back, was crushed from beginning to end, and even was finally killed. Alice stood there, watching Steppenwolf's headless body finally collapse after its head was smashed, and snorted proudly. The regrets of 100,000 years ago are finally made up today. At this time, another Dark Elite appeared to be damaged. The first was the pale old woman, the kind grandmother. She is more inclined to train elite warriors, but originally, she was not known for her strength. It could be said that she lowered the strength of the Dark Elite. Now on such a battlefield, he has become the second Dark Elite to die after Steppenwolf, and may even die before Steppenwolf. In short, such a cruel and vicious old woman dares to brainwash their Kryptonian warriors. Damn it. A super Kryptonian fighter just ripped her to shreds. Lu Yuan's confidants never questioned Lu Yuan's orders, and there is no woman's kindness that shouldn't be there. They only know that they are warriors, and all they need to do is to fight and protect their planet and their clan. This is a continuation of the bloody war of 100,000 years ago, and there can be no mercy. Rather, who would pity those Kryptonians who died because of the demise of Krypton? If Krypton had risen 100,000 years ago, and Krypton had become a god, it would not have fallen to the point of later extinction. It's all Apocalypse's fault. This account must be completely liquidated. This is not over, the battle is far from over. After Steppenwolf and the kindly grandmother, the strategist of Apocalypse, that is, Wyman Wandiba, who was in charge of the strategy, became the third Dark Elite to die. He was not a warrior originally, but a military strategist, responsible for formulating different combat plans, and good at designing all kinds of deadly traps, leading opponents to death step by step. But for some unknown reason, he appeared on the battlefield today, and was targeted by a super Kryptonian soldier under Lu Yuan, who was brutally tortured to death. There is also Wang Lijiao, a Green Titan. He is not Hulk from the Marvel Universe, nor is he a Titan. His name is Titan, and because the surface of his body is green, he is called a Green Titan. He has super strength and a fiery scepter as a weapon. Generally speaking, he can easily smash a planet, and that fiery scepter can also set a planet on fire. But the opponents he encountered were Kryptonians. After becoming Superman, Kryptonians could ignore the sun and even go to the surface of the sun. So the power of the fiery scepter is greatly reduced. Plus the Kryptonians have super frozen roar suction, which threatens the Titans instead. In the end, he was sucked into a block of ice by the frozen roar of a super Kryptonian warrior, and then smashed to pieces with a punch. Having said that, although the Dark Elites have suffered huge losses, they also have strong players, and some of them even have powerful characters who have an advantage. Some people may have the illusion that the dignified Apocalypse Star New Protoss is a little too weak, but one thing to be clear is that Superman can indeed be tough on Darkseid. Although Darkseid can single-play Justice League many times, Superman has indeed had a single-player and defeated Darkseid record. Especially Doomsday once bullied Darkseid to the point where he had to go to Superman for help. This is the official plot. And Darkseid has the strength to defeat or compete with Superman, especially these super Krypton warriors who were brought back by Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago are all ancestors. This is 100,000 super Kryptonian warriors with 500,000 Superman. The new Protoss is not wrong to be suppressed. One Superman can conquer and destroy a planetary civilization, so what is the concept of 500,000 Superman? Especially that 100,000 Lu Yuan's confidant. Therefore, even Darkseid's most powerful subordinate, the Dark Elite, was suppressed, and several of them even died, and even the Steppenwolf was finally smashed by Alice. However, there are also strong ones among the Dark Elites. For example, Cantor, known as the strongest fighting master in the universe, is proficient in the fighting technique of hundreds of millions of planets. At the same time, 657 is also the most powerful assassin and tracker in the universe. He will find and kill wherever he goes. There is also Kalibak, the eldest son of Darkseid and the second strongest fighter under Darkseid. His fighting power is almost on a par with Superman, but Darkseid does not like him. The most powerful of the Dark Elites is not the Steppenwolf, but a super soldier called Mantis. Mantis is the strongest warrior under Darkseid, second only to Darkseid in strength, and even he is immune to all physical attacks, and can absorb anyone's energy and magic attacks. This is simply a plug-in. Even against his super Kryptonian warriors, he'll have nothing to do with him in the end. In the end, the super Kryptonian warrior had to resort to other means, such as super ability. That's right, it's super ability. It turns out that this super Kryptonian is called Hair. His story should have happened in modern times, but it is said that he has the power to modify the timeline, so he actually traveled from the future to the past. Hair has always been the most loyal subordinate of Lu Yuan's subordinates, because he loves Krypton so much, and Lu Yuan can even die for the sake of Krypton. So Lu Yuan was also the person Hair admired the most, and even became his belief. Hale can be said to be a real super Kryptonian, and also the most powerful warrior of Krypton in his era. Not only is he completely immune to kryptonite, the fatal weakness of Kryptonians, but he also possesses the limit of Kryptonians' abilities, as well as the ability to dissect his mind and mind. Teleportation, and shapeshifting are skills that ordinary Kryptonians cannot. Lu Yuan later knew all the origins of Hare, and even after returning to the modern age, he knew even more that Hare and Joel were still good friends. However, this did not prevent Lu Yuan from continuing to trust Hare. He has always been selfless and dedicated to Lu Yuan, and he has no hesitation to any of Lu Yuan's orders. Now it was Hare who was fighting the Mantis. When they fought for dozens of rounds but were still on a par with each other, Hare finally realized that ordinary attack methods could not kill the Mantis. Even including the energy attack is not enough to harm the praying Mantis. Then, let me dissect you. For the prosperity and future of Krypton, for the future of Kryptonians, and for the glory of Lord Lu Yuan, die for me, Hare shouted angrily, releasing a terrifying expression in an instant. The psychokinesis controls the praying Mantis. Because psychokinesis does not belong to energy nor magical power, but belongs to the spiritual power of super ability, even the Mantis felt untouchable for a while. Just when the praying Mantis was about to struggle, Hare took action. The ability he dissected with his mind instantly ripped open the belly of the Mantis. The Mantis opened its mouth wide, not because of the pain, although it did hurt. Mantis has an unbelievable expression on his face. He has also fought countless worlds for Darkseid, and he is confident that no one in the world can hurt him except facing Darkseid. But today, Hare cut his belly open and transferred all the Mantis' internal organs to other universes with his mind. Even if he is as strong as a Mantis, even if he is the so-called new god race, even if he is a god, after being inflicted so much damage, he finally died of exhaustion. Hare was actually quite tired, and he and Mantis could be said to be a match for each other. Even if Hare exerted the power of the super Kryptonian warrior to the limit, he still only fought evenly with the Mantis, which shows the strength of the Mantis. At this time, Zoel sent Kayla back to New Krypton. Lu Yuan put away the portal, slowly flew up, and flew in the direction of Darkseid. Darkseid also flew up, with his hands behind his back, standing face to face with Lu Yuan in midair. After a lapse of 100,000 years, the two finally met face to face again. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, I really wanted to invite you for a drink, Lu Yuan grinned, suddenly feeling that if they weren't in a hostile relationship, he really wanted to invite Darkseid for a drink. Darkseid snorted coldly, you seem to be very proud. That's definitely, Lu Yuan spread his hands and looked around. Although there were casualties among the 600,000 subordinates, the main reason was that the 500,000 Superman was still inadequate and lacked in strength. However, the victory of Krypton has become a foregone conclusion, and the losses of Apocalypse and New Protoss are the biggest. Although the new gods haven't revealed their godhood since their fall, it's just because you, the Dark Monarch, haven't died yet. As long as you, the God King, die, the new gods will fall apart. Lu Yuan knew that as long as Darkseid died, the new Protoss of Apocalypse will perish. Darkseid didn't think so, he said with a sneer. Maybe I didn't say it. In fact, the Apocalypse Star is not mine, and the Apocalypse Star belongs to only one person, that is Yuga Khan, which is me, my father. Even when I faced him, I was terrified. Then I should have forgotten to say that Yuga Khan is dead and killed by me. Lu Yuan also sneered. He definitely knew Yuga Khan, so at the time of the Wall of Origin, he had already killed Yuga Khan first. What? Darkseid finally turned pale, and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Yuga Khan, his unparalleled father, had actually died? Yuga Khan has lifted the entire new Protoss to a new height by himself. Yuga Khan is dead. But immediately, Darkseid's expression calmed down, and he shouted, Father, how long will you be watching the fun? Now it's time for the life and death of the new Protoss. It's no longer our Apocalypse Star and me. Personal battle. Do you really want to watch the new Protoss fall? It turns out that Darkseid still has a backer? Is that the new Protoss of the new Creation Star?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.